Chapter 1: The Chef Reborn. The first thing I felt was salt. It clung to my tongue, my lips, even my eyelashes. The air itself was alive, sharp with the scent of frying oil, roasted fish, and sea breeze. Somewhere nearby, metal clattered in rhythm, pans striking stove tops in a steady symphony of chaos. Then came the voice. "Oi. You planning to sleep through lunch service, rookie?" I blinked, my eyes open to a burst of light. Above me, the ceiling was wooden, warped with years of heat and smoke. I wasn't in my bed. I wasn't even on land. I sat up fast, too fast, and hit my head on a hanging ladle. The impact made a hollow clang. I swore under my breath, and froze. That wasn't my voice. The sound was lower, smoother, a bit hoarse, with that lazy drawl I'd only ever heard in anime clips. I turned toward a polished pot hanging from a rack and saw a stranger staring back, blonde hair falling over one eye, cigarette tucked between his lips, a sharp jawline dusted with stubble. My stomach dropped. No. No way. The man in the reflection wasn't me. He was the spitting image of that fictional cook from a world that should have stayed two-dimensional, the pirate chef, the black-legged devil himself. "What the hell?" I whispered. My fingers trembled as I touched the reflection. The pot's surface rippled, distorting my image, but not enough to change the truth. I had somehow woken up as him. The kitchen erupted behind me, shouting, sizzling, chaos. I turned on instinct. A burly man with a chef's hat half the size of his head stomped toward me, brandishing a ladle like a weapon. His one leg was wooden. His presence was enormous. The old man glared. "Don't just stand there, brat. Table 4's waiting on their sea base." My mind went blank. Zeph. The name came unbidden, buried under layers of disbelief. It wasn't a dream. This was the Baratai. The floating restaurant. The beginning of everything. I moved before I could think, muscle memory pulling me toward the stove. The body I was in knew what to do. My hands reached for a knife, sliced through fish like silk. The scent of garlic and butter filled the air. Every motion felt natural, graceful, almost musical. And yet, I could feel me beneath it all, the stranger wearing this skin, remembering a life that no longer existed. I plated the dish in silence, garnished it, and set it on the counter. Zeph took one look, grunted approval, and limped away. For a moment, I just stood there, staring at my hands. The weight of the knife. The strength in my arms. The faint tremor in my chest. "I really am him," I murmured. The day passed in a blur of orders, heat, and noise. Every clang of metal reminded me I was alive here, in this impossible place. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sea gold, I found myself standing alone on the deck. The ocean stretched endlessly in every direction. Waves slapped against the hull in gentle rhythm. I lit a cigarette, though I'd never smoked in my life, and watched the smoke twist into the evening air. I should panic, I muttered to myself. Freak out. Scream. Something. But instead, I felt calm. The fear was there, yes, but underneath it was something else, a pull. A strange certainty that this wasn't random. That I'd been put here for a reason. I took another drag. The wind carried the smoke away. That's when I saw it. A faint shimmer appeared in my vision like a HUD overlay in a video game. Letters formed out of light. Gourmet Soul System initialized. User recognized. Transmigrant. Skill synchronization. 47% complete. My heart skipped a beat. What the hell? System brief. Your strength grows through mastery of culinary creation. Cooking rare ingredients refines your body and spirit. New quest available. The Flame of the Sea. Reward. The text faded. I stood there, the cigarette half burned between my fingers, the sea whispering below. My thoughts spun. A system? Like those power fantasy stories I used to read? Except this was real. I flexed my hand. Something stirred beneath my skin, a faint heat, like embers in my veins. The air seemed sharper, clearer. Every sound, the waves, the gulls, the kitchen below, came alive with detail. I took a slow breath, and for the first time since waking up, I smiled. The next morning, I tested it. While the other cooks bickered, I took a small silver fish from the morning catch. Its scales shimmered faintly blue, a rare storm scale pike, if I remembered right from the One Piece lore. I cleaned it, seasoned it, and set it in a pan. The flames roared. As I cooked, the same heat from before began to rise again, not from the stove, but from inside me. My heartbeat synced with the rhythm of the fire. Every movement, the flick of the wrist, the turn of the pan, felt guided by instinct. When the fish was done, I tasted it. A rush hit me like a shot of electricity. My vision sharpened. My muscles tensed. I could feel the power humming in my limbs. Skill gained. Heat resistance LV.1. Attribute enhanced. Strength +2. Cooking proficiency +5. The world tilted slightly. I steadied myself, half laughing, half terrified. It was real. I could grow stronger not by fighting, but by cooking. I wiped the sweat from my brow, smirked, and muttered, "Guess I'm not just some side character anymore." Days turned into weeks. The system stayed silent most of the time, but I could feel its influence growing. My body adapted faster than it should have. When a pan fell from the top shelf one night, I caught it midair without thinking. My reflexes were sharper. My kicks left dents in the floor when I practiced in secret after hours. Still, I kept my head down. Zeph watched me closely, maybe sensing the change, maybe just being Zeph. I didn't dare tell him the truth. But at night, when the restaurant slept, I stood on the deck, staring at the horizon. I knew who was coming. A boy in a straw hat, hungry and loud and reckless, the spark that would light 1,000 storms. And this time, I wouldn't just follow his story. I'd change it. One night, a storm rolled in. The waves hammered the baratai like fists. I was helping secure the deck when I saw movement, a shadow clinging to driftwood, tossed by the sea. Without thinking, I jumped in. The cold was a slap to the soul. Salt filled my mouth, my eyes, my lungs. I kicked hard, grabbed the figure, a man, barely conscious, and hauled him toward the ship. Zeph's voice roared from above. Ropes were thrown. I climbed, dragging the stranger up with me. The moment I dropped him onto the deck, I felt it, that same faint shimmer in my vision. Heroic act detected. Hidden trait unlocked. Iron will. Strength +3, stamina +4. I gasped, gripping the rail. My veins burned with raw energy. The storm howled around us, but for the first time since waking up in this world, I didn't feel helpless. I felt alive. Later, when the storm died and silence returned, I sat on the deck again, soaked and shivering. The rescued man would live. Zeph had barked orders, scolded me, then quietly left a dry towel nearby. I leaned back, staring up at the stars. Somewhere out there, the east blue stretched toward countless futures, some I already knew, others waiting to be rewritten. I had a body that wasn't mine. A power that shouldn't exist. And a chance to change everything. I took a slow drag of my cigarette and let the smoke curl toward the stars. My name was, I hesitated, then smiled faintly. Doesn't matter anymore. I tapped the ash off the edge of the deck. From now on, I'm the chef who'll cook his way to the top of the world. The sea breeze carried the words away, but I didn't need to hear them again. Because in that moment, I knew the story wasn't about survival anymore. It was about domination. Chapter 2, Smoke on the Waves. The sea finally went quiet. For a long while I just listened to the faint creak of wood, the drip of rain off the railing, the steady thrum of the engines beneath my feet. The Bark Blue, that floating restaurant I now called home, had survived another storm. I should have gone below deck to sleep. Instead, I stayed where I was, watching the last lightning flicker along the horizon. My hands still hummed from the rush of the system's energy earlier. It felt like every cell in me was wide awake, tuned to something greater. Then I heard it. Not thunder this time. A slow, deliberate boom, 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 muffled by distance. Cannon fire. I squinted into the darkness. Out beyond the breakers, faint flashes danced like fireflies on black glass. Each pulse lit a silhouette another ship, closing fast. The kitchen lights glowed through the portholes behind me. I slipped inside. Zeph, the old man with the wooden leg, was already awake, knife in hand, his eyes like storm clouds. You feel it too? Cannon fire, I said. He grunted. Always comes after a storm. Some pirate pack thinks we're an easy mark. Wake the others. I nodded and moved through the restaurant, shaking shoulders, whispering names. The cooks and waiters stumbled up, bleary-eyed, grabbing cleavers instead of cutlasses. That was the thing about the Blue. Everyone here knew how to fight, because the sea didn't care if you were a chef or a soldier. As I reached the door, the system shimmered again. Event detected. Hostile boarding imminent. Subquest generated. Defend the restaurant. Optional reward. Skill Flame Step LV1. My pulse jumped. Flame Step. Even the name sounded like destiny. The pirates came in a black-hulled schooner, sails torn, flags tattered. The storm had gutted them, but hunger makes desperate men bold. Grappling hooks bit into our rail. Within minutes, boots thundered across the deck. I moved first. My body reacted before my mind caught up, legs sweeping, knives flashing. The training buried in this body blended with my old instincts. Every motion carried precision, like muscle memory sharpened by purpose. A bearded raider lunged at me with a rusted cutlass. I ducked under it and drove a kick into his gut. He flew backward, hit the railing, and went over with a splash. The system pulsed. Combat action registered. Physical power +1. Skill unlock progress 48%. Another came at me. I parried his swing with the flat of my knife, stepped inside his guard, and twisted. The motion ended in a spin kick that cracked against his jaw. Heat flickered at my heel, an orange spark, gone as soon as it appeared. Flame Step. Half-born. Zeph fought beside me like an old lion, every swing of his peg leg a battering ram. The crew rallied, turning chaos into a rhythm, crash of waves, clang of steel, hiss of oil from the kitchen where someone had kicked over a pan. Smoke began to curl upward. Fire, oil, blood, all the scents of war mixed with supper. The pirates started to falter. Then a deep voice cut through the noise. Enough. The leader stepped forward, a tall man wrapped in a soaked coat, one arm bound in crimson cloth. His gaze swept over us until it found me. A crooked grin. You, the cook who kicked my men into the sea. I said nothing. The heat in my leg was building again, brighter this time, crawling up from ankle to thigh. He drew his blade, serrated, cruel, and charged. Time slowed. I felt the world narrow to a single point, his blade's edge glinting in the lamplight, the slick planks beneath my feet, the whisper of wind at my back. My body moved on its own, guided by some hidden algorithm of survival. I sidestepped, pivoted, and drove my heel upward. Fire bloomed. Not the ordinary orange of a kitchen flame, but a deep, living crimson, licking around my leg like a spirit set free. The kick connected with his jaw, sending him airborne. When he hit the deck, the boards beneath him smoked. Skill unlocked. Flame Step LV1. Attribute agility +5, strength +3. Hidden title obtained. The Crimson Chef. I stared at the faint scorch mark where my foot had been. The fire faded, leaving only warmth and the smell of salt. The pirates hesitated, eyes wide. Their leader groaned once and didn't rise. Zeph barked. You heard him fall. toss the rest overboard before they torch my kitchen. Within minutes, the invaders were gone, some unconscious, some swimming for whatever mercy the sea would give them. The ship drifted free, swallowed by the dark. Silence returned. Only the rain remained, gentle now, tapping against the deck. Zeph leaned on the railing beside me, breathing hard. "That trick with your leg," he said quietly. "You've been hiding that." I hesitated. "Guess it just happened." He studied me for a long moment, then snorted. "Keep control of it. Fire's a friend till it burns your own house down." He limped off, muttering about repairs. I stood alone again, watching the last embers fade beneath my skin. The system stayed silent, but I could feel its satisfaction, like a cat purring somewhere inside my chest. Below deck, the others celebrated in the only way they knew, by cooking. Pots clanged, laughter echoed, and the smell of grilled fish filled the halls. I joined them late, hands still trembling from adrenaline. As I plated a new dish, storm crab simmered in sea salt butter. The heat returned, not violent this time but steady, a rhythm pulsing with every heartbeat. The system whispered softly. "Proficiency increased, cooking +10. Flame affinity stabilized. New trait, Battle Gourmet eye power amplifies when cooking after combat." I laughed under my breath. The line between chef and warrior was blurring fast. When the meal was done, we ate in silence, the kind that follows survival. The sea outside was calm again, moonlight stretching across the waves like a path. Somewhere out there, I knew, greater storms waited, pirates, monsters, maybe even heroes. But tonight I'd taken my first step. I looked at my reflection in the window, blonde hair damp, eyes burning with faint amber light. Not the man I used to be, not yet the legend. This body hinted at something in between, sharpening. I whispered to that reflection, "If the world wants to burn, I'll be the one who decides how hot the fire gets." Chapter 3, Morning After the Fire, Part 1. I woke to the sound of gulls. The air carried that familiar sting of salt and smoke, but beneath it lingered something else, burnt wood. When I sat up, I saw the faint scars from last night's fight etched into the deck. The boards were darkened where my heel had landed. Even now, the grain shimmered faintly, as if the fire had sunk deeper than the surface. I flexed my toes. Heat pulsed under my skin in time with my heartbeat, but it didn't hurt. It felt alive. Down below, the kitchen was already in motion. I could hear pots rattling, curses flying. The rhythm of it was comforting, chaos shaped by habit. I slipped on a clean shirt, tied the apron that hung by my door, and descended the narrow steps. The smell hit me first: sea bass grilling in butter, onions sizzling in oil, a hint of wine steaming away. It grounded me. No matter how strange this world became, that scent meant order. Zeph stood at the center stove, one leg braced on a crate, hands moving with the precision of someone who'd fought 1,000 battles both in and out of the kitchen. When he saw me, he didn't speak at first. Just studied me with that single sharp eye. "You sleep at all, Firefoot?" he asked finally. I grimaced. "Barely." Kept thinking the deck might light up again. His mouth twitched, half a smirk, half concern. "Then learn to control it. Power's a tool, not a toy." I nodded. He turned back to his pans. Conversation over. I took my usual station, cleaned a slab of tuna, and tried to lose myself in the rhythm of the knife. Slice, fold, wipe. Slice, fold, wipe. The repetition steadied my nerves. But every time the blade flashed, I saw last night again, the pirate's body flying, the flame blooming, the rush that came after. The system hadn't spoken since. It didn't need to. I could feel it watching, waiting for the next test. After breakfast service, the crowd thinned. The morning sun spilled across the sea like molten glass. A gentle breeze pushed through the open windows, fluttering the curtains. I stepped outside onto the narrow outer deck, cigarette in hand, though I hadn't yet lit it. Smoke or no smoke, the ritual mattered. It gave my hands something to do. For the first time since waking in this world, I felt the quiet. No shouting, no clatter, no alarms. Just the steady pulse of the ocean beneath the hull. The calm after a storm, something I'd rarely known in my old life. That's when the system flickered again. Skill stabilization complete. New option, skill training simulation available. Activate Y/N. I nearly dropped the cigarette. Simulation, I muttered. Y/N. Curiosity beat caution. Yet. Why? The world shifted. The deck vanished in a blur of light, and for a heartbeat I was falling. Then my feet found ground again, solid stone underfoot, a circle carved with unfamiliar runes. Around me stretched an empty plain, half sea, half sky. It wasn't real, I knew that instinctively. But it felt solid. Training simulation, controlled flame practice. Objective, maintain constant heat for 60 seconds. A faint spark ignited at my heel, obedient as a candle. I focused on breathing, keeping it steady. The fire pulsed brighter, responding to my heartbeat. I remembered Zeph's warning, power's a tool. The seconds dragged. Sweat trickled down my neck. The flame wanted to surge, to explode outward, but I forced it down, shaping it like dough, guiding it into stillness. When the timer ended, the light snapped off. My knees wobbled, but I was grinning. Skill level up, flame step LV.2. Sub-skill gained, ember control. Condition improved, muscle adaptation plus 2%. The plane dissolved. I blinked, and the real deck returned. The cigarette was gone, maybe it had never existed. My hands were steady, though, and the air around me hummed faintly warm. Zeph's voice came from the doorway. Talking to yourself again. I jumped. Just thinking about new recipes. He grunted, unconvinced, but didn't push. Good. We've got guests arriving by noon. Rich merchants, by the look of their ship. Try not to set anyone on fire. I'll do my best, I said, and meant it, though I wasn't sure which part of me was making that promise, the cook, or the thing that had begun to awaken inside him. Part 2: The change beneath the skin. The sea was calm that morning, too calm. Sunlight slipped across the water in broken shards, turning everything gold and still. I leaned against the railing, coffee in one hand, cigarette in the other, pretending the world made sense. But it didn't. Something was wrong with me. Or maybe right. I wasn't sure yet. Ever since the simulation ended, my body hadn't felt normal. My heartbeat was slower but stronger, every breath sharp and clean, like my lungs had been scrubbed from the inside out. I could hear the restaurant's heartbeat too, the creak of the hull, the footsteps below deck, the faint rush of waves against the keel. It wasn't just awareness. It was precision. Every sound had a distance, a weight, a meaning. I closed my eyes and focused. The world opened wider. I could track Zeph's movements in the kitchen from here, the scrape of his peg leg, the dull strike of a knife on wood, even the sigh he made after tasting a sauce. When I exhaled, smoke drifted from my mouth in thin, almost translucent threads. Except, it wasn't smoke. It was warm mist, shimmering faintly red before fading away. System update detected. Subtrait manifestation, thermal core awakening. Description: your body adapts to sustain higher internal temperatures. Enhanced stamina, reflexes, and perception. Thermal core. That explained the warmth pulsing through me. My blood felt like liquid fire, but it wasn't pain. It was energy. I flexed my right hand, then the left. The veins glowed faintly beneath the skin, only for a second, but enough to make me pause. The glow pulsed with my heartbeat, steady and alive. If Zeph saw this, he'd think I'd gone mad or possessed. Guess I'm halfway there, I muttered, rubbing my wrist until the light faded. I tried to shake it off, but the awareness clung to me through the morning rush. Every chop of the knife seemed to echo louder, every flick of the pan sharper. The food itself felt different beneath my hands. When I tossed herbs into a boiling pot, I could feel the chemical change, the herbs releasing oils, the broth absorbing them, heat knitting it all together. It was like the whole act of cooking had turned into a dialogue, and my body spoke the language fluently. I didn't realize how intense I'd become until one of the junior cooks, Tomo, barely 16, stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "Boss, your knife?" he said quietly. I glanced down. The blade's edge glowed faintly orange where my fingers had brushed the metal. I blinked, and the color vanished, leaving a faint curl of steam rising from the handle. I set it down carefully. "Guess the stove's running hot." He nodded quickly, not believing me but smart enough not to ask. When the noon bell rang, Zeph gathered the crew. The merchant guests were docking 3 small ships, rich paint and polished sails. From a distance they looked harmless, but I'd learned the sea had a way of disguising threats. We lined up at the front deck as the first group came aboard. Merchants, yes, but guarded by men who moved like soldiers. Too calm. Too quiet. While Zeph greeted them with his usual charm, my focus slipped elsewhere. The warmth inside me began to react again, pulsing faster. I wasn't doing anything to trigger it, it was responding to something. Then I saw him. One of the bodyguards, taller than the rest, eyes like black glass. He scanned the restaurant, then stopped on me. For a heartbeat, I felt his gaze push against mine like 2 waves colliding. The air thickened. The warmth in my chest flared. Alert, foreign energy detected. Thermal core resonance 12%. Foreign energy? The phrase stuck in my head, heavy as a threat. Whoever that man was, he wasn't normal. The system didn't react to regular people. Only to power. He smiled faintly, as if he knew exactly what I was thinking. Then Zeph clapped his hands. "Back to work, everyone." The moment broke, but the heat inside me didn't fade. It simmered low and dangerous, like a pot about to boil over. That afternoon, while the others served the guests, I hid in the storeroom and tested what I'd felt earlier. I focused on my breathing, on the warmth under my skin. This time, I didn't resist it. The fire stirred instantly. My pulse quickened. I raised my hand, and for the briefest second, a pattern of glowing lines crawled across my forearm, veins turned crimson, humming softly. The system chimed again. Subtrait expanded, thermal core phase 2. New passive, adaptive metabolism, body converts excess heat into stamina. Resistance to fatigue increased by 40%. I exhaled, shaking my head. The glow faded, but my mind raced. Whatever this thermal core was, it wasn't just a buff. It was changing me, rewiring me at the cellular level. I didn't need rest. I didn't feel hunger. I was evolving. And I had no idea how far it would go. Chapter 3: The Horizon Beckons. Night settled early, clouds smothering the stars. I stood on the deck rail, hands buried in my apron pockets, watching the last of the merchant ships vanish into the dark. The tall guard who'd stared me down earlier was gone, but the memory of his eyes lingered like an ember. My body still hummed. The thermal core, whatever it truly was, beat under my ribs like a second heart. Every breath came easy, every sound was crisp. The world felt closer, sharper, as if I could reach out and taste it. A shout broke the quiet. Ship approaching from the east. Small sloop, no flag. Zeph barked orders from below. The blue's lights flared to life, painting the water gold. Out on the horizon a small vessel bobbed, sails patched, mast crooked, laughter carrying across the waves. Whoever they weren't afraid of anything. As the sloop neared, I felt something strange in echo, not heat this time but motion. It pulsed in rhythm with the sea, a raw, reckless energy that made me grin before I could stop myself. Resonance detected. Free spirit signature. Note, potential compatibility high. Compatibility. I muttered. What? Am I recruiting allies now? The sloop bumped against our hull. A handful of travelers climbed aboard young, loud, mismatched. One wore a battered straw hat, another carried 3 swords at his waist, another had eyes that measured everything like a scientist dissecting the world. It hit me then, the impossible recognition. I knew these faces. Not them exactly, but the shape of them, the echoes of characters I'd once watched through a screen. For a heartbeat I was back on Earth, my old apartment, the glow of a monitor, the sound of an opening theme. One Piece. I remembered Sanji, the man I now inhabited, spinning through fire, laughing through pain, promising to feed the world. And now here I was, breathing the same air he once did, standing on the deck that had birthed his legend. The captain in the straw hat bounded up to Zeph, grinning wide. We're starving. Heard this place serves the best food on the sea. Zeph crossed his arms. We feed anyone with coin. You have any? The boy laughed. Not a single berry. The crew groaned. I couldn't help smiling. Some things never changed. Zeph's glare swung to me. You handle them. Feed them before they eat the furniture. I said, hiding the amusement in my voice. In the kitchen, I worked faster than I ever had. The fire obeyed like a trained beast, bending and rolling with every flick of my wrist. Flames danced along the pen's edge, bright but contained. The thermal core pulsed in harmony, feeding energy into every motion. The smell filled the room: seared fish, garlic, wine, smoke. The young captain leaned on the counter, watching me with wide-eyed fascination. You fight like that too? He asked suddenly. I raised an eyebrow. Fight like what? Like you cook. Fast. Burning. I hesitated, then smirked. Something like that. He grinned wider. Then you should sail with us. I laughed, but the sound caught halfway out of my throat. The idea shouldn't have made sense, but it did. The ocean called to me the way it once called to him. Maybe this was fate looping back, giving me the same choice. The system chimed softly, almost approving. Path branch detected. The voyage begins. Join the Free Spirit crew recommended. Warning, future trajectory unpredictable. Unpredictable. That word tasted right. I looked down at my hands, still faintly glowing from the heat. Back on Earth I'd watched stories like this to escape my own life safe behind a screen. Now I was inside one, standing at the edge of everything. I plated the final dish and slid it across the counter. The captain's eyes lit up as he took a bite. This is amazing. You're coming with us, right? I met Zeph's gaze across the room. The old man said nothing, but I caught the faintest nod. Maybe he saw what I did, that this was where the story turned. I untied my apron and set it on the counter. Yeah, I said quietly. Guess I am. The crew cheered. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying the scent of salt and adventure. I felt the fire stir again beneath my skin, bright and eager, ready for the next storm. As we sailed out into the night, I couldn't stop smiling. I'd once watched a hero chase his dream across endless seas. Now it was my turn to see how far the fire could take me. Chapter 4: The Fire at Sea. The ocean stretched endless and blue, a living thing that breathed and rolled beneath the ship's hull. I leaned over the rail, cigarette hanging from my lips, the breeze teasing my hair into a golden mess. It had been 3 days since I joined Captain Rio and his Free Spirit crew, and somehow, the world felt wider already. Rio, barefoot, straw hat, grin too big for his face, was at the bow laughing at nothing in particular. Beside him, Kane the swordsman sharpened his blades with the patience of a monk. Myra, our navigator, was at the helm, smart, sharp-eyed, and, unfortunately for me, immune to charm. I'd been testing that immunity all morning. So, Myra, I said, leaning casually on the wheel. A beauty like you shouldn't be steering, she should be adored. She didn't even glance at me. A man who burns everything he touches shouldn't flirt near wood. I chuckled. Then I'll stay close to you instead. You're fireproof, right? Keep talking and you'll find out. Kane looked up from his sharpening stone, smirking. She'll throw you overboard before we hit the next island. Then at least I'll drown in beauty, I said, hand on heart. Myra sighed, pushing me aside with a flick of the wrist. Go cook something before your ego starves. Rejection count, 3 before noon. New record. Down in the galley, the heat of the stove felt like home. Every motion was muscle memory now, the sizzle of butter, the rhythm of the knife, the pulse of the flame under my skin. The thermal core had grown stronger each day at sea, sinking with the fire I used. Sometimes it whispered a hum in my bones, a low vibration behind every heartbeat. It wasn't just power, it was instinct. I could feel how heat wanted to move, how energy flowed through food. Cooking had become more than craft, it was control. Chef. Rio's voice echoed down the stairs. Any meat left? Only if you haven't eaten the supply crate again, I shouted back. He laughed, the sound bright as sunlight. I couldn't help smiling. That kid had the same contagious optimism that made you believe in impossible things. After lunch, we hit rough waters, winds howling, waves slamming against the hull. Myra shouted orders, Kane tied down the rigging. I helped where I could, but part of me was fascinated. The storm's chaos stirred the core in my chest, it wanted to move with the wind. System alert, external energy surge detected. Thermal core adapting to atmospheric flow. New passive, thermal synchrony, convert kinetic heat from friction or motion into internal stamina. The moment I grabbed the wet ropes, warmth surged up my arms. My muscles tightened, stronger. The storm no longer pushed me, it fueled me. Not bad, Kane called out, gripping his sword with a grin. Didn't think a chef could wrestle wind. Not bad yourself, I shouted back. But I look better doing it. Lightning cracked across the sky, and for a heartbeat, I thought I saw the bolt curve toward me. My skin flared, veins glowing faintly red, and the electricity split midair, harmlessly dispersing into steam. Everyone froze. Rio blinked. Did you just cook the lightning? More like borrowed the heat, I said, forcing a grin. Inside, my pulse raced. The core wasn't done evolving, and that scared me as much as it thrilled me. By dusk the storm had passed. The crew celebrated with rum, laughter, and sea stew. Myra pretended not to smile when I ladled her bowl first, though she did mutter, still not interested. That's fine, I said with a grin. Your smile's enough to keep me warm. Then you're already overheating, she shot back. Rejection count, 7. Confidence level, unshaken. Rio leaned back in his chair. You're weird, chef. You flirt with everyone and still cook like a god. Cooking is love, I said, lighting another cigarette. Love just doesn't always love you back. Kane snorted. Or ever. I threw a spoon at him. He dodged. The laughter carried out onto the deck, mingling with the night breeze. For the first time since waking in this world, I didn't feel like an intruder. I felt alive. The core pulsed softly under my ribs, warm and steady, like it approved. I gazed out at the stars. Somewhere out there were stronger seas, stronger enemies, and maybe, just maybe, a few women who wouldn't dump me on sight. Until then, I had fire, food, and freedom. And honestly, that was enough. Chapter 5: The Starved and the Storm, Part 1. The ocean was too quiet. That kind of silence that didn't belong to calm seas, it belonged to hunger. I was in the galley, chopping onions, when the lookout's voice cracked through the still air. Ship off the starboard bow. It's barely afloat. I wiped my hands on my apron and stepped out onto the deck. The others were already at the rail, staring into the haze. There, drifting like a dying animal, was a massive ship. Torn sails. Charred hull. Black smoke rising from its decks. The storm had ended 2 days ago, but this vessel looked like it had sailed through hell itself. Myra squinted through her spyglass. No flag. No color. Just bodies. Rio frowned. Think it's a trap. Kane shook his head. Too broken for that. I didn't say a word. My chest felt tight like a ghost hand was gripping my heart. I knew this scene. I'd seen it once, on a glowing screen back in my old life. Starved pirates, crawling out of a ruined ship, begging for food from the floating restaurant. But that was a story. This was real. Zeph was still back at the galley's upper deck, cleaning his knives. When he caught sight of the wreck, his expression hardened. "Prepare rations," he said. "If they come aboard, they'll come hungry." I nodded. On it. As I moved back toward the kitchen, the déjà vu deepened. Each step echoed the episode I'd watched a lifetime ago. I could already hear the plea that was coming, that broken voice, the sound of pride collapsing under starvation. An hour later, we had them aboard. Half their crew couldn't stand. The rest looked like ghosts, sunken cheeks, lips cracked, skin gray from salt and thirst. Their captain, a hulking man with a battered breastplate, knelt before Zeph. He was known in these waters as Captain Krieger, the Iron Vulture. I'd heard the name whispered among sailors, a tyrant who'd raided dozens of ships. Seeing him like this, kneeling, was surreal. He tried to speak but coughed blood instead. One of his men stepped forward, trembling. "Please, food. Just a little, please." Zeph didn't move. The crew whispered nervously, hands on weapons. And me? My heart was racing. This is it. This is that moment. I remembered how the scene played out back home. The cook gave them food. The pirate betrayed him. The restaurant burned. But that was fiction. This was my choice. I stepped forward, carrying 2 trays of soup and bread. The pirates looked at me like I was a god descending from heaven. "Eat," I said quietly. "You're not dying in my kitchen." One man wept openly as he reached for the bowl. They devoured everything, not like men, but like beasts reborn. The captain managed a single spoonful before collapsing to his knees again, whispering something I almost didn't hear. "Why?" I shrugged. "Because hunger doesn't deserve punishment." Then it happened. The shift. The air thickened, not from heat, but from intent. Krieger's men straightened, hands drifting toward hidden blades. And I remembered exactly what came next in that episode. "Ah, hell," I muttered. "You're really doing this?" The captain looked up, eyes hard now, the weakness gone. "You fed us. For that, I thank you. But we take this ship." I dropped the tray. "Called it." Kane drew his sword. Myra braced the wheel. Rio shouted something about teamwork and friendship. I didn't hear any of it, my body was already reacting. The thermal core surged, pulsing hotter than it ever had before. My skin prickled. My vision sharpened until every droplet of sweat, every heartbeat, stood out in crystal clarity. Then the other feeling came, colder, deeper, hidden inside my bones. The system's voice followed. "Warning, latent genetic protocol detected. Activating blood-forged gene combat lineage, awakening 1%. Physical parameters increasing. Neuromuscular latency reduced. Blood-forged gene." I whispered. My hands glowed faintly crimson, the veins beneath my skin turning metallic gold for a heartbeat. So this was it. The other half of me, the part that wasn't just soul, but body. The part born from Sanji's bloodline, or whatever this world's version of it was. Krieger's men charged. My first kick split the deck. Not figuratively split it. Wood cracked, splinters flew, and 3 pirates flew backward into the railing, unconscious before they hit the floor. The core and the gene moved together. Heat and precision, flame and steel. Trait fusion detected. Bloodforge X thermal core equals flareborn form. Tier 1. Effect. Enhanced kinetic output. Cellular heat resistance 300%. Reflex time shortened by 0.08 seconds. I didn't need to understand the numbers. I could feel the result. My body was a weapon controlled, blazing, alive. The others watched in stunned silence as I moved through the pirates like wind and fire combined. No wasted motion. No thought. Just rhythm. I was the chef again, and they were ingredients in a storm. When the last man fell, the core cooled, the red glow fading from my skin. I stood there panting, surrounded by steam, the deck cracked but still holding. Krieger stared at me from where he'd fallen. "What are you?" he rasped. I smiled faintly. "A cook. Don't pick fights on an empty stomach." The sea wind blew cold against my burning skin. Zeph walked up beside me, his eyes sharp but calm. "You could have killed them all," he said. "Didn't have to," I answered. "They were hungry. Hunger makes fools of us all." He gave a slow nod. "Your fire's changing." "I know," I said, flexing my hand. "And it's only getting started." Out on the horizon, another ship appeared, small, lively, sails patched with color. A familiar energy pulsed from it. The same kind that had called to me once before. The next chapter of the story was on its way. Chapter 5: The Starved and the Storm, Part 2. The day after the battle, the air smelled of smoke and iron. We'd patched the deck, tossed the last of Krieger's men overboard with enough supplies to keep them alive, and scrubbed blood from the rails. Peace, at least for now. Zeph leaned against the galley wall, arms crossed. "You did well, kid," he said. "Too well." I half smiled. "Guess the fire's learning to behave." He snorted. "Fire doesn't behave. It adapts." By midday, the Free Spirit crew had gathered on the outer deck. Word had spread that a legendary swordsman, Drake Hawkeye Alaric, bearer of the Black Fang blade, had been spotted on a nearby drift island. He was the kind of man who didn't chase battles. Battles came to him. Kane was sharpening his swords again. He looked calmer than usual, almost serene. "I'm going," he said simply. Rio frowned. "You sure about that? You just finished patching holes in your ribs." "Doesn't matter," Kane replied. "A swordsman measures himself by the edge he's willing to test." I recognized that tone immediately. Zorro. The same burning pride. The same madness disguised as conviction. And suddenly, I remembered the next scene from the anime back home, the one that had always hit hardest. The duel. The loss. The promise. Only this time, it wasn't fiction. The island wasn't much, just a strip of wood and stone floating on calm seas, used by travelers as a rest stop. Drake was already there, sipping wine in the shade of a collapsed mast. His eyes yellow and sharp as a hawk's lifted when we approached. "Another challenger?" he asked, voice smooth but cold. "They come and go like waves." Kane drew his swords in answer. "Then let me be a storm." Drake smiled faintly. "Very well." He stood, and the world changed. Even before the blades clashed, I felt it, the pressure. It wasn't wind or sound, it was presence. Like gravity had chosen favorites. Their first strike sent a shockwave through the air, tearing splinters from the deck and spray from the sea. The duel began. I watched every motion, my pulse quickening. It was almost identical to what I remembered, the reckless determination, the calm predator's counter, the glint of steel before blood. But this time I was there. The sound wasn't from a TV, it was in my bones. Something inside me reacted. The thermal core thrummed like a heartbeat. The blood-forged gene pulsed cold in my veins. And then the system spoke. Environmental focus detected. Triggering cognitive synchrony protocol. New trait awakening code name. Sense field. My vision shifted. Time didn't stop, it stretched. I could see the tiniest shifts, the way Kane's heel pivoted before his strike, the flicker of Drake's eyes that betrayed direction, the faint ripple of killing intent before movement. It wasn't magic, it was awareness, expanded beyond the body. Every heartbeat carried data. Every breath told a story. This is, I whispered. Observation. Drake fainted left. Kane turned too late. The next slash cut the air clean, final, and Kane's sword shattered. He dropped to one knee, chest heaving, but his smile didn't fade. He'd lost, but like the man I remembered, he hadn't failed. Drake lowered his blade. Courage deserves respect, he said softly. Grow strong enough to challenge me again. Kane bowed, blood dripping from his arm. I will. When the duel ended, I stood there frozen. My senses still stretched outward past the island, across the sea. I could feel Zeph's heartbeat on the restaurant a mile away. I could feel the current of the wind, the tension of every rope on our ship. It was overwhelming and beautiful. Sense field established. Effect, predictive awareness. Emotional detection radius 30 meters. I exhaled slowly, gripping the railing until my knuckles whitened. Hunger. Fire. Gene. Now this. This world wasn't just letting me relive a story, it was letting me surpass it. Rio clapped my shoulder. You looked weird for a second. You okay? I smiled faintly. Yet. Just, seeing the world a little clearer now. Kane laughed weakly from the deck. Show off. Don't think you're the only one growing stronger. Wouldn't dream of it, I said, but the truth burned inside me. The core, the gene, the sense field, they were aligning, like parts of a map I hadn't yet learned to read. And somewhere out there, new waves were rising, waves I already knew from another life. But this time, they were mine to face. Chapter 6: Fire Meets Freedom. Morning light spilled across the Barati's deck, cutting through the smell of grilled meat and sea salt. My legs still ached from the duel yesterday. Watching Kane and Drake clash had carved their rhythm into my muscles. I'd spent half the night mimicking their movements on the quiet deck, testing how the thermal core could amplify balance and power through motion. Now, every step felt sharper, like gravity had agreed to cooperate. Zeph barked from the kitchen. Table 6 wants sea base. Stop staring at the horizon and move your feet. Old man, I said, though I was already moving. My footwork had become its own dance, heel glides, pivots, the slide of a chef between heat and rhythm. Even walking with a tray had turned into training. The day was ordinary until the ship appeared. A small brig with patched sails drifted in, sunlight flashing across a straw-colored flag shaped like a grin. 3 figures stood at the bow. A tall swordsman with bandaged ribs, a girl with hair the color of sunset, and a boy wearing a wide-brimmed hat and the biggest smile I'd ever seen. The boy waved both arms like a madman. Yo. Smells amazing. You got food. Zeph muttered. More pirates. Great. They docked with the kind of confidence only idiots or legends had. The girl Nemiya, someone whispered, stepped off first, her boots clicking on the deck. Every man in the room stopped for a heartbeat. She wasn't just beautiful, she looked capable. Eyes sharp, posture light, like the sea itself owed her respect. My heart forgot its job for a second. Then my mouth betrayed me. Welcome, angel of the tides. You honor this humble restaurant with your... Save it, she said, not even looking up from the menu. Just bring the special. Rejected in record time. Beautiful. Raffi, the straw hat captain, plopped into a chair beside her, grinning at me. You a cook? You look strong. Join my crew. I blinked. You don't even know my name. Don't need to. I can tell. You've got the fire for adventure. Zeph grumbled from the bar. You already trying to steal my staff. Raffi ignored him, laughing as though the whole sea was in on the joke. Before I could answer, a crash split the air. A group of rough-looking customers from the night before Krieger's leftovers had slunk back aboard, hoping to settle scores. One of them pointed at me with a jagged knife. There's the fancy-footed freak. Thought you could humiliate us and walk away. I sighed. I was hoping for a quiet morning. Raffi grinned wider. A fight? Sweet. Zeph didn't even glance up. Don't break the tables this time. They rushed me. 4 men, loud and desperate. I stepped forward, balanced on the balls of my feet, and let instinct take over. The thermal core pulsed. Heat crawled under my skin like music. My footwork wasn't brute force, it was art. The first kick snapped sideways, the motion so fluid it barely disturbed the air until impact. The second was a spin, a dancer's turn that let fire bloom at the edge of my heel. Wood cracked, men flew, and the restaurant filled with the scent of smoke and scorched pride. I heard someone whistle. Nami ya, watching from the counter, eyebrows raised. Stylish, she murmured. Raffi's eyes gleamed like a kid at a carnival. He's perfect. The last attacker lunged from behind. I pivoted on one foot, dropping low, my other leg swept in a blur, igniting briefly as it caught his ribs. He hit the floor, groaning. Thermal core sync, 89% heat flow stable. Footwork efficiency increased. I straightened, exhaling a thin thread of steam. The crowd stared. Raffi clapped like he'd just seen the circus. That was awesome. You fight like you're dancing. Cooking's all rhythm, I said, brushing soot from my shoe. Same principle. Zeph rolled his eyes, but I caught the corner of his mouth twitching upward. After the chaos, we sat outside. Raffi ordered another mountain of food, Nami ya counted coins with irritation, and Kane leaned quietly against the railing, bandages peeking through his shirt. The wind had softened, even the ocean seemed to listen. Raffi looked at me again. Join us, he said simply. We're heading for the Grand Line. I remembered this scene back home, on a screen, the cook joining the pirate who would change everything. But now, the question was mine. I looked at Zeph through the galley window. He didn't move, but his gaze met mine for a heartbeat. There was pride there, and release. I've got a dream, I said quietly. To find the sea that can't be reached by any map and to feed everyone I meet along the way. Raffi slammed his mug down. Then it's decided. You're our cook. Nami ya sighed. You can't just hire people like that. Sure I can, Raffi said. He already said yes in his heart. I laughed. Maybe he was right. That night, I packed my knives and my lighter boots, the ones Zeph had forged from old ship steel. When I stepped onto the deck, the moonlight painted the Baratai silver. Zeph stood there, arms folded, pretending not to care. You sure about this? He asked. I nodded. You always said a cook's duty is to see the world's flavors firsthand. He grunted. Don't burn the damn ocean. I'll try not to. He handed me a small bundle. Inside was a notebook, pages blank except for the first line, recipes for the sea. Fill it, he said. I swallowed hard. Thanks, old man. Then I turned toward the ship where my new crew waited, the boy with the straw hat, the woman who would never return my affection, the swordsman nursing both wounds and pride. A family I already knew, yet didn't. As the sails caught wind, Raffi shouted, next stop the Grand Line. The ship lurched forward. I gripped the railing, the ocean's spray kissing my face. My sense field pulsed to life, painting the world in lines of intent and motion. Every heartbeat on the ship felt distinct, Raffi's wild rhythm, Nami ya's sharp focus, Kane's steady resolve. I looked down at my feet. The deck beneath me hummed with energy, ready to dance again whenever I needed it. Fire curled at my heel, faint and playful. System log, all parameters stable. Thermal core and blood forge gene and sense field synchronized. Designation, Fire Dancer active. I smiled to myself. Freedom smelled like salt and smoke. Chapter 7 Wines of Freedom. The Baratai shrank into the horizon, a patch of gold and salt fading beneath the rising sun. For the first time since waking in this world, I wasn't serving dishes or scrubbing the galley. I was sailing into the unknown. The deck creaked beneath my boots, warm from the morning light. Above me, the flag snapped, a straw-colored emblem painted with a grinning face. Rafi's mark. It fluttered like laughter on the wind. Rafi stood at the bow, arms spread wide, the sea breeze tossing his hat. "Smell that," he said. "Freedom. It smells like salt and unpaid bills," Namiya muttered from the helm, checking her compass. Even irritated, she moved like poetry, one hand steady on the wheel, the other sketching routes across her chart. Kane sat cross-legged near the mast, sharpening his twin blades with meditative focus. Each stroke sang softly against the steel. Yusen leaned over the railing beside him, fumbling with his long-barreled slingshot. "If I hit that goal, do I get breakfast?" I flipped an omelet in the air. "Hit the goal, and you become breakfast." The crew burst out laughing. Even Kane cracked a smile. It didn't take long for me to fall into rhythm aboard the Sea Dancer. Morning, cook, clean, spar with Kane. Afternoon, chase Rafi away from the pantry, flirt with Namiya, fail, repeat. Night, stretch, train, think about home and what home even meant anymore. Every step I took across the deck carried a pulse of energy now. The thermal core hummed beneath my ribs, distributing heat evenly, guiding balance. My sense field painted motion lines in the air, invisible threads that showed me where the wind flowed. That's when I started experimenting. The first time, it was instinct. A storm rolled in fast, the kind that could gut a smaller ship in minutes. Waves slammed against the hull, ropes snapped, sails strained. "Get the main line secure," Namiya shouted. "We're losing the forward rig." I grabbed the rope, but the deck pitched violently, and the next wave tore it from my grip. The sail lurched free, flapping dangerously above. If it tore loose completely, we'd lose steering. My body moved before my brain did. Heat surged through my legs, the core flared, focusing down to my feet. I stepped not on the deck, but into the air. The world froze. For a single heartbeat, my soul pressed against something solid, pressure without substance, energy condensed from wind and heat. Then the next step came easier. Technique prototype detected. Designation, wind walk stage I. I kicked off the air again, rising higher, the wind folding beneath my weight like pliant glass. In 3 bounds, I reached the flailing sail. With one final leap, I twisted midair, flaming heels slicing through the tangled rope. The loose line coiled down safely to the deck below. I landed hard, knees bending to absorb the shock. Steam hissed from my boots. My lungs burned, but the exhilaration drowned it out. Rafi whooped from the helm. "You flew." Namiya stared, hair plastered by rain. He walked on air. Kane sheathed his sword slowly. "Show off." I just laughed, breathless. Guess I got tired of the floor. By nightfall the storm had passed. The ocean glittered under moonlight, calm again, that strange calm that comes only after surviving chaos. Rafi sat cross-legged on the bow, gazing at the stars. "See that one?" he said, pointing up. "That's the dream star. Every sailor who follows it finds what they're looking for. Even fools." I asked. "Especially fools," he grinned. Yusen yawned beside the mast, slingshot dangling from his hand. "If you two start singing, I'm jumping overboard." Namiya was charting the new course by lamplight. Every now and then her eyes flicked toward me, or maybe the faint glow still radiating from my boots. You're lucky you didn't burn a hole in the sail, she said. Admit it, I replied. You were impressed. She smirked. Maybe a little. Still not falling for you. I pressed a hand dramatically to my chest. Tragic. Another wound to the heart. Don't worry, Kane murmured, not looking up from polishing his blade. Scars build character. The following morning, trouble came sniffing. A small black-hulled ship appeared on the horizon, flying a crooked skull flag. Through my sense field, I could feel their intent sharp, hungry, desperate. Pirates, Yusin said, squinting through his scope. Looks like scavengers. Raffi grinned. Then let's play. The ship drew closer, cannons glinting. They fired first sloppy, panicked shots that splashed short of our bow. Hold steady. Namiya shouted. I moved forward, already feeling the core heating up. My body felt lighter, the wind around me responded like an old friend. Think we should warn them? Raffi asked, smiling. I'll handle it, I said. The next moment was pure instinct and rhythm. I kicked off the deck, flames curling from my heel, then stepped once, twice, into the air. Wind solidified beneath me. The world blurred. In an instant, I was above the enemy ship. Their crew froze mid-reload. I spun midair, channeling all heat through my right leg. Let's turn up the stove. My heel crashed down, fire spiraling outward. A circle of heat rippled across their deck, not enough to burn, just to warn. Wood blackened, sails smoked, and every man dropped his weapon. When I landed back aboard the Sea Dancer, Raffi's laughter boomed across the water. That was amazing. You're like a flying chef of doom. Just a cook, I said, brushing ash from my coat. But I do like my meals flambéed. By evening, the adrenaline faded, replaced by quiet satisfaction. We ate together roasted fish, bread, and the kind of laughter that makes strangers feel like family. Yusin told wild stories about sea monsters. Kane offered curt corrections. Namiya complained about the salt ruining her hair, and Raffi sang tunelessly about adventure. I leaned back against the railing, staring at the stars again. The windwalk had drained me, but every ache felt earned. Technique stabilized. Windwalk stage I complete. Next potential, air stride combo. For a moment, I thought about the anime version of this life, the one I'd watched from a couch far away. But this wasn't a story anymore. This was real. The wind under my feet, the laughter around me, the heat in my chest, all of it mine. Raffi raised his cup. To the crew of the Sea Dancer. We echoed him, voices colliding with the wind. As the ship cut across the dark water, I looked down at my boots. A faint shimmer danced around them, the promise of sky beneath every step. Next, I murmured, I'll learn to run with the wind itself. And somewhere deep inside, the fire answered. Chapter 8 Echoes of the Past. The sea was calm that morning, the kind of calm that makes you forget it ever tried to kill you. Waves lapped gently against the hull, the Sea Dancer cutting smooth and steady through the open blue. The sunlight was sharp, the deck warm beneath my boots. It felt like peace, or as close as you could get when your captain was Raffi. He was perched on the figurehead again, hat tilted low, grinning into the wind like he owned the horizon. Kane sat nearby, arms crossed, pretending not to watch him in case it looked like admiration. Namiya leaned against the railing, sketching new map lines with the precision of a queen measuring her domain. Yusin napped with one leg over the railing, snoring softly, his slingshot still clutched in hand. And me? I was staring at my boots. The faint shimmer around them was gone now, but I could feel it, the residual hum of power waiting under my skin. Wind walk. It wasn't just a trick of balance anymore. It was real. Tangible. Mine. I crouched, tightening my stance, letting the warmth flow from the thermal core down through my calves. My body moved lighter, steadier. The air pressure responded, bending just enough beneath me. One step, then another. I rose a few inches off the deck, standing in midair. Still looks freaky, came Namiya's voice. I glanced back. She was watching with that half-curious, half-annoyed look that made her seem like she wanted to both take notes and throw a shoe at me. Freaky, I said, smiling. Elegant. Graceful. Revolutionary, even. The word revolutionary hit a strange nerve. Something about it scratched at the back of my mind. Revolutionary. Revolution Army, and then... Oh no. My memory sparked, unspooling an image I hadn't thought about since waking in this world. A tall, flamboyant figure with purple hair, makeup that defied physics, and an aura of chaotic confidence. A man, no, a force who could blink through the air and shout hey hey hey, with a face that could terrify both pirates and marines alike. Emporio. Ivankov. My stomach dropped. Oh, hell no, I muttered under my breath. In an instant, my brain betrayed me. I saw him not really there, but vividly enough to make me freeze midair. Ivankov, arms spread, grinning wide enough to swallow the sun. Ho 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 ho. Little Cook-san, are you practicing my windy HAAA style? No no, I am not, I whispered sharply, shaking my head. You move so fabulously. The air kisses your heels, the wind bows to your curves. Curves. I have no stop talking. You must embrace it, darling. To walk on air, one must walk with flair. Get out of my head. I lost balance, dropping back onto the deck with a loud thud. The entire crew turned. Raffi blinked. You okay, Sanjay? Fine. I said too quickly, brushing dust off my coat. Just, gravity testing. Yusin sat up, rubbing his eyes. You yelling at gravity now? Don't worry, Namiya said dryly. He's probably flirting with the wind. Kane sighed. I wish I could unsee that. I waved my hands. No, no, you don't understand, it's an old memory. They stared. I exhaled. Never mind. Let's just say there are some techniques I don't want to copy. Later that afternoon, when the others were resting, I slipped to the upper deck to train again, trying hard not to think of Ivankov's manic grin every time I jumped. I slowed my breathing, grounding myself. Focus. Control the heat, not the other way around. This time I didn't force it. I let the warmth spread gently through my legs, then outward, following the air currents instead of resisting them. When I stepped up again, the air didn't push back, it welcomed me. I hovered a moment, body steady, eyes closed. The sea wind whistled past, carrying the scent of salt and something clean. Wind walk stabilized. Stage 2 prototype, air glide. I took a deep breath and leaned forward. The wind caught me like an invisible current, sliding me across the deck in a silent glide. It felt natural, as if my body had always known how to move like this, and I was only remembering. Show off, Kane said from below. He was sitting in his usual spot by the mast, sharpening his swords. Did he ever not sharpen those things? Jealous. I called down. Of what? Floating. Of style, I said with a grin, landing beside him. He glanced at me, eyes calm but sharp. Style doesn't win fights. I shrugged. Maybe not. But it sure makes victory look better. Namiya walked by with her charts, rolling her eyes. You two are ridiculous. Raffi popped up from below deck, grinning ear to ear. Ridiculous is good. Means the day's going great. Yusin trailed behind him, chewing on a biscuit. Or it means the captain's about to do something dangerous again. Raffi gasped. Dangerous? Me. Yes, we all said in unison. That evening, I cooked dinner for everyone, grilled sea bass, buttered bread, and enough spice to wake the dead. As we ate, laughter filled the deck. The food, the sea, the noise, it all blended together like music. For a moment, I forgot about Ivankov's imaginary taunting. Forgot about my past life. Forgot about how impossible this all was. I was just me, the cook of the sea dancer, surrounded by idiots who were quickly becoming friends. When the plates were cleared and the stars returned, I went to the railing alone. The night wind wrapped around me, gentle and cool. Below, waves sparkled faintly under the moonlight. I looked down at my boots again. A faint shimmer of air curled around them, quiet, waiting. Windwalk fully integrated. Potential unlocked. Sky step sequence. My lips curved into a smile. Thanks for the nightmare fuel, Ivankov, I murmured. But this style's mine now. The breeze stirred in response, light and free. And as the sea dancer sailed into the night, I swore I could almost hear laughter, not mocking, but approving, echoing somewhere in the back of my mind. Chapter 9: A Cook's Heart. The morning sunlight spilled over the deck like honey, warm and golden. Gulls wheeled lazily above the sea dancer as the ship rocked gently on the waves. It was peaceful. Too peaceful. Perfect, I muttered, straightening my tie. The ideal stage for romance. Today wasn't about training. It wasn't about windwalk or fighting. Today was about her. Namiya. Our navigator, our storm tamer, the woman who could guide a ship through hell and still look breathtaking doing it. I stepped into the galley, cracking my knuckles. All right, Sanji, focus. You've got one mission, breakfast worthy of an angel. The smell of sizzling butter filled the air, followed by the sharp, sweet bite of citrus and spice. I moved with rhythm, pan in one hand, ladle in the other, my body dancing between counters like a musician lost in his own melody. I flipped an omelette midair, letting a controlled burst of wind from my heel keep it afloat. The dish landed perfectly on a plate already decorated with sliced fruit shaped into little hearts. Subtle, I whispered proudly, setting it aside. Raffi peeked in through the doorway. You're cooking like you're proposing marriage again. Marriage, I said, scandalized. This is a humble breakfast for the most radiant woman under the Sunday. Kane appeared behind him, arms crossed. You mean Namiya? Of course. Yusin snorted. He's at it again. 10 berries say he gets rejected before dessert. You're on, Kane said immediately. I ignored them, adjusting my cuffs. Gentlemen, jealousy is an ugly shade. Try not to let it ruin your appetite. By the time I carried the tray to the deck, the others were already seated. Namiya sat by the railing, hair glinting in the sun, her focus fixed on her maps. I cleared my throat, stepping lightly and maybe just a little too dramatically across the deck. With a flick of my heel, the air beneath me rippled. Wind walk. Each step floated, effortless and smooth, as I crossed the gap from the galley to her table in slow, graceful strides. Raffi's jaw dropped. He's floating again. Yusin sighed. Yeah, but look at his face. He's not walking, he's posing. They weren't wrong. My eyes probably looked like hearts. Good morning, Namiya, I sang, spinning the tray once before setting it down with a bow. Today's special, sunrise omelette with caramelized tangerine glaze, served with a side of pure devotion. Her pen stopped mid-line. She blinked at me. Pure what? Devotion. I repeated, smiling like the idiot I was. Raffi choked on his drink. Kane didn't even look up. He's dead. Namiya sighed. Just put the plate down before your ego falls into the sea. Gladly. I said, heart swelling anyway. For you, I'd walk the entire ocean if it meant. Crash. I slipped on the last step, landing flat on my back. The tray somehow stayed level, floating thanks to one last desperate kick of wind. The food landed perfectly on the table. I did not. The crew burst out laughing. Even Kane's stoic face twitched. Nami smirked faintly. Nice save, Romeo. From the floor, I groaned. Worth it. Breakfast went on, filled with laughter and teasing. I tried to focus on my food, but every time she brushed her hair back or leaned over her map, my pulse jumped. The sunlight caught in her eyes like fire on water, beautiful, bright, and completely out of reach. It wasn't just attraction. It was gravity. I'd seen her in another life on a glowing screen, in an animated world where she was untouchable. Now she was real. And I was sitting across from her, sharing a table, pretending my heart wasn't trying to sprint out of my chest. When everyone finished, Nami lingered a moment longer than usual. She looked at me, her expression softening just a little. Hey, she said quietly. Thanks for the meal. It was really good. I blinked. She didn't flirt back. She didn't tease. She just smiled, small and genuine. And damn, that smile was more dangerous than any pirate I'd ever face. I smiled back but didn't say what was really burning in my chest. Because in that moment, I remembered what was coming. Arlong. That shark-faced monster and his crew. The one who would take everything from her. The one who made her cry. Not this time. I looked at her, my heart settling into something quieter, sharper. I know what's waiting for you, Nami. And I swear on the name I used to have, on the fire in my blood, it won't happen again. I'll burn every last fishman in the sea before I let him touch you. Her voice broke through my thoughts. You're spacing out again. I blinked. Just thinking how your smile outshines the Sunday. She rolled her eyes. There it is. Raffi laughed. He never stops. But for once, I didn't mind the laughter. Because under the jokes, the burns, the teasing, my resolve had set like stone. I'd seen too many versions of her story. This time, I was in it. And I wasn't letting history repeat itself. That night, when the stars came out, I practiced wind walk again quietly this time, with the moon as my only witness. Each step across the air felt easier, lighter, more precise. Not for her pride. Not for her power. But for her. The breeze carried her laughter from below deck, faint and warm. I smiled to myself. Nami, even if you never look my way, I'll make sure you never have to cry again. The wind shifted, wrapping around me like a whisper. And I took another step into the air, steady, sure, and burning with purpose. Chapter 10, Waves of Blood and Tears, Part 1. Sanji's POV. The ocean was too still. Cocoa Village sat on the horizon like a wound that refused to close. Even before we docked, the air felt thick with fear, the kind that clings to walls and breathes through silence. Nami stood at the bow. The morning wind tangled her orange hair, but her face was locked in that same blank mask I'd seen the night before. I wanted to say something, anything, but the words caught in my throat. I'd watched this moment before, back on Earth, in a warm room where it was just a story. Now, it was real. We tied off the sea dancer and stepped onto the pier. Every villager we passed kept their eyes down. Doors closed softly behind us. Even Raffi's grin wavered, just a little. That night, I woke to footsteps. Light, careful, but not careful enough. Nami. She moved like a ghost, the moon painting her skin silver. I followed, heart drumming in my ears. The path curved through the forest and down toward the ruined tower that marked the edge of the sea. I saw them before she did, tall silhouettes with gills flashing and skin glinting blue under the moon. Fishmen. Arlong's lieutenants. I crouched in the shadows. Here, she whispered, holding out a sack heavy with coins. It's everything. They laughed. One of them, the saw-nosed brute called Chu, snatched the bag and tossed it in the dirt. You think this is enough to buy your village's freedom? He kicked sand in her face. Something in me snapped. I took one step forward and stopped. My jaw locked. My fists trembled. This was her pain. The pain that made her who she was. I couldn't steal that moment from her. So I watched, every muscle screaming to move, until the fishman left her kneeling in the sand. When she finally broke down, sobbing into her hands, I whispered into the dark. I'll fix this, Namiya. I swear it. Rafi's POV. Morning came gray and silent. When they noticed Namiya gone, no one spoke at first. Kane's hand hovered near his sword. Yusin stared at the deck, muttering something I couldn't hear. Rafi looked at the village once, then at the horizon. Let's go, he said. No jokes. No grin. Just that calm tone that meant the storm was coming. Sanji's POV. Our long park rose before us like the jaw of some giant beast. Stone teeth, wide gates, the smell of salt and blood. Our long waited, lounging on his throne, grin full of needles. More humans, he said. You never learn. Rafi stepped forward, his straw hat shadowing his eyes. You made Namiya cry. And what of it? Arlong sneered. Rafi smiled, slow and dangerous. I don't like when my friends cry. His arm drew back longer, stretching beyond reason and then. Gomu Gomu no pistol. The punch slammed into Arlong's chest, the impact exploding through the courtyard. Stone shattered. Fishmen shouted. The war began. Kane's POV. The first wave hit like a tide of claws and teeth. He met them with both swords drawn, blades flashing through spray. Two sword-style tide splitter. Arcs of steel carved through the chaos. His breathing stayed even. Beside him, Rafi moved like a rubber storm, fists bending the air itself. For a second Kane smirked. Show off. Yusin's POV. He crouched behind a fallen column, hands shaking as he reloaded. Every sound was too loud, the crash of waves, the roars, the screams. But then he saw her Namiya, standing near the tower, frozen. He bit his lip. Not again. He fired. The bullet hit a bell above the gate, the bell toppled, crashing down on a group of fishmen that were circling Kane. He blinked, stunned. Then grinned. Lucky shot my. A spear hit beside his boot. He dove for cover again, hard hammering. Sanji's POV. Chu found me first. He spat jets of water like bullets, each blast sliced through stone. I slipped between them, breath shallow, feet barely touching the ground. Wind walk. The air thickened under my soles, supporting me just enough for the next leap. I kicked off, spinning, heel grazing flame. Flambe strike. The fire caught his side, the smell of scorched scale filled the courtyard. He roared and dove for the pool, steam hissing around him. When my boots hit the ground again, my legs trembled. The strain was worse than before. My breath came out ragged. Then I felt it. A pulse like electricity under my skin. My vision sharpened. I could hear heartbeats, see paths of motion before they happened. Observation hacky. The world slowed to rhythm and intent. Chu surfaced, firing another jet. I moved before he did, kicking a fragment of debris into its path. The shot deflected. Then came a metallic ring from my own body like steel sliding under flesh. For one heartbeat my skin shimmered silver, veins glowing faintly blue. The Vinsmoke gene. I stared at my hands in disbelief. The punch that would have broken bone had left not even a bruise. So it's real. I clenched my fist and forced the shimmer down, willing it to fade. Not yet. Not here. Rafi needed to be the light. I'd stay in the shadow. Chapter 10 Waves of Blood and Tears, Part 2. Sanji's POV. Arlong was already on the move when I reached the center of the courtyard. He towered above Rafi, gills flaring, teeth flashing like knives. Rafi's feet sank into the broken tiles. He was smiling again, of course he was. The idiot grinned at monsters. I hung back near the shadows, breathing hard. My heartbeat felt mechanical, too steady, too strong. The faint silver tint that had crept along my skin earlier still shimmered under the soot. I could feel heat pooling at the soles of my feet, the windwalk itching to burst again. Arlong lunged. Raffi bent backward, body stretching, and the shark man's claws swiped air. Raffi's counterpunch snapped forward too shallow. Arlong's height absorbed it. Raffi stumbled. Arlong's laughter boomed through the ruins. I moved before I could think. Wind caught under my heel. I shot forward, slicing past debris. A quick side kick connected with Arlong's jaw, not enough to be noticed as a real hit, just enough to shift his balance. Raffi's next blow landed clean. He didn't see me. Good. Namiya's POV. The courtyard was chaos. Smoke, dust, the smell of salt and blood. She wanted to run. She wanted to believe she could still talk her way out of this, but Arlong's laughter made that impossible. He had taken everything from her, again and again. Every coin she'd saved, every dream she'd stitched together. When she saw Sanji dart through the smoke, silent, graceful, impossible, something cracked in her chest. He shouldn't have been here. None of them should. Tears stung her eyes. Please, stop. Arlong's eyes snapped toward her. You. He grinned. Still pretending you're free. The world shrank to that grin. She raised the dagger, trembling. Sanji's POV. She was going to do it, stab herself like in the memory that haunted me back on Earth. I didn't think. I just moved. One instant she was raising the blade, the next, I was in front of her, hand closing around her wrist. The metal bit into my palm but didn't break the skin. The gene again hardening. You don't have to, I said. Her eyes were wide, full of hurt. I can't stop him. Yes, you can. My voice cracked. You already did. Behind us, Raffi's voice cut through the dust. Of course we'll help you. I felt her body tremble, then collapse against my shoulder. For a heartbeat, everything was still. Then Arlong roared. Raffi's POV. He could still taste blood in his mouth. Every time the shark man struck, it felt like getting hit by a cannon. But he couldn't stop smiling. He'd seen Sanji appear out of nowhere, catch Namiya's hand before she could hurt herself. He didn't know how the cook had moved that fast, but the sight burned something fierce and bright inside him. That was family. Arlong charged again. Raffi's rubber arm coiled back, muscles winding like rope. Gomu Gomu no bazooka. The impact blasted through stone, the ground split. Arlong crashed into the tower wall but still came up snarling. Not enough, the fishman spat. You're just a child. Raffi spat blood, grinning. Then I'll hit you like one. Sanji's POV. Raffi was losing ground. The tower was collapsing behind him, and every punch he threw rattled through his bones. I stayed low, darting between shadows, kicking down stray fishmen who tried to flank him. Nobody saw me, not Raffi, not Kane, not Yusin. The Vinsmoke power thrummed under my skin, begging to be used. Just once, I thought. Just to even the field. I exhaled and let the controls slip. The world flashed white-blue. Lines of energy traced down my legs, the metallic sheen returned, faint but real. I stepped and the air exploded. Windwalk became something sharper. Every motion left a crack in the air. I crossed the courtyard in a heartbeat, planted a heel into the ground just as Arlong lunged again. The impact threw up a cloud of dust, tilting his trajectory half a meter to the left. Raffi's eyes widened. He hadn't seen me, but his punch followed the new angle perfectly. Gomu Gomu no giant axe. Arlong didn't even have time to roar. The hit drove him straight through the floor of his own throne room. The shockwave rippled through the park, tearing apart the last pillars and shattering the grinning gate. Kane's POV. Silence. Then water rushed in from the broken moat, flooding the courtyard. He sheathed his sword slowly. That idiot actually did it, he muttered. He looked toward the smoke and caught a glimpse of Sanji crouched in the rubble, breathing hard, one hand pressed to his thigh. For a moment the cook's skin shimmered silver in the sunlight, then it was gone. Kane blinked. Must have imagined it. Yusin's POV. The explosion knocked him off his perch. When the dust cleared, all he could see was the wreckage and Raffi standing in the middle of it, shoulders slumped, hat tilted. Then Raffi raised a fist and whooped. Yusin laughed until his voice cracked. We're alive. We actually we won. Nami Ya's POV. She stood in the ruins of Arlong Park, the sea wind whipping her hair. The tower that had haunted her since childhood was gone. Sanji was kneeling nearby, smoke rising from his boots, watching the horizon instead of her. She saw his hands trembling, half from exhaustion, half from restraint. She stepped closer. You helped him, didn't you? He smiled without looking up. Me? I just cooked breakfast. She almost laughed. Liar. The wind carried the sound away. Sanji's POV. When we finally left the island, the sky was clean again. The villagers waved from the shore, shouting thanks, tossing flowers into the surf. Raffi was already talking about the next island. Kane was sharpening his blades. Yusin was bragging. Nami Ya sat at the bow, quiet but smiling, really smiling for the first time. I leaned against the rail, cigarette between my lips, watching her. The metallic glint still flashed under my skin when the sun hit just right. I could feel the haki stirring again, the faint hum of awareness. I knew what it meant. I was changing. And if anyone ever made her cry again, I'd show them exactly what a monster the Vinsmoke blood could make of me. For now, though, I exhaled smoke into the sea breeze and whispered to myself. Not yet. Let the captain have the light. I'll handle the shadows. Excellent choice. We'll keep it Sanji's POV, lightly humorous, full of his flirtatious personality, and threaded with that undercurrent of warmth and recovery. Here's your next chapter, 2,000 words. Chapter 11, The Smell of Tangerines. Sanji's POV. The sun over Kokoyashi felt different that morning, warmer, maybe, or maybe it was just that nobody was crying anymore. The wind carried the scent of sea salt and tangerines instead of smoke and blood. I leaned on the fence outside the village square, cigarette dangling from my lips, watching Raffi wrestle a group of kids who kept yelling that they wanted to punch like a rubber man. He laughed, of course. That idiot could get beaten half to death and still grin like the world was a joke meant only for him. Kane was off to the side sharpening his swords again and pretending not to care when the kids asked if he could cut lightning. Yusin was bragging to anyone with ears about how his perfectly planned shot had saved the battle. Typical morning after a war. I exhaled smoke toward the sky and let my gaze drift to Namiya. She was standing by the tangerine grove near the chief's house, her hair catching the light like gold dust. For once, she wasn't hiding behind that wall of sadness. She was smiling. That alone made my legs feel weak, which, in my defense, is perfectly natural for a man of culture and appreciation. Oi, curly brow. Raffi called. You gonna stand there drooling all day or help with the food? Captain, I said, flicking ash at his feet, when you can tell the difference between salt and sugar, maybe then I'll let you near my kitchen. He just laughed and went back to entertaining the kids. The village thanks. Genzo, the village chief, gathered everyone in the square afternoon. His face was lined from years of worry, but his voice carried like thunder. Straw hats, he barked. You saved this village from hell. I can't say enough, thank you. The villagers erupted in cheers. Yusin nearly tripped over himself bowing. Kane gave a stiff nod. Raffi scratched his head and grinned. When they looked at me, I just tipped my cigarette. All I did was cook. A lie, but one worth keeping. Genzo smirked. Then we owe our lives to your cooking." Laughter rippled through the crowd, and someone slapped me on the back hard enough to make me cough. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her standing near the grove, arms crossed, blue hair glinting under the sunlight. Nojiko. The sister. I'd seen her before on a screen, not a street. Back then, she'd been pixels and voice lines. Now she was real, tall, confident, a little dangerous in that quiet, steady way. She walked straight up to me and looked me over like she was inspecting a melon at market. "So you're the cook," she said. I gave her my best smile, the one that melts hearts and earns slaps in equal measure. "Indeed, mademoiselle. Sanji, the sea's most devoted servant of beauty. And you must be Nojiko," she said, still staring at me. "Nami's sister." Of course. I should have guessed by the shared perfection. She raised an eyebrow. "Are you flirting right after fighting a war?" "Flirting is a way of life," I said solemnly. "Even heroes must eat, breathe, and admire beauty." She laughed, actually laughed, which made my heart do an unnecessary somersault. "Careful," she said, turning toward the grove. "You might make me believe you mean it." "Oh, I mean every word." I called after her, but she was already walking away, hips swaying just enough to ruin my focus. Raffi appeared beside me like a ghost. "You drool too loud," he said. "Mind your own ship, Captain." The feast. That night, we cooked for the whole village. Well, I cooked. Raffi tried to help but ended up turning fish stew into something resembling melted rope. Kane chopped vegetables so aggressively half of them turned into puree, and Yusen kept sneaking bites every time he thought I wasn't looking. Still, when the tables filled and the smell of roasted meat and citrus hit the air, even I had to admit it felt right. The villagers ate like people who hadn't known joy in years. Music drifted through the square. Someone had brought out drums, another a flute. Kids danced around the fire while Raffi joined in, stretching his arms ridiculously long just to make them laugh. I found myself smiling too. Then Namiya appeared beside me, holding 2 glasses of juice. "You should eat something," she said softly. I took the glass. "Only if you drink with me." She rolled her eyes, but her smile stayed. "Fine." We stood there, side by side, watching the celebration. The orange glow from the fire painted her face in soft light. "You really scared me," she said after a while. When you jumped in front of our long." I smirked. "I do that for all beautiful women. Occupational hazard." She elbowed me. "Idiot." We laughed, and for the first time since I'd woken up in this world, the sound didn't feel borrowed. It felt like mine. After the feast. Later, when the fire was just embers, I wandered back toward the grove. The air was heavy with the smell of tangerines and earth. Nojiko was there, picking fruit in the dark. She looked over her shoulder when she heard my steps. "Can't sleep?" she asked. "I'm a cook," I said, lighting a cigarette. "We only rest when everyone's full." She smiled faintly. "You did good today. Nami's free. That's something I never thought I'd see." Her voice cracked just a little at the end. I wanted to say something comforting, but the words caught somewhere between my heart and my throat. Instead, I offered her the cigarette. She took it, inhaled once, then handed it back. "You're strange, Sanji." "I get that a lot." We stood there a while, just listening to the ocean. Finally she said, "Take care of her." "I already promised," I said quietly. "Even if she doesn't know it." She nodded, then turned back toward the grove. "You better keep that promise, curly brow." The nickname hit a little too close to home. I laughed anyway. The morning after, when dawn came, our ship was ready. The villagers lined the shore, waving and shouting. Genzo saluted. Nojiko stood with her arms folded, a smirk on her lips. Raffi jumped aboard first, yelling something about finding the greatest meat in the world. Yusin was already bragging about how he could hit seagulls mid-flight now. Kane ignored them all, sharpening his blades like the world's angriest monk. Namiya was the last to board. She turned once, looking back at her village, her home, her sister. Then she smiled. I caught that smile and tucked it away somewhere deep inside where memories turned to motivation. As the sails filled and the island drifted away behind us, I leaned on the rail and whispered to the wind. Next stop, whatever trouble comes next. And maybe, another beautiful lady or two. Raffi yelled from the mast, "You talking to yourself again, cook? Practicing poetry, Captain?" I shouted back. "Make it rhyme." "Can't rhyme with idiots." The crew burst out laughing. The sea glittered, the ship creaked, and for once, everything felt right. The past was behind us. The horizon was wide open. And I, Sanji, cook of the sea, hopeless romantic, and maybe a little bit of a monster, was just getting started. Chapter 11: Sunlight on the Sea. Morning crept over Kokoyashi village like a sigh of relief. The sea breeze no longer stank of iron or blood, and for the first time since we'd arrived, I could hear laughter, real laughter, echoing through the streets. We'd won. Arlong was gone. My body still ached from the night before. Every step sent a small tremor through my leg muscles, reminders of what I'd done. Of what I'd become. Beneath the rolled-up cuffs of my black pants, faint veins of silver still pulsed under the skin, fading slowly. I hoped no one noticed. "Cook-san." Yusin's voice shattered the peace. He was waving from a nearby stall, a piece of fried fish skewered on a stick. "They're giving away food. Free. You should wait, you made most of this, didn't you?" "Of course I did, you fool," I said, flipping my cigarette between my lips. "A victory feast deserves proper flavor." He grinned. "Well, don't get mad if the fishmen taste better than your cooking." I glared. "Say that again, and I'll kick the next meal down your throat." Raffi laughed from behind me. "Hey, that's mean. Don't waste food." His grin was back to full strength, and his arm was already stretching toward a platter of dumplings someone held too far away. "Gomu gomu no. Snack. Pay for that, you rubber idiot," the vendor shouted. I shook my head. Idiots. All of them. And yet, when I looked at them, at us, I felt something twist in my chest. Family. That word didn't taste bitter anymore. The village chief, Genzo, approached us a little later. His face still carried the map of old scars, but his eyes were calm for once. He bowed, deeply, something I never expected from a man that proud. "On behalf of Kokoyashi," he said, "thank you." Raffi scratched his head. "Ah, don't mention it. Namiya's our friend." Genzo's gaze shifted toward Namiya, who was standing a little behind us, arms folded but smiling faintly. For the first time, she wasn't pretending to be strong, she was strong. "There's a difference." She looked at me. For a second, I forgot how to breathe. Then a new voice cut through the crowd. "Oi, sis. You finally picked some decent friends, huh?" She was tall, confident, with blue hair tied back and a smirk that said she'd seen through every lie before you told it. "No, Jaiko." The sunlight caught the little tattoo on her shoulder, the same one Namiya wore, the one that used to mark her pain and now marked her freedom. She walked up to us, gave Raffi an amused 1 silver, and then turned her eyes on me. "And you must be the cook I've been hearing about." I straightened my tie and flashed my best smile. "At your service, mademoiselle." Sanji, chef of the Baratai, master of flavors, and humble admirer of beauty. She raised an eyebrow. "So you hit on every woman you meet?" "Only the beautiful ones," I said automatically. She snorted. "So, all of them, then?" I could have sworn I heard Kane mutter behind me. He's incorrigible. Yusin whispered. What does that mean? Hopeless, Kane replied. Hey. I snapped. I heard that. Nojiko laughed, a soft sound that made me forget every insult I was planning to throw back at them. You're funny, Cook. Keep my sister smiling, okay? That one hit deeper than it should have. I bowed slightly. You have my word. The rest of the day passed in a blur of celebration. Children ran through the streets waving flags made from old sails. The villagers rebuilt the fountain in the square, replacing the fish statue with something that looked suspiciously like Rafi's straw hat. He posed next to it for half an hour while Yusin tried to charge people for autographs. Business genius. Yusin declared, holding up a bucket labeled Rafi's Pirates Fund. More like daylight robbery, I muttered. Still, it felt good, the laughter, the music, the smell of food grilling. It reminded me of the Baratai, before everything went sideways. Back when I was just a cook who dreamed of the all blue. Back before I woke up in someone else's life. That thought crept back in while I was alone, helping the villagers repair one of the broken docks. My reflection wavered in the water. The faint silver sheen under my skin caught the light again, just for an instant. The Vinsmoke blood. I remembered that name like a bad dream from the anime, from my old life. Germa 66, assassins, modified soldiers. Sanji's family. Now my family. Father. Brothers. Monsters in suits of science and pride. If they existed in this world like they had in the story, what would they think of me now? Would Judge call me a failure again? Would Yanji, Niji, or Ichiji sneer the way they always did? The idea twisted my stomach. I crushed the thought under my heel like a cigarette butt and stared out at the horizon. No. That blood didn't define me. My family wasn't in some cold castle under the North Blue, it was right here. A rubber idiot, a stoic swordsman, a nervous sniper, and a woman who made the sun look dull by comparison. I cared only about her smile. And if that meant hiding my power, then so be it. Thinking deep thoughts, Cook. I turned. Nojiko again, carrying a small basket of tangerines. The scent was sweet and sharp, like summer. Just admiring the view, I said, tilting my head toward her and flashing a grin. Sure you were. She sat beside me on the dock, legs dangling over the edge. You're not like the others. You watch more than you talk. Observation is a chef's secret weapon. Uh-huh. She plucked a tangerine, tossed it, caught it again. You like my sister, don't you? I nearly choked on my cigarette. What makes you say that? The way you look at her when she's not looking at you. She smiled, not teasing, just understanding. Take it slow, Sanji. She's been through a lot. I nodded. I know. I won't let her cry again. Nojiko tossed me a tangerine. Then I'll leave her in your care, Mr. Gentleman Chef. Count on it. She stood, stretching. Good. Because if you break her heart, I'll break your legs. She walked away before I could reply, laughter trailing behind her like wind chimes. Evening came. The village glowed with lanterns and firelight. The crew sat together around a table piled high with food I'd cooked myself: grilled sea bass, shellfish soup, and of course, tangerine cake. Rafi raised a mug. Tanemi ya. Everyone cheered. Even Kane smiled just barely. Namiya rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her grin. You guys are idiots. Beautiful idiots, I corrected, placing a slice of cake before her. Specially made for the loveliest navigator in the East Blue. She blinked. You made this just for me. Of course. A cake for a queen. Her cheeks turned pink. You're impossible. And yet you're still smiling. I leaned back, satisfied. Rafi elbowed me. Oi, Cook, save some flirting for the next island. You're making me feel lonely. I laughed. Captain, with that face, you'll always be lonely. He grinned wider. Maybe. But I've got the best crew in the world, so who cares? We all laughed with him. For a moment, the world felt perfect. Later that night, when the others had fallen asleep, I sat alone by the shore. The moon floated above the quiet sea, turning the waves silver. My reflection stared back, the faint glint of the Vinsmoke steel under my skin, the memory of what I'd done, the power I'd hidden. Germa, I muttered. The word tasted sour. I flicked the cigarette into the water and smiled faintly. They can keep their science. I've got something better. I glanced back toward the village, where laughter still drifted through the windows of the inn. Namiya's laughter. That's my family now. The sea breeze shifted, carrying a single petal from one of the tangerine trees past me. I caught it between my fingers and let it go again. Tomorrow, we'd set sail. Another island, another adventure, another chance to chase the all-blue. But for tonight, I let the peace sink in. For the first time in this world, I wasn't just Sanji. I was me, the cook who loved beauty, fought from the shadows, and would never let his family cry again. Chapter 12 winds toward Logue Town. The morning sun bathed Kokoyashi village in gold. The scars of battle were fading, laughter had returned to the streets. Where our long park once stood, only rubble and the sea remained, but for the villagers, that ruin was proof of freedom. Near the docks, the sea dancer rocked gently on the tide. Its patched sails fluttered like fresh wings ready to take flight. The Straw Hat crew, or rather, Rafi's pirates, as the villagers had started calling them, prepared for departure. Genzo stood with his hands behind his back, the ever-present pinwheel spinning on his hat. You saved our home, he said. His voice was rough, but his eyes were soft. If any of you ever come back, Kokoyashi will welcome you. Rafi grinned, his straw hat tilted low. We'll be back someday when we've conquered the Grand Line. Kane crossed his arms. Don't promise things you can't deliver, Captain. Eh? I'll deliver it. Rafi said, puffing up his chest. We'll be the best crew in the world. Yusin laughed nervously. As long as we don't die trying. The villagers chuckled. The heaviness of the past days lifted a little more. Sanji lingered near the ship's ramp, cigarette between his lips, sleeves rolled up, and a half-smile playing across his face. He was watching someone, not Namiya this time, though his eyes found her often enough, but her sister, Nojiko. She was talking quietly with Namiya, both of them framed by the orange trees at the edge of the pier. Nojiko's blue hair glinted under the sun, and the little tattoo on her shoulder caught the light like a secret. Sanji sighed through his cigarette. A goddess to the end, he murmured. Yusin elbowed him. You said the same thing about Namiya yesterday. I'm a man of consistency, Sanji replied smoothly. Nojiko walked up then, carrying a basket of tangerines. You're also a man of appetite, apparently. Sanji straightened his tie. Ah, beautiful Nojiko. Have you come to offer me one last taste of paradise before I set sail? She rolled her eyes, handing him a tangerine. Here for the road. Try not to flirt your way into the ocean. He caught the fruit, spinning it once in his palm. With beauty like yours, falling would be an honor. Nojiko laughed, shaking her head. Take care of my sister, Casanova. That made his grin falter for just a moment. He looked toward Namiya, who stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the horizon. The wind lifted her hair. For once, there were no tears in her eyes. You have my word, Sanji said quietly. I'll protect her, no matter what. Nojiko studied him for a beat, her usual teasing gone. Good. She deserves peace. Then she stepped back as the crew began boarding. The villagers gathered to wave them off, shouting thanks and wishes for safe travel. Genzo raised a hand in salute. Nojiko smiled, the kind of smile that said she wasn't worried, not entirely. Raffi leapt up to the helm, shouting, "All hands! Raise the anchor! Next stop Logue Town." The cheer that followed was loud enough to wake the sea itself. The ropes came loose, the ship drifted forward. The waves caught its hull and carried it out, leaving Kokoyashi smaller and smaller behind them. Sanji stayed at the rail long after the others went about their work. The last glimpse of the village disappeared behind the horizon, but the image of Nojiko waving lingered. He flicked his cigarette into the sea, watching the smoke fade. The morning wind brushed his hair back, cool and clean. The faint ache in his legs, the reminder of his awakening, pulsed softly under his skin. Every now and then, he caught a shimmer of silver light beneath his sleeve. He ignored it. He'd learned to hide it well. The others didn't know what had truly happened during the hour-long fight, how the Vinsmoke blood had awakened inside him, how his body had hardened like steel. He didn't plan on telling them, not yet. A sudden, distant memory slipped through his mind, pink hair, gentle eyes, and a smile that could make even a monster feel human again. Raichu. His sister. In the world he remembered from another life, she had been his only light among the Vinsmokes. The only one who showed him kindness. How is she now? He wondered. Does she even know I'm out here? Or care? He could almost hear her voice, soft, teasing, proud. Little brother, don't lose your kindness, no matter what they do to you. He smiled faintly, though the memory made his chest tighten. I haven't, sis, he murmured. I'm still me. Just cooking for a different family now. Oi, cook. Raffi's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Stop daydreaming and help with lunch. My stomach's empty. Sanji sighed, lighting another cigarette. You eat more than an army, Captain. That's because I'm growing. Raffi said, patting his rubber stomach. Right, Kane. Kane, polishing his swords on the deck, didn't look up. Growing sideways, maybe. Yusin was perched on the railing, pretending to aim his slingshot at a passing seagull. You guys argue more than brothers. Family argues, Raffi said simply. That's how you know it's real. Sanji paused at that, his lighter clicking shut. Family. The word lingered again, gentler this time. He turned toward the sea kitchen, his coat fluttering behind him. Fine, I'll feed you animals. But this time, you're all helping clean the dishes. Raffi groaned. Ah, come on. Namiya smirked from her post at the helm. Captain's orders, everyone helps. Raffi pointed at her dramatically. Traitor. The crew's laughter rolled across the deck, blending with the crash of waves. By afternoon, the wind had picked up. The sea dancer sliced cleanly through the blue, the scent of salt and tangerine still clinging to its sails. The east blue stretched endless and bright ahead of them. Sanji brought a tray of food up to the deck, soup simmered with seaweed and clams, roasted fish, and freshly baked bread. The smell made Raffi's nose stretch across the table before Sanji could even set it down. Hands off. Sanji barked, smacking him with a ladle. You wait till everyone's seated. Kane sat cross-legged near the mast, eating quietly, his swords resting beside him. Yusin tried to juggle his plate and ended up spilling soup on his pants. Namiya laughed, the sound light and free. Sanji watched her for a moment longer than necessary before sitting down himself. Raffi raised a mug again. To the next adventure. They all echoed him. To the next adventure. The sound carried over the waves, young, foolish, fearless. As the sun dipped lower, the sky blazed orange. Sanji leaned on the railing again, cigarette glowing faintly in the wind. The sea stretched endlessly, but for the first time, he didn't feel lost in it. He felt found. He thought again of Reiju, the sister he hadn't seen, maybe would never see. Wherever you are, sis, he whispered, don't worry. Your little brother's doing fine. Then he smiled and glanced toward his crewmates, his real family, laughing, arguing, dreaming about the road ahead. Raffi stood at the prow, his straw hat tilted toward the setting sun. Day next stop, Logue Town. The city where the Pirate King was born. Sanji chuckled. And where the next one's gonna eat my cooking. The wind caught the sails, swelling them full. The sea dancer surged forward, cutting across the glittering horizon. Behind them, Kokoyashi faded into memory. Ahead, the Grand Line waited, and with it, a storm of destiny. Sanji lit another cigarette and exhaled smoke into the wind, whispering to himself with a grin. Let's see how far a cook can go. Chapter 13: The Storm of Trust. The first signs came quietly. A shift in the wind. A darker shade on the horizon. A faint growl rolling beneath the calm. Sanji was the first to smell its salt, ozone, and something wild. He looked up from the galley window as the sea dancer pitched slightly to starboard. The horizon ahead was turning the color of iron. He flicked his cigarette, watching the ash twist away. Trouble's brewing. Out on deck, Namiya stood gripping the railing, her orange hair whipping in the rising wind. The sky mirrored her eyes, bright, alive, dangerous. Kane joined her, his hand on one sword. Another ship. She shook her head. Worse. A storm. Raffi popped up from the barrel he'd been napping in, still chewing on half a fish bone. Storms are fun. I like big waves. Namiya spun around, glaring. This one's not fun. Look at the clouds, that's a cyclone forming from the south. If we don't change course, we'll be in its heart within the hour. Yusin's knees wobbled as thunder rolled in the distance. Heart of the storm? Can't we just, go around it? I said within the hour, she snapped. We don't have time to go around it. Sanji came up, coat flapping, calm as ever despite the sudden spray slapping against his face. Then we trust our navigator. Namiya glanced at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. You're not arguing. He smiled faintly, lighting another cigarette despite the wind. Argue with a goddess of the sea? Never. She rolled her eyes, but a small smirk betrayed her amusement. Then start securing the deck. The next half hour was chaos wrapped in thunder. Raffi tied down the barrels, or tried to, since he kept stretching his arms too far and tangling himself in the ropes. Kane secured the sails with calm efficiency, his movements precise even as lightning crackled overhead. Yusin alternated between screaming and helping, sometimes doing both at once. Sanji was everywhere, tightening ropes, securing crates, moving with a grace that made it look effortless. The air shimmered faintly around him when he jumped across the deck, little bursts of wind snapping at his boots. He barely noticed it anymore. The wind walk came naturally now, a flicker of control he could call on when needed. Each leap was lighter, each landing sharper. When the storm finally hit, it was like the world roared open. Rain came down in sheets. Waves towered above the ship like living walls. The mast creaked under the strain, and every flash of lightning turned the world white for a heartbeat. Starboard 15 degrees. Namiya yelled, her voice cutting through the storm. Kane, keep that sail steady. Aye, the swordsman replied, muscles straining as the ropes pulled taut. Raffi, balance the rudder. Don't let it snap. Got it. Raffi yelled back, his rubber arms stretching to grab both sides of the wheel at once. Sanji climbed the rigging, rain pouring over his face, one cigarette somehow still clinging to his lips. Navigator, what's our heading? 273. Namiya shouted, her hair plastered to her face. There's a break in the current. If we hit it right, we can ride the tailwind out of the storm. Sanji smirked. Sounds like a dance. And he jumped not down, but sideways, catching a gust of wind midair and launching himself across the deck. His boots glowed faintly as he kicked off the air itself, twisting through the downpour to tie off a flailing line. Raffi blinked mid-turn. Whoa. You can fly. Not yet, Sanji said, landing hard and steady. Just learning the steps. Lightning flashed again, followed by a deep, bone-shaking boom. The main mast swayed, groaning under the wind's assault. Kane. Namiya shouted. If that line snaps. But it was already too late. The topsail's tether tore loose with a whip crack, the massive canvas flailing like a beast. Kane ducked just in time as the rope lashed past, slicing clean through a barrel. Sanji. Raffi yelled. On it. Sanji's legs moved before thought, the world narrowing to instinct, timing, and motion. His muscles thrummed with that strange silver energy again, the Vinsmoke spark alive beneath his skin. He kicked off the deck, soaring upward through the rain. The wind curved around him like an ally. Wind walk step 3. He twisted midair, spinning into a flaming kick that sliced through the flying rope's end. The impact redirected it just enough for him to grab the line and pull it down, securing it around the mast's base in one fluid motion. Got it. He landed with a wet thud, boots skidding across the deck, and grinned through the rain. Namiya turned, eyes wide. For a moment she forgot the storm entirely. How did you even? He winked. Just keeping your ship in one piece, my lady. She blinked, half exasperated, half impressed. You're insane. Flattering will get you nowhere. Minutes stretched like hours. The storm raged, but under Namiya's voice, sharp, commanding, fearless, the chaos began to find rhythm. She was the pulse of the ship, reading every gust and shift like a musician reading a score. Wave coming from port, she called. Brace. Raffi shouted, gripping the wheel. The ship tilted, water flooding over the deck, but they held. Hard right, Kane. Now. The sails turned just in time to catch the new current. The Sea Dancer spun, rising over a massive swell before dropping back with a crash that shook its frame. Yusin was screaming again, but even his voice was drowned by the storm. Through it all, Sanji stayed close to Namiya's post, ready to react, ready to leap. Every sense felt sharpened, the observation hacky thrumming just beneath the surface. He could feel the shifts in air pressure, the coming of each gust before it struck. That's how she does it, he realized. She's not guessing. She's listening to the sea. It made him respect her even more. Finally, after what felt like forever, the wind began to fade. The thunder moved farther away. The rain softened from rage to drizzle. When the sun broke through the clouds, painting the wet deck in gold, the crew erupted into cheers. We did it. Yusin shouted, waving his slingshot triumphantly. Raffi punched the air. Namiya, you're amazing. Kane gave a rare grin. Without her, we'd be fish food. Sanji looked at her, really looked, and saw something fierce and beautiful in her eyes, brighter than any storm. You were brilliant, Namiya, he said softly. She smiled, not her teasing, smug grin, but something real. You all trusted me. That's what mattered. He lit a new cigarette, exhaling toward the calm sea. Trust goes both ways. She raised an eyebrow. Oh. He turned away, hiding the warmth in his voice. You steered us through hell. I'll make sure no one ever drags you back there. She didn't answer, but her gaze lingered on him longer than usual, a silent thank you caught between them. That night, the Sea Dancer sailed smooth again. The stars were bright, the sea gentle. Sanji cooked a feast, grilled fish with tangerine glaze, storm crab soup, and soft bread warmed over embers. The crew ate like they hadn't eaten in days, laughter echoing across the deck. Raffi declared it the best storm dinner ever. Yusin told exaggerated tales about how he almost got swept into the sky, earning eye rolls from everyone. Sanji just leaned back, watching the stars. He thought of Rei-Drew again, her calm voice, her strength. He wondered if she ever looked at storms the way Namiya did, as things to read, understand, and command, not just survive. And for the first time in a long while, he felt at peace. The wind whispered softly over the sea, carrying them toward their next destination, Log Town, the city of beginnings and endings. And somewhere deep in his bones, Sanji could feel it. A change was coming. Chapter 14, Log Town, City of Beginnings and Endings. The smell of Log Town hit them before the harbor came into view, salt, smoke, and a hint of grilled seafood. By the time the sea dancer passed the final watchtower, the sun had already risen high over the horizon. The harbor stretched wide and alive, ships of every size, from merchant vessels to pirate sloops disguised as traders. Whoa, Rafi's jaw dropped, eyes shining like a kid in a candy store. This place is huge. Namiya crossed her arms, though a smile tugged at her lips. Welcome to Log Town, the last stop before the Grand Line. Sanji leaned on the railing, cigarette smoldering between his fingers. And the city where Gold Roger was born and executed. The words carried a strange weight. Even Rafi went quiet for a moment. The sea breeze seemed to hush around them. Then Rafi grinned. That's perfect. The Pirate King started here, so this is where I'll start too. Kane sighed. You're aware he died here, right? Details. Rafi laughed, jumping onto the dock as soon as they anchored. Sanji exhaled smoke through a smile. He's got spirit, I'll give him that. The city swallowed them whole. Log Town was chaos, dressed in cobblestone markets bursting with vendors shouting prices, marines marching down alleys, and laughter spilling from taverns where sailors told half-true stories. Namiya's eyes darted everywhere, already scanning for maps, supplies, and weather charts. Kane walked like a shadow, calm, quiet, ready for trouble. Yusin stuck close to Rafi, gawking at everything and tripping over everyone. Sanji, of course, noticed the women first. Ah, angels, all of them, he sighed, hearts practically floating from his eyes as a group of townsfolk passed. Log Town, you've blessed me already. Namiya smacked him with her shopping list. Focus, cook. We need supplies, dried food, rope, bandages, and navigational ink. Got it. Yes, my beautiful commander, he said dramatically, kneeling in mock devotion. Stop flirting before I make you scrub the deck. He grinned. You say that like it's punishment. Sanji. He laughed, dodging her next swat, the world feeling lighter than it had in days. The morning passed in a blur of markets and laughter, but under it, something else pulsed in Sanji's chest. He felt it while carrying crates, while haggling with a merchant, even while admiring the cafe waitress with sea-green hair. The air felt different here. He could sense tension woven into it, faint threads of danger humming in every shadow. Observation hacky again. It whispered warnings he couldn't quite understand. At one point, while passing an alley, his foot hesitated. Someone was watching. When he looked, there was no one. But the chill didn't leave him. He told himself it was nothing, but his instincts wouldn't let go. By noon, the crew split up. Rafi wanted to see the execution platform, the place where dreams begin, he'd called it, while Namiya and Kane finished shopping. Sanji volunteered to gather food supplies, but really, he just wanted to look around. Log Town had everything: bakeries, spice markets, butcher stalls. But what caught his attention was a small, quiet cafe tucked behind a row of merchant houses. The sign read Café Rouge. He stepped inside, bells jingling above the door. The smell hit him first: coffee, butter, and something sweet baking in the oven. Then he froze. Behind the counter, wiping down a glass, was a woman with soft pink hair and gentle eyes. No, it couldn't be. For a second, he almost said her name. Rei-chu. But the woman turned, and the illusion broke. Her eyes were brown, not violet. Her smile kind, but unfamiliar. Welcome, she said. You look like you've walked through a storm. Sanji chuckled quietly. Something like that. He took a seat at the counter. Coffee. Black. She nodded, pouring him a cup. You're not from around here. Guess it shows. Pirate. He smirked. Cook. Her laughter was soft, and for a moment, he let himself relax watching the steam curl up from his cup, the city's noise fading beyond the walls. But that peace shattered when a group of Marines barged in. Hey, their leader barked. Anyone seen a crew of pirates? Straw hat, orange-haired woman, long-nosed man. Sanji's jaw tightened. The cafe owner shook her head. Haven't seen anyone like that. The Marine sneered. You sure? Because I'd hate to find out you're lying. Sanji rose slowly, his shadow falling long across the floor. Careful, friend. That tone doesn't suit a man in uniform. The Marine turned, eyes narrowing. What did you say, Blondie? I said, Sanji repeated calmly, you're scaring the lady. And I don't take kindly to that. The Marine sneered, hand going to his baton. Big talk for someone without a bounty. Sanji smiled faintly. Yet. The man swung fast, but sloppy. Sanji sidestepped, barely shifting his weight. His foot snapped out in a clean arc, catching the Marine in the ribs with a sound like cracking wood. The man flew into a table, gasping. The others froze. Sanji dusted off his sleeve. That's for raising your voice to a woman. He dropped a few coins on the counter. For the coffee. Then he left, the bell above the door jingling softly behind him. By the time he found the others again, the sun was setting and the city was alive with rumors. Hey, did you hear? Some blonde guy kicked a Marine halfway through a cafe. Pirate, they say. From that straw hat bunch that just docked. Raffi grinned when Sanji returned. You made the news already. Sanji shrugged, cigarette glowing in the orange light. Guess I left an impression. Nami sighed. You're going to get us in trouble. He met her gaze and smiled. Then I'll cook us dinner in jail. Not funny. Admitted a little funny. She rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth twitched. Kane watched the horizon, where the wind carried faint whispers of storm and gunpowder. We should move soon. The Marines are stirring. Sanji's smile faded slightly. He could feel it too, that pressure in the air, the one his instincts couldn't ignore. Something big was coming. And somewhere out there, maybe beyond this city, his family the Vinsmokes would eventually learn that their lost son was walking free again. He looked up at the execution platform, where Raffi now stood gazing at the sky. Beginnings and endings. Hey, Sanji muttered. He flicked his cigarette into the wind. Let's hope ours don't happen in the same place. Chapter 15 Smoke and Shadows. The day began bright. It didn't stay that way for long. By midday, Lobe Town was in uproar. Marines flooded the streets, swords drawn, rifles ready. The rumor that pirates were in town had spread like wildfire, and leading the hunt was the man known as Smoker. Sanji saw him before anyone else did. They were on their way back to the harbor, Raffi in front, Nami hurrying them along, Kane scanning every alley. The air had grown heavy, the wind thick with tension. Sanji's observation haki flared without warning, a weight pressing on his chest. The sense was sharp, like the world itself holding its breath. Then, a cloud of white smoke curled up from the cobblestones ahead. Raffi, Sanji muttered, stepping forward, we've got company. Out of the smoke walked a tall, broad man in a long white coat. His eyes were hidden under his cap, his mouth clenched tight around a pair of cigars. Smoke poured off him like mist. So, Smoker said, voice low, steady. You're the ones causing all this trouble. Raffi tilted his head, smiling. Trouble? Nah. Just sightseeing. Smoker took a drag, exhaled. The smoke curled into the shape of fangs. Sightseeing pirates? Hey? Tell that to the Marines you kicked through a cafe. Sanji sighed. Word travels fast. I make sure of it. Smoker's tone was dry. Name's Captain Smoker. You've just run out of road. Kane's hand went to his sword. He's strong, he said quietly. Really strong. Sanji could feel it too, that crushing presence. The same feeling he'd sensed right before Mihawk drew his blade back at Baratai. This wasn't an ordinary marine. Captain, Raffi said, stepping forward. I don't like hurting people who do their jobs. But I won't stop chasing my dream. So. You'll have to fight your way through, Smoker finished. The air moved before anyone could blink. Raffi lunged first, stretching his arm out in a wide swing. Smoker didn't dodge. The punch hit and passed straight through him, scattering smoke. Raffi blinked, arm dangling in disbelief. Logia, Kane said grimly. His body's made of smoke. Smoker's arm reformed, solid and brutal. Humph, he swung his jit, a long weapon tipped with sea stone. It smashed into Raffi's chest, sending him flying through a market stall. Raffi. Nami-ya screamed. Sanji was already moving. His foot ignited mid-stride, blue fire flickering across his boot as he launched forward. The kick connected cleanly with Smoker's midsection, bursting through the haze, but again, no solid impact. The smoke parted, harmlessly. Damn it, Sanji hissed, landing lightly. So that's how it is. Smoker's eyes narrowed. You're faster than most. But not fast enough. He vanished, not stepped, vanished into smoke that coiled and rushed around them like a living beast. Sanji barely had time to grab Nami-ya and roll aside before the jit slammed into the ground where she'd been standing. Stay behind me, he said, voice low. I can fight. Not against smoke, he snapped. She scowled, but obeyed, clutching her tangerine staff. Across the square, Kane drew his swords, crossing them before him. His stance was steady, calm even in chaos. But his eyes flicked once toward the rooftops. That's when he saw her. A young woman, watching from above, hair tied in a loose braid, cloak whipping in the wind. For a moment, the world went quiet. She looked exactly like someone he'd known long ago. Kira? The name escaped him like breath. But no, it couldn't be. His childhood friend was gone. Lost years ago. Yet the way she watched, calm, focused, eyes full of quiet fire, made his chest ache. Smoker's strike shattered the moment. The jit came down, and Kane barely deflected it, sparks flying as sea stones scraped steel. You're distracted, Smoker growled. Not for long, Kane muttered, pushing back hard. His twin blades flared, a burst of discipline and fury, and for a brief second, Smoker's body faltered under the precision. But the smoke reformed, relentless. Sanji moved in beside him, legs sweeping low in a blazing arc. The kick cut through vapor and hit something, a ripple, a fragment of resistance. A spark of haki shimmered faintly on his boot. Smoker's head turned. Haki? Hey? Didn't think kids out here had that kind of trick. Sanji smirked, cigarette still burning between his teeth. You'll find I'm full of surprises. Everyone, this way. Nami-ya yelled, pointing toward the eastern docks. There's an alley that leads straight to the ship. Go. Kane shouted, blocking another strike. Raffi reappeared then, dusty but grinning, as if he hadn't just been smashed through a building. Man, that guy hits hard. Okay, my turn. He rocketed forward, arms spinning, gomu gomu no. Smoker's jit intercepted mid-swing, pinning him by the chest. Rubber or not, Smoker said, you're not leaving this island. That was when the lightning struck. A single bolt, sudden and white-hot, slammed into the execution platform just across the square. The explosion lit the sky and threw everyone off balance. Sanji blinked through the smoke. What the hell? Nami-ya gasped. The weather, that's impossible. There wasn't a single storm cloud. Raffi used the distraction, slipping free and grabbing Sanji's arm. Time to go. Sanji nodded, kicking off a burst of wind to cover their retreat. He could feel Smoker's presence closing in, relentless as a tide. Not yet. Smoker's voice echoed through the smoke. A column of vapor erupted in front of them, forming a wall. Sanji's boots glowed, and he leapt higher, the wind walk carrying him above the chaos. He looked down to see Namiya guiding Yusen, Raffi fighting through soldiers, Kane glancing once more toward the rooftops searching for that girl. He saw her again, just for a second. Their eyes met. She gave a small nod, almost like a promise. Then she was gone. Kane didn't know why, but that small gesture filled him with calm. He turned, blades flashing, cutting through the path ahead. Sanji landed near the ship first, smoke rising behind him. His pulse thundered, adrenaline burning through his veins. "Come on," he yelled. "We're not staying for round 2. The others burst from the alley seconds later, Raffi laughing wildly, Kane focused, Namiya gasping with relief. "Cast off!" Raffi shouted. "Now!" The rope snapped free, sails unfurling. The sea dancer groaned as it caught the wind, drifting from the dock just as Smoker's smoke coiled onto the pier. He stood there, watching them go, the wind tugging at his coat. "They won't make it far," he muttered. But even he knew there was something different about this crew. On deck, the rain began to fall again, soft this time, not a storm, just a cool reminder of what they'd escaped. Namiya slumped against the railing, breathing hard. That was close. Kane wiped his blades clean. "Closer than I'd like." Yusen peeked from behind a crate. Was that guy even human? Raffi flopped onto the deck, still grinning. He was tough. "I can't wait to meet him again." Sanji leaned on the rail, lighting a cigarette. The glow reflected in his eyes like fire. "You'll get your chance, Captain. East Blue's behind us now." He looked back toward Loketown, the city fading in the mist, smoke still rising from its heart. And quietly, he thought of Reiju again, of his bloodline, and the strange shimmer that had protected his foot mid-battle. It's waking up again, he realized. The Vinsmoke in me, it's not done yet. He exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing at the horizon. Guess I'll have to get stronger before that part of me takes over. Namiya walked past, brushing his shoulder lightly. "Whatever you're thinking, save it. We've got the Grand Line ahead." He smiled faintly. "Then I'll make sure to cook us something worthy of it." Far behind them, on the rooftops of Loketown, the mysterious girl watched the ship fade into the fog. Her hand brushed the hilt of her blade. "So you survived after all, Kane." Then she turned, cloak snapping in the wind, disappearing into the city below. Chapter 16: The Man of the Storm. Rain lashed against the harbor. The sea dancer hadn't made it far, not before another ship cut across their path, red sails flapping like torn flags. The Jolly Roger painted on them was unmistakable, a grinning clown face with blue hair streaks. "Ah, hell no," Sanji muttered, cigarette nearly falling from his mouth. "Not him." Buggy the clown stood at the bow, laughing with theatrical menace. Well, if it isn't the little pirates from the East Blue. You didn't think you'd leave Loketown without saying hello to the great Buggy-sama, did you?" "Buggy." Raffi grinned, as if meeting an old friend. "Oh yeah. You're that clown from Orange Town. You're still mad about that cannon thing." Buggy's face twisted. "Mad? You blew me up." "Accidentally," Raffi said. "Twice." Yusen ducked behind a barrel. "We are so dead." Namiya squinted at the clown ship. "Wait, those sails, how did they catch up so fast?" Buggy flourished his hands, detached them midair, and pointed dramatically. "Because destiny brought us together. Now I'll take your treasure and your heads." Sanji rolled his shoulders. "Great. A floating circus. Before he could move, Raffi clapped his hand on his shoulder. I got this one. Captain, Sanji said, he's a walking jigsaw puzzle. He's all yours. Buggy leapt down with surprising speed, knives in hand. You think you can joke around, rubber brat? Today, Buggy D Clown takes his revenge. D. Nami Ya shouted. Since when did he? I just added it. Buggy yelled, charging. Raffi laughed and dodged, arms stretching. Gomo Gomo no pistol. The punch flew, but Buggy's body split apart, his upper half twisting midair to dodge. The fist missed by inches, crashing into a cannon instead. Kane joined the fray next, blades clashing with Buggy's knives, sparks flying across the rain-slick deck. Man's like a deck of cards, Kane muttered. Doesn't even bleed. Thanks. Buggy said cheerfully, spinning his head full circle. I take that as a compliment. Sanji stayed near the mast, observing, his observation hacky pulsing like a sonar. Through the smoke, rain, and shouting, he could feel Smoker's presence again closing in from the port. Raffi, he said quietly, we've got a bigger problem. Raffi turned just as Smoker's smoke tendrils reached them, coiling from the pier like ghostly ropes. The Marine captain's boots clanked against the dock as he stepped forward, rain dripping from his coat. End of the line, straw hats. Persistent guy, Sanji muttered. Smoker raised his jit. Surrender peacefully. Sorry, Raffi said with that same reckless grin. Not really our style. Then lightning struck again. A thunderclap split the sky, and for a second, the entire harbor glowed white. The wind shifted, strong enough to snap ropes and slam shutters. The rain changed direction, swirling in unnatural patterns, bending toward a single figure standing at the mouth of an alley. Sanji froze mid-motion. His haki spiked instantly. Whoever this was, wasn't normal. The figure stepped forward, coat whipping in the gale. His face was half shrouded in shadow, but the aura around him was unmistakable calm, commanding, immense. Smoker frowned. You. Dragon, he said, voice calm but heavy as thunder. Raffi blinked. Dragon? Like, the dragon. Sanji felt the hairs rise on the back of his neck. Even his Vinsmoke blood reacted instinctively. This was a man that could silence entire nations by breathing. The wind coiled tighter, pushing back the smoke tendrils as if nature itself refused to touch him. Smoker tried to advance. You're aiding pirates now, revolutionary. Dragon didn't answer directly. His gaze lifted right past Smoker and landed on Raffi, the boy still grinning despite the storm raging around him. That boy, Dragon said softly, carries the weight of change. Raffi tilted his head. Hey. Before anyone could speak again, a column of wind exploded outward. The Marines were thrown off their feet, Buggy's crew scattered, and even Smoker was forced to shield his face from the sudden burst. Sanji could barely stand. He planted a hand on the deck rail as the air roared with raw power. This isn't just wind, he muttered. It's will. Kane gritted his teeth. Who is this guy? Nami Ya's eyes widened as her compass spun wildly in her hand. The storm's moving on its own like it's alive. Dragon lifted a hand, and the wind responded, gentling for just a heartbeat. He looked at Raffi again, that strange, almost sorrowful calm in his eyes. The world will call you many things, he said. But don't stop moving forward. Raffi blinked then grinned wide. You sound like someone who knows a good adventure. Dragon gave a faint smile and was gone, swallowed by the wind as if he'd never been there. The storm broke seconds later, the clouds ripping apart, sunlight spearing through. The sudden calm left everyone stunned. Smoker staggered to his feet, coat torn. Damn it, he slipped away. Buggy popped his head out of a barrel. What was that? Some kind of weather wizard. Something like that, Sanji muttered, lighting another cigarette with shaking hands. The flame flickered weakly in the wet air. Guess there's always someone stronger. Raffi turned toward him, still grinning, rain glinting on his face. We're still heading to the Grand Line. After that, Namiya exclaimed. You still want to go? He nodded. Yup. Because whatever that was, I want to find out why the world's so afraid of him. Kane sheathed his swords, looking back at the harbor now half destroyed by wind. Then we'd better get moving before Smoker regroups. Sanji exhaled slowly, glancing once more toward the direction Dragon had vanished. The man's words echoed faintly in his mind. The world will call you many things. He thought about his own name, Vinsmoke Sanji. The one he'd run from. The one he'd buried. Maybe someday, he'd have to face it too. Oi, Sanji. Raffi called, snapping him out of it. Let's go. We need someone to cook victory food. Sanji smirked. Right. But you're washing the dishes, Captain. The sea dancer left Lobe Town behind as the sun broke through, the clouds parting like curtains after a storm. The smell of salt and rain filled the air. Yusin peeked nervously over the railing. Captain, did that guy just control the weather? Raffi laughed. Maybe. The world's full of weird people, hey. Yeah, Sanji said quietly, blowing a trail of smoke into the open sky. And we just met one of the scariest. He watched the horizon, the edge of the Grand Line shimmering faintly beyond the sea mist. A storm of destiny waited there, and deep down, he could feel his blood, that cursed, powerful blood, stir again. He smiled to himself. Guess I'm not the only one with secrets. Chapter 17 The Climb of Reverse Mountain. The Grand Line began in chaos. Winds howled like living things, tearing at the sails. Currents collided in impossible directions, forming whirlpools and riptides that snarled together like beasts at war. The sea dancer was a fragile scrap of wood in an ocean that wanted to break it. Raffi laughed into the storm. Full speed. Straight up the mountain. Up. Yusin squeaked, clutching the railing. Ships aren't supposed to go up. The mountain loomed ahead, a black wall of stone split by a river of seawater that climbed its face, vanishing into the clouds. Waves slammed into the hull, each one like a cannon blast. Namiya fought the wheel, her eyes narrowed against the rain. We catch the left current or we'll be crushed. Sanji was already at the rigging, soaked through, cigarette long gone. Lines are holding. Keep her steady. Kane braced against the mast, voice cutting through the storm. We're going too fast. That's the idea. Raffi shouted back, grin wide and wild. The ship pitched violently, the bow slammed into a rising wave. Sanji caught a glimpse of the world turning sideways, the sky and sea blending into a blur of gray. Ballast chains loose. Namiya yelled. I got it. Sanji dove below deck without hesitation. The lower hold was chaos. Water gushed through cracks, ropes whipping like snakes. He reached the ballast control, hands slick, forcing the chain back into place. The ship lurched again, tossing him hard against the bulkhead. Damn it, he wiped blood from his lip, fingers flying over knots. Another crash, louder this time. The chain snapped free. A flood of seawater surged in, knocking him off his feet. Above, he heard Raffi shouting, Kane swearing, Namiya screaming something about the rudder, but it was all muffled under the roar of water. The sea poured in faster than he could see, swirling around his legs, rising past his chest. He tried to push toward the stairs. The next wave hit harder. Darkness swallowed him whole. System interface, awakening detected. For a heartbeat, there was nothing, then a cold hum vibrated through his bones. Germa bloodline, Vinsmoke Sanji. Soul integrity, foreign signature confirmed. Nanotech core rebooting. Warning, host in critical condition. Initiating survival override. The world returned as a pulse of light behind his eyes. His heartbeat thundered, not in panic but in mechanical rhythm. Every drop of water slowed, every sound sharpened. What is this? He wasn't breathing. He didn't need to. The water around him shimmered faintly, parting from his skin as invisible microcurrents formed. The nanomachines wove threads of energy through his muscles, sealing bruises, restarting nerves. Text flashed in his vision: cold, efficient, utterly inhuman. Vinsmoke enhancement protocol active. Core modules locked. Velocity module, 0% synchronization. Override authorization, soul integration detected. Access granted. Velocity module V1.0 installed. A spark flared under his skin. His legs burned not with pain, but with power. Wind gathered around him. In water. He opened his eyes. And moved. The sea erupted as a golden blur shot upward. Sanji burst from the surface, air exploding from his lungs in a single gasp. The rain bent away from him, spiraling like a cyclone. For a second, he hung in midair, legs glowing faintly blue-white. Sanji. Namiya shouted from the deck, eyes wide. He landed hard, boots cracking the soaked wood, but the ship didn't shudder, it stabilized. The wind that had been pushing them sideways now curled behind their sails, carrying them straight into the mountain's waterway. Raffi's jaw dropped. How did you? No time. Sanji shouted, his voice raw but alive. Hold her steady. I'll keep the wind aligned. He darted to the prow, every step leaving ripples in the rain. He raised his leg high, spun, and kicked into the storm. The air obeyed. A roaring gust surged forward, forcing the sea dancer into the climbing current. The mountain stream roared around them, walls of water on either side. Namiya held the wheel steady, hair whipping like a flag. Raffi and Kane fought to keep the rigging from snapping. And Sanji, half human, half machine, kept kicking, creating bursts of air that cut through the chaotic flow. When the bow finally broke through the clouds, they all saw it, the grand line stretching endlessly beyond the mountain, sunlight spilling across a sea of gold. The sea dancer crested the peak and began to descend the other side. The storm eased. The air grew calm. Raffi threw both fists into the air. We made it. Namiya laughed, the sound breaking the tension. You're insane, but we made it. Yusin popped out of a barrel, pale as chalk. Can we never do that again? Sanji leaned against the railing, chest heaving, steam rising from his skin. He could still feel the nanotech humming, small lines of light tracing briefly beneath his veins before fading. Velocity module, synchronized 45%. Enhancement, air step mobility, short-range propulsion, improved lung capacity. Warning, system overload risk 12%. He breathed out slowly. The wind moved with him, gentle now. Far away, across the sea, in a fortress of steel and glass flying the Germa 66 emblem, an alarm flickered. A lab assistant glanced up at a console. Sir, we just received a signal. Code designation VEP-03. The man at the center of the room didn't turn immediately. His cape rustled as he stood, cold blue eyes narrowing. Impossible, Judge Vinsmoke said. Unit 3 was terminated years ago. The console chimed again. A faint heartbeat trace pulsed across the holographic screen. Judge stared at it, face unreadable. No. Not terminated. He turned to the data stream. Activated. Back on the sea dancer, Sanji looked at his hands. Raindrops sparkled on his fingers, catching the sun. He smiled faintly, equal parts wonder and dread. Guess the past doesn't stay buried forever. Raffi's laughter carried over the deck. Sanji. You're amazing. How did you do that? He shrugged, forcing a grin. Just a little trick I've been practicing. Inside, the hum of the system whispered again. Welcome back, Unit 3. He ignored it, lighting a new cigarette. The smoke curled upward, caught by the same wind that had just saved them. The grand line stretched ahead, wild, unknown, beautiful. And for the first time, Sanji felt something deep in his blood answer the call of adventure. Chapter 18: The Lighthouse at Twin Cape. The world turned calm. After the storm's fury, the sea beyond Reverse Mountain was eerily gentle, an endless mirror of blue that shimmered under a clean, forgiving sky. The Sea Dancer drifted slowly, its sails torn but holding, its crew exhausted yet grinning like fools who'd just outrun death. Raffi stood at the prow, hands on his hips. "The Grand Line," he declared, chest puffed out. "We actually did it." "We did it," Nami corrected, shooting him a smirk as she tied off a rope. "And don't forget who saved your ship from turning into driftwood." Raffi only laughed. "Details, details." Kane sheathed his blades with a quiet exhale. "If the Grand Line starts like that, I can't imagine how it ends." Yusin popped his head up from the crow's nest, trembling slightly. "Please, no more mountains. Just flat ocean for a week." A soft chuckle left Sanji's lips as he leaned on the rail, cigarette between his teeth. His body still thrummed faintly from before the faint hum beneath his skin, the rhythm of something alive inside him. It hadn't stopped since Reverse Mountain. He watched the sea. Calm now, but his reflection flickered oddly like faint circuitry glowing beneath his veins before fading when he blinked. "Still there? Hey. Guess I'm stuck with you." The voice of the system echoed faintly in his mind, smooth and mechanical. "System sync. 47% vital signs stable. Hidden state maintained." He sighed quietly. "Good. Let's keep it that way." "The lighthouse." "Land ho!" Yusin shouted, voice cracking. Ahead, rising from a jagged cliff, stood a massive twin cape. Between its two towering arms stretched a calm inlet, and there, at its heart, a giant lighthouse stood sentinel over the sea. Its glass dome caught the sunlight, scattering it in bright shards across the waves. As they sailed closer, a figure came into view, a man in a long white coat, lounging casually on the balcony of the lighthouse with a bottle in hand. Even from this distance, his hair shone a faint lavender, and his eyes gleamed with the easy calm of someone who had seen everything the world had to offer. "Who's that?" Raffi asked, shading his eyes. "Maybe a watchman," Nami guessed. "Let's dock there. We need repairs." The ship glided into the quiet harbor, and the man looked down at them with an amused grin. Well, he said, voice deep and kind. "Not often we get visitors who survive Reverse Mountain." "Survive?" Yusin squeaked. "We were supposed to die." The man laughed heartily. "Only if you were unlucky or foolish. You lot look like both." "Hey!" Raffi shouted, but the man's laughter only grew louder. "Crocus." By the time they stepped onto the dock, Sanji's boots clicked softly against the worn wood. The man Crocus, as he introduced himself, looked every bit the part of an old sea doctor. His smile was warm, but his eyes were sharp, observant, like scalpels behind laughter. "So," Crocus said, folding his arms. "What brings a bunch of rookies through the most dangerous entryway in the world?" "Adventure," Raffi answered without hesitation. Crocus tilted his head, amused. "Ah, a simple answer for a complicated sea." Sanji took out his lighter and lit a fresh cigarette. "That's our captain, old man. Simple's his specialty." Crocus's eyes flicked briefly toward Sanji, and for a split second, the older man's gaze narrowed. Something flickered in Sanji's outline, barely visible, a faint distortion in the air, like heat shimmer. Sanji felt it the way that gaze pierced through him. He forced a smile. "Something on my face?" Crocus smiled back easily, but the curiosity didn't leave his eyes. "Not your face. Just your heartbeat. It skips strangely." Sanji froze for a moment, the cigarette halfway to his lips. "I'm flattered you're listening that closely," he said lightly. Crocus chuckled. "Habit of a doctor." especially when someone's body hums like a power source. Namiya glanced between them. You mean he's sick? Oh no, Crocus said softly, eyes still on Sanji. Quite the opposite. He's alive in a way most people aren't. Sanji looked away, exhaling a thin line of smoke. TCH, guess I'm just built different. That, Crocus said with a small knowing grin, you certainly are. Laboon. Before anyone could answer, the sea ahead boomed. A colossal shadow rose from the inlet, the water exploding outward as a massive whale surfaced, its body dwarfing the ship, its single enormous eye reflecting the sky. Yusin screamed. Wah whale! Giant whale! Rafi's grin widened. Whoa! That's awesome! Crocus sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. That's Laboon. Don't worry, he's friendly. The whale let out a deep, rumbling sound, almost mournful, almost joyful, that echoed across the cliffs. Namiya smiled gently. He's beautiful. Sanji tilted his head. Looks lonely. He is, Crocus replied quietly. Waiting for friends who promised to return. Been waiting a very long time. That softened the crew's laughter. Even Rafi went quiet for a moment. Sanji exhaled smoke toward the horizon, eyes distant. Waiting for someone who might never come back. Hey? I know that feeling. The hum under his skin pulsed faintly, like his body resonated with the whale's cry. Crocus's eyes flicked toward him again, sharp but unreadable. Later, as the crew settled near the lighthouse to rest and eat, Crocus stood by the rail, watching the young pirates with a faint smile. His gaze lingered on Sanji once more, the cook who moved too lightly, whose blood seemed to carry both warmth and precision. He murmured softly to himself. That power, not of the sea, but not entirely of man either. Then he looked up at the sky, eyes knowing, almost wistful. Judge's shadow stretches even here, it seems. Sanji, unaware, leaned back against the railing nearby, cigarette burning low. The ocean breeze brushed against his face. He looked at his reflection in the calm water, at the faint, glowing pulse beneath the skin of his neck, and muttered quietly to himself. No matter what I've got inside me, I'll live as me. The reflection rippled. Somewhere deep within, the system responded, silent, almost approving. And above them, Laboon sang again, a low, echoing song that seemed to shake the whole sea. Chapter 19, The Whale Who Waits. The sun bled gold across the cliffs, staining the sea with a calm that felt like mercy after chaos. The sea dancer was moored near the lighthouse, its sails drying in the last light. A faint breeze carried the sound of waves and the low, mournful hum of the whale, deep, resonant, almost human in its sorrow. The crew sat around Crocus at the edge of the dock. He stood with a bottle in one hand, leaning against a railing patched with salt and thyme. Rafi gnawed on a piece of bread. So, old man, he said around a grin, what's with the huge whale? He looks like he's about to cry. Crocus's lips curved into a tired smile. He's not crying. He's remembering. The word hung in the air for a long moment before Crocus turned toward the water. His name is Laboon, he said softly. 50 years ago, he was smaller, a calf who followed a group of pirates from West Blue. The Rumber Pirates. Namiya tilted her head. He followed them? All the way here? Yes. Crocus nodded, eyes distant. He loved them. Followed their ship from the moment they sang for him. They tried to leave him behind, afraid he'd die crossing the seas, but the little fool swam after them anyway. They couldn't resist his spirit, so they took him along, promising adventure. The whale's enormous tail surfaced briefly, scattering sunlight like diamonds. Crocus watched it, his voice steady but faintly sad. When they reached the Grand Line, the crew realized this sea isn't kind to anything that loves too much. They decided to return him here to wait, to stay safe. They promised to come back after sailing around the world. He paused. They never did. No one spoke. Even Raffi, so naturally loud, only frowned at the sea. The silence felt like respect. Crocus continued, I became his caretaker. Every day, he stares at the entrance, crying and ramming the cape, thinking maybe if he breaks through, he'll find his friends again. For 50 years, he's kept his promise believing they'll return. Laboon's low song vibrated through the dock, the sound of something that refused to forget. The evening light caught the scars on his forehead, deep, circular marks where he'd struck the cliff again and again. Sanji leaned forward, elbows on his knees, cigarette burning between his fingers. 50 years, he muttered. That's some stubborn loyalty. Crocus smiled faintly. It is. Some call it foolish. But the sea favors fools who keep their promises. Kane's hands tightened around his sword hilt. Do you know what happened to the pirates? I do. Crocus's voice softened. Their ship was found long ago. The sea took them. But before they died, they sent one last message through another ship, asking that Laboon never be told. The wind stilled. Sanji flicked ash into the sea, his gaze distant. Not told, because hope kept him alive. That hit somewhere deep in a place that remembered watching stories on a glowing screen, and another that now throbbed with a living pulse of metal under skin. He understood that kind of stubborn hope. It was the same thing that kept him smiling through ache, the same thing that made him promise to protect people he'd barely met. Raffi stood abruptly, grinning through the silence. Then we'll tell him we'll come back too. Namiya blinked. Hey. We're pirates, right? We'll go around the world, we'll come back here and show him his weight isn't for nothing. Crocus's brows rose slightly, then he smiled. That's quite the promise. Raffi turned toward the whale, cupping his hands around his mouth. Hey, Laboon. Wait for us too, okay? Don't ram your head too much or you'll make Namiya cry. Namiya huffed, though a small laugh slipped out. Idiot captain. The whale lifted its enormous head from the sea, eyes wide and shining. It let out a sound so deep it felt like thunder, then lowered its head gently, bumping the cliff with a sound that wasn't pain, but greeting. Crocus chuckled. He's accepted your promise. Don't forget it. Never. Raffi yelled. Sanji exhaled smoke, smiling faintly through the haze. Guess we got ourselves a fan. Crocus looked at him again, his expression thoughtful. You, young man, you understand him, don't you? Sanji shrugged, leaning back. Maybe. Waiting for someone who might never come back, that kind of loneliness sticks. Crocus's eyes narrowed slightly. That hum of yours, it resonates with him. Like two hearts caught between worlds. Sanji's smile flickered. Maybe it's just the rhythm of the sea, Doc. Maybe, Crocus said, but his gaze said otherwise. The night settled soft and calm over Twin Cape. The crew shared a quiet meal with Crocus. Laughter returned, but lower, easier respect woven into it now. Later, when everyone slept aboard the Sea Dancer, Sanji lingered on deck, looking at the dark shape of Laboon beneath the moonlight. Still waiting. Hey, he murmured. Guess patience is its own kind of strength. His reflection flickered faintly, gold and blue lines pulsing under his skin, like veins of light. The system whispered softly in his mind. Emotional resonance detected. Adaptive evolution, plus 1%. He smirked faintly. Even you're learning something from him, hey. The whale sang once more, deep and beautiful, shaking the air. Sanji closed his eyes, listening, a man between two lives, a machine learning to feel, and a whale who refused to give up. Chapter 20. Whether or not. The sea behind them glowed faint gold under dawn's first light. The lighthouse at Twin Cape grew smaller by the minute, Crocus's figure shrinking to a dot at the edge of the dock. Don't die too quickly, he shouted after them, hands cupped around his mouth. Too quickly. Yusin yelped from the rigging. What kind of goodbye is that? Crocus's laughter echoed across the water. It's the Grand Line. That's optimistic. Raffi beamed and waved both arms like a child leaving home for the first time. We'll come back. With stories. And meat. Crocus raised his bottle in salute. And maybe a new ship. Hey. The sea dancer cut through calm waters as Laboon's distant call rolled behind them low and deep, like a farewell drumbeat. For a brief moment, even Raffi's grin softened. Then the wind shifted, and the Grand Line showed its first trick. The sky loses its mind. Raffi, Namiya's voice went dangerously calm. Why is it snowing? The captain blinked up at the sky. 10 seconds ago it had been bright blue, now heavy snowflakes spun down in lazy spirals, frosting his straw hat. Climate's just saying hi. Climate's trying to kill us. Yusin shrieked, clutching the mast as a gust nearly swept him off. It's summer. It's supposed to be summer. Kane sighed, drawing one sword to cut a loose rope before it tangled the sail. This sea doesn't have seasons. It has mood swings. Sanji leaned on the railing, cigarette unbothered by the chaos, and chuckled. So, she's like Namiya. A flying sandal whizzed past his head. Say that again, and you're cooking with your own legs, Namiya snapped, tightening a rope. Sanji blew out smoke, grinning dreamily. Ah, the way she threatens me. Angelic. Idiot cook, Kane muttered. The cook who couldn't stand still. A few hours later, the weather had changed again, sun blazing like nothing had happened. The crew lounged across the deck drying their soaked clothes. Raffi was snoring on top of a barrel. Yusin hid behind it, nervously polishing his slingshot. Kane was meditating with his swords across his knees. And Sanji? He was staring at his legs. Velocity module, he murmured under his breath. Activation test. System ready. Wind vector output, 12%. A faint pulse rolled through his muscles. The deck blurred under his feet, one step, two, and he was suddenly across the ship, nearly colliding with the mast. He blinked. Oh. Then he overcorrected and vanished in a blur again. Wham! He reappeared upside down in the rigging, dangling by his jacket. Raffi woke up with a snort. Whoa. Did you just teleport? It's called technique. Sanji barked, trying to untangle himself. Namiya crossed her arms, amused. Looks more like a bird who forgot how to fly. Sanji dropped down, landing in a crouch. It's experimental, sweetheart. I'm just fine-tuning my rhythm. Your rhythm almost broke the mast, Kane said flatly. Raffi was already laughing. Do it again. Not a trick show. Sanji grumbled, but the small spark of satisfaction flickered beneath the irritation. Even if it was rough, he could feel it now, the way air bent under his control, like threads he could weave around his legs. He smirked. A few more tests, and I'll dance through the air like it's ground. Log pose chaos. Later that afternoon, Namiya came storming out of the cabin, waving a strange bracelet with a crystal dome. Okay, everyone listen. This is a log pose. It tracks the magnetic fields of the islands. Cool. Raffi interrupted. Does it explode? What? No. Does it point to treasure? No. It points to the next island. Raffi blinked. That's treasure enough. Kane sighed. We're doomed. Sanji leaned over Namiya's shoulder, eyes glinting. You're amazing as always, Namiya Swan explaining science while looking that beautiful should be illegal. She smirked. Then consider it a crime I'll keep committing. He melted instantly, hearts practically floating above his head. Yusin groaned. Can we not do this every 10 minutes? No promises. Sanji declared proudly. Night calm. When evening came, the weather finally decided to behave. The sun melted into the horizon in a blaze of crimson and violet. The sea dancer rocked gently, the day's madness fading into easy laughter. They ate together, Sanji's cooking as flawless as ever. The scent of grilled fish and citrus butter filled the deck. Raffi, mouth full, raised his cup. To our first day on the Grand Line still alive. They all cheered. Even Kane managed a small grin. Sanji leaned back, cigarette glowing softly in the dusk, eyes flicking between his crewmates and the quiet sea. The hum of the system was faint now, steady. Contained. Velocity module synced. Efficiency plus 12%. Emotion profile, contentment. He chuckled quietly to himself. Didn't think I'd teach a machine to enjoy dinner. Talking to yourself again. Nami teased from across the table. Just admiring the view, he said smoothly, gaze fixed on her. She rolled her eyes. You're impossible. Thank you, he said, without missing a beat. Raffi's laughter rang out again, loud and pure. Man, this crew's perfect. A flash of lightning danced across the far horizon, brief, harmless, like a reminder that the Grand Line was always listening. Somewhere in the distance, a single whale's call echoed faintly low and steady. Sanji smiled. Guess even the sea's wishing us luck. Chapter 21 Whiskey Peak, a town too friendly. Sunlight spilled over a sea so calm it looked carved from glass. The going sunny glided between golden cliffs, the scent of sand and cactus drifting on the breeze. Nami stood at the bow, her orange hair whipping in the wind as she read the log pose's steady point. Next island, Whiskey Peak, she called. A town right in the desert's mouth. Behind her, Raffi raised his arms like a child spotting land for the first time. Party town, he shouted. Yusin leaned on the rail. Every town we land in tries to kill us. Maybe this one will just rob us politely. Kane didn't answer. He sat cross-legged near the mast, polishing his blades. His eyes never left the horizon. Sanji leaned on the galley door, cigarette half-lit, coat snapping. The moment the town came into view, a skyline of domed roofs and towers glittering like coins, he exhaled a lazy ring of smoke. Beautiful architecture, he murmured, and then, softer, please let there be beautiful women inside. The docks were lined with musicians. Violins, drums, flutes, too much cheer for strangers. Banners rippled overhead. Welcome, brave pirates. A man with powder blue hair and an impossible mustache stepped forward. I am Igarappoi, mayor of this humble town, he declared. We celebrate heroes of the sea. Raffi blinked. Heroes? Us. Of course. The man swept an arm toward the crowd. Food, drink, and beds await. Tonight, Whiskey Peak belongs to you. Sanji was already surrounded women with sun-warmed skin and bright scarves offering plates of fruit and jugs of wine. His eyes turned into pink hearts. Angels, he whispered. So many angels. Nami smacked the back of his head lightly as she passed. Keep it together, cook. Can't, he said, grinning. Falling's not optional. The feast filled the plaza. Torches flared against the desert night, laughter echoed off stone. Raffi devoured mountains of meat, Kane stayed silent at the edge, and Yusin slipped between tables spinning stories about their non-existent victories. Sanji cooked alongside the locals, teasing spices into pans, then returned to the table with a flourish. For the goddess of navigation, he said, setting a plate before Nami. She rolled her eyes but smiled, just once. For a moment, it felt real, a place that didn't hate pirates. Then the wind shifted. The music slowed. Sanji's skin prickled. Something in the smiles had changed. Kane's hand went to his swords. Around them, the revelers' shadows lengthened into the shapes of rifles and blades. From the rooftop, a voice called, calm and cold. Baroque Works sends its regards. The musicians dropped their instruments. Dozens of bounty hunters raised weapons. Kane moved first, still singing. 3 attackers fell before they touched the ground. Sanji's cigarette flared. So much for romance. He vanished in a blur, the velocity module humming faintly in his veins. His kick caught one hunter square in the jaw, sending him spinning through a banner pole. Another came at him from behind. Sanji pivoted midair, heel whipping down in a golden arc anti-manner kick course. Dust exploded where the man had stood. Raffi stirred amid the chaos, still half asleep. Hey? Oh, we're fighting? Cool. He stretched, punched once, and sent a dozen hunters sailing through the air like bowling pins. Try not to level the town. Nami shouted, ducking behind a table as bullets whistled past. Can't promise. Raffi laughed. Kane fought with machine precision, blades flashing like lightning under torchlight. Sanji darted between him and the gunman, his movements a rhythm of smoke and wind, each step leaving a faint shimmer of displaced air. He was careful not to overdo it. The nanotech in his blood hummed impatiently, eager for more. A reminder of what he'd become. But when one sniper took aim at Nami across the square, restraint vanished. Sanji moved faster than thought. A gust cracked the cobblestones beneath his foot. In the blink of an eye, he was between the gun and her. His kick split the rifle in half. The force sent the shooter sprawling into a wall. Nami blinked. What? Just wind, he said, smiling. Lucky breeze. By dawn, the plaza was wrecked. Bodies groaned in the dust, banners shredded, torches burned to stubs. Raffi stood in the center, stretching. Fun party. Kane sheathed his swords. You're insane. Yusin crawled out from under an overturned table. I'm alive. I think. Nami rubbed her temples. We can't take you anywhere. Sanji lit a fresh cigarette, leaning against the fountain. The smoke caught the first sunlight, twisting gold. Whiskey Peak? Hey, he murmured. Next island better have fewer assassins, and more charm. Raffi grinned at him. You mean more women? Sanji blew smoke through his smile. Same thing. Chapter 22. Dawn over Whiskey Peak. The sun rose slow over Whiskey Peak, gilding the wreckage in a soft, undeserved light. The town that had sung and toasted them hours before now lay still. Dust drifted through the warm air, the scent of gunpowder and spilled ale clung to every street. Raffi stretched, yawning like a lion after a nap. Morning already, he said, as if the night's battle had been nothing more than a strange dream. Kane stood among the fallen bounty hunters, blades sheathed, coat torn at one sleeve. They weren't amateurs, he muttered. They wanted us dead, not just captured. Yusin crouched behind a cracked wall, notebook trembling in his hands. We beat them, right? So we're not the bad guys. Nami was already busy counting through purses collected from unconscious attackers. We're the surviving guys, she said, not looking up. That's what matters. Sanji leaned against the fountain, cigarette burning to a thin line of ash. The plaza looked like the aftermath of a bar brawl mixed with a storm. His legs still hummed faintly, the aftershock of power held in check. He tried not to think about how fast he'd moved, or how the ground had cracked when he'd kicked. Too much, too fast. He'd always been strong, but this was something else. Something simmering deep in his bones. A groan broke the quiet. Near the fallen archway, Igarappoi, his ridiculous hair deflated, his fancy suit torn, pushed himself upright. The little blue duck beside him pecked uselessly at his sleeve. Raffi tilted his head. Oh hey, the mayor's still alive. Mayor. Igarappoi spat dust. I am not a mayor. I am. He caught himself, looked at the crew's collective stares, and coughed. An undercover agent of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Undercover agent. Nami repeated, deadpan. You? With that hairstyle? He bristled but pressed on. My real name is Igaram. And this, he gestured to the woman beside him, who had pulled off her fake hair and blue lipstick. Is Miss Wednesday. Or rather, Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta. The air froze. Even Raffi stopped grinning. Vivi bowed slightly, her voice quiet but steady. Baroque works infiltrated my kingdom. They plan a rebellion that will destroy it. We joined them to learn their secrets, but our cover is blown. Yusin swallowed. You mean, those guys were all part of that group? She nodded. And their leader Mr. Zero is far more dangerous than anyone here. Kane's gaze hardened. Then you're saying this fight was just the start? Ikaram nodded grimly. Exactly. And now they'll be coming for her. The crew exchanged looks. Namiya folded her arms. So you want us to fight an entire criminal organization? For free. Vivi's eyes flicked to the deck where Raffi was casually picking his nose. I was hoping for kindness, not business. Raffi looked up, sunlight catching in his grin. You helped us have a feast. That counts. Kane's jaw dropped. That's your reasoning. Yeb. Raffi clapped his hands, turning toward Vivi. We'll take you home. Namiya groaned into her palm. He didn't even hesitate. Sanji flicked ash into the fountain, hiding a smile. He's a fool, he murmured. But he's the right kind of fool. Vivi's eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. Truly. Sanji met her gaze for a moment. Something about her reminded him of gentleness like his sister back in Germa. That same quiet strength in her smile. He turned away before it hurt too much. The crew spent the next hour fixing what they could. Raffi repaired a mast that didn't need fixing. Yusin tried to interview unconscious bounty hunters. Namiya plotted their course toward Alabasta, her voice sharp as ever. Sanji cooked what breakfast ingredients survived the chaos. The smell of eggs and salt filled the square. As everyone gathered, he stayed a little apart, cigarette hanging loosely from his lips. He could still feel it, the hum in his muscles, the faint vibration beneath his skin whenever he moved too quickly. Whatever had awakened inside him back at the Baratai, it was changing him bit by bit. The velocity module. The nanotech. The fusion of two worlds. Crocus's eyes had seen through him back at the Twin Cape. You've got something dangerous in you, boy, the old man had said. One day you'll have to decide if it's power or poison. Sanji stared at the morning light stretching over the desert. He didn't know that answer yet. But as the crew's laughter echoed behind him, Raffi wrestling with a cactus, Namiya yelling at him, Yusin narrating the chaos like a news report, he knew one thing clearly. He couldn't walk away from them. Maybe that was his answer for now. He took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaled smoke that curled like a question mark into the sky, and smiled faintly. Let's see what kind of mess this world throws next. The Going Sunny's sails caught the wind. The sea opened ahead, bright, endless, and filled with promise. Chapter 23, Little Garden, Echoes of Giants. The Grand Line narrowed to a lazy swirl of sunlight and mist. The Going Sunny drifted between floating seaweed forests until an island rose from the haze, green, ancient, breathing. Volcanoes slept beneath clouds. Birds the size of ships traced circles overhead. Raffi leaned so far over the bow that Namiya grabbed his vest to keep him from falling. Look at it. It's huge. It's prehistoric, she corrected. And probably crawling with things that want to eat you. Yusin stared at a horn jutting from the trees. That's not a hill. Kane's hand rested on his sword. Good. I was getting bored. Sanji stood at the rail, cigarette burning untouched. He knew this island. He'd watched it once on a glowing screen in another life, an arc of laughter, danger, and the clash of two giants whose pride outlived centuries. He could almost hear the narrator's voice echoing from memory. Little Garden. If events flowed as he remembered, death was already walking somewhere in that jungle. He exhaled slowly, smoke curling like a thought. Maybe foreknowledge was a curse, knowing what should happen but never knowing what might change because of him. The crew stepped ashore, swallowed by ferns taller than masts. The air shimmered with heat and the scent of sap. A dinosaur thundered past in the distance. Raffi chased it, laughing. Nami screamed after him. "Don't make it angry. It's already angry." Yusin yelled, running in the opposite direction. Kane sighed. "Idiots." Sanji chuckled under his breath. "That's our idiots." His eyes kept scanning the jungle, listening. Beneath birdsong and Raffi's laughter, he felt faint vibrations through the soil. 2 heartbeats, colossal and steady. They would meet the giants soon. He remembered how that went, the misunderstanding, the fight, the explosion. This time, maybe he could shave the edge off fate. A clearing opened like a wound in the forest. 2 massive figures faced each other across a river of lava, laughing between swings of weapons larger than ships. Dory. Broggy. Each strike cracked the earth, each cheer rattled the leaves. They were alive exactly as he'd seen them once before, but real now, heavy enough to shake his bones. Raffi's eyes sparkled. "They're awesome." Nami ducked as a shockwave flattened a line of trees. "They're insane." Sanji couldn't help smiling. He remembered their code of honor, their endless duel born of pride. Maybe some legends were worth living through twice. He stayed silent, letting Raffi charge ahead to greet them just as before. Some things, he decided, shouldn't be altered. Chapter 23, Part 2, The Trap Beneath the Giants. Afternoon bled into the forest like gold through smoke. The crew camped between 2 giant footprints, cooking over a fire that crackled under the distant sound of laughter. Dory and Broggy still dueling in the valley beyond. Raffi tore into roasted dinosaur meat, grease running down his chin. "Best island ever." Nami slapped a mosquito off her neck. "Speak for yourself." Yusin scribbled frantic notes. "I'm going to write a book about this. Chronicles of Idiots and Dinosaurs." Kane, silent as usual, sharpened his blade against a stone. Sparks danced in rhythm with the giant's roars. Sanji leaned against a log, watching the firelight flicker on their faces. Every moment unfolded just as he remembered it, but every laugh, every gesture felt more real, more fragile. If he'd learned anything since waking in this world, it was that cannon could shatter with a single breath. And somewhere beyond the trees, the hunters were already here. He could feel them, their heartbeats scattered in the underbrush, faint and careful. "Observation," Haki whispered faintly through him, a pulse of awareness that hadn't existed before the Baratai. "Baroque works." When the first shot rang, he was already moving. A bullet split the air toward their campfire, but Kane's sword flashed and deflected it in a clean spark. Shadows erupted from the trees, agents in dark suits, moving with precision. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine. Others. Raffi grinned. More guests. "Don't just stand there." Nami shouted, diving behind a rock. Yusin's scream drowned under the roar of a second explosion. Sanji vanished into smoke. His legs blurred as the velocity module pulsed alive, humming deep in his bones. He slipped through trees, circling behind the attackers. He'd watched this fight once. Knew who lived, who almost didn't. Not this time. In the clearing, Raffi tangled with Mr. 5, explosions blooming like fireworks. Kane crossed blades with agents whose names didn't matter. Nami shouted orders between volleys of bullets. Sanji moved unseen, striking from the edges. One gunman fell without a sound, tripped by an invisible sweep of air. Another collapsed as a branch snapped from above, a subtle kick redirected through a tree trunk. Each strike was calculated, surgical. Not too strong, not too flashy. Just enough to tip fate. He caught glimpses of Vivi fighting beside them, her expression fierce but desperate. And then, like in memory, a tremor shook the island. The explosion. Dory stumbled, smoke billowing from his gut. Brogy's shout tore through the valley. Sanji's heart clenched. He remembered this moment. The trap that would make the giants fight for the wrong reason, the lie that nearly killed them both. He sprinted toward the valley, faster than sound, trees whipping past like shadows. The battlefield was chaos. Dory's eyes burned with betrayal, Brogy's roars split the clouds. Sanji appeared between them for an instant, a flicker of gold and dust, and kicked the smoldering bomb casing into the river before it could finish what it started. The blast died in water and steam. For a heartbeat, both giants froze. Dory blinked down at him. "Little man, what did you do?" "Just cleaning the mess," Sanji said, smoke curling from his cigarette. Brogy tilted his massive head, confusion replacing fury. Above them, from the cliffs, Mr. 3 watched through binoculars. "That wasn't supposed to happen," he hissed. Sanji looked up, already sensing him, his heart rate sharp and steady, hiding somewhere behind wax walls not yet formed. He could end this now, if he wanted. A single dash, one blow. But no. Some events had to happen. Just differently. He turned back toward the forest. Time to shift the script. Chapter 23, Part 3, The End of the Wax. The jungle burned white. Mr. 3's candle fortress rose around the trapped crew, wax flooding upward like freezing light. Raffi and Kane strained against it, arms locking inch by inch. Namiya's shout cracked the air. "If we can't move soon, we'll suffocate." Sanji crouched behind the ridge, eyes half closed. Through the hum of insects and molten wax, he could feel each heartbeat, his friend's panic, Mr. 3's smug rhythm above, Miss Goldenweek's steady calm. In the show, Luffy punched straight through this, he thought. But if I let it go that way, half of them will end up burnt alive before he even lands the hit. The nanotech in his blood tingled, ready. He dashed through the melting forest, every step breaking sound. His body blurred, invisible to the agents. The first kick snapped the base of a wax column, the second cracked the reservoir feeding it. Above, Mr. 3 spun, startled. Whoosh! A gust of wind hit him full force, shattering his candle armor. "Just the cook," Sanji murmured, landing in the steam. He didn't stay to fight. The important thing was the system hidden beneath the wax, the pressure valves that kept the sculpture intact. He tore through them one by one, each strike measured so the whole thing collapsed outward instead of in. Cracks raced across the white surface like lightning. "Now," he shouted. Raffi's fist burst free in a shower of shards, punching sunlight back into the fortress. Wax exploded into glittering fragments. Kane sliced through the rest in a single, clean arc. Mr. 3 stumbled, stunned. Impossible. Then a shadow fell across him. Brogy's foot came down like divine judgment. The ground shook. Silence followed. Smoke rolled off the ruined clearing. The giants knelt, rumbling laughter filling the air again. "You little ones fight with heart," Dory said. "Come back in 100 years, Brogy added, "and we'll duel again." Raffi saluted with both arms. Deal. The ship left the island that evening, sails catching the last red light. Namiya charted their new course, Yusin rode furiously, Kane cleaned his swords. Raffi snored on the rail. Sanji leaned against the galley door, cigarette glowing faintly. The sea wind carried the smell of sap and smoke. Somewhere far behind, the giant's laughter echoed like thunder. He'd kept the story's shape intact barely. But every time he changed one thread, another twisted out of place. He looked up at the stars, remembering his sister's face and the kingdom he'd abandoned. "Maybe fate's just a recipe," he muttered. "You can follow it, or you can season it your way." The cigarette ember drifted out over the dark water as the ship vanished into the horizon. Drum Island Arc Pardai, the fever and the blizzard. The Grand Line was merciless that night. Waves the size of mountains slammed against the ship's hull, each crash shaking the masts and sending icy spray across the deck. The winter island ahead looked like a frozen shadow on the horizon, just a smear of white against endless gray. Inside the cabin, the laughter had gone silent. Namiya lay on her bunk, her skin pale and beaded with sweat. Her breaths came short, shallow, and feverish. The storm's howls outside couldn't drown out Rafi's anxious pacing or the clatter of dishes as Sanji searched the galley for anything useful. "She's burning up," Sanji muttered, pressing a damp cloth to her forehead. "Damn it, her temperature's through the roof. This isn't just a cold, this is infection." Rafi looked up, his eyes wide and desperate. "Can you fix it, Sanji?" The cook's hands clenched around the towel. "If I could, she'd be fine already. She needs a doctor, now." Yusin stood near the door, gripping his rifle nervously. "But we're in the middle of nowhere." "Not nowhere," Kane interrupted. His voice was calm but tight with concern. He pointed toward the trembling compass on the table. "There's an island north of here. I've seen it in the logbook, Drum Island. They're said to have doctors." Sanji exhaled, a faint flicker of hope lighting in his eyes. "Then we set sail there. Now." The crew scrambled into motion. Rafi took the helm, shouting against the wind. Yusin manned the ropes, and Kane balanced along the deck with his swords drawn, slicing away chunks of ice forming on the rigging. Sanji stayed below deck, one hand gripping the edge of Namiya's bunk, the other brushing away her damp hair. Her lips trembled with fevered dreams, whispering names he couldn't hear. It twisted something deep inside him, the same ache that had followed him since he'd been flung into this world. The memory of his sister, her voice telling him to live freely, came to him like a ghost. He touched the side of his head, feeling that faint hum of the nanotech buried beneath his skin. It responded to his thoughts, a pulse of blue warmth. He could feel his observation haki stirring too, the senses overlapping until he could almost see the fever burning inside her body. He wanted to use it to force it out somehow, but he didn't yet understand the limits. A mistake could kill her. "Hold on, Namiya," he whispered. "Just a little longer." Above deck, the ship lurched violently. A massive wave crashed over the bow, snapping a rope free. Rafi roared with laughter as he fought to steer, soaked to the bone but undeterred. Kane shouted orders, and Yusin's panicked yelps echoed with each blast of snow. Sanji climbed back up, tying down the rigging. Every muscle in his body screamed against the cold, but his will burned hotter than ever. "Keep her steady, Captain," he yelled. Rafi grinned through the storm. "You got it, Cook." For 3 hours they battled the blizzard, the world a blur of white and black sea. At last, when dawn broke faintly through the storm, Sanji saw it, jagged cliffs of ice and snow rising from the ocean like the teeth of a sleeping beast. "Land!" Yusin cried. "I see land." They pushed through the final wave, the ship scraping against the frozen shallows. The wind howled its last defiance before dying to a bitter silence. Sanji lifted Namiya into his arms, wrapping her in his coat. Her body was fever-hot against his chest. He looked toward the white shore and muttered under his breath, "Hang on, sweetheart. We're almost there." The crew disembarked onto the snow-covered coast, breath steaming in the cold air. Rafi adjusted his straw hat, the flakes collecting on his grin. "All right. Let's find a doctor." Sanji didn't smile back. His eyes were hard, scanning the desolate hills ahead. His haki flickered faintly, picking up something movement in the distance. He recognized the pattern of energy. Human. No, hungry humans. His jaw tightened. "Everyone, stay sharp. We've got company." From behind the snowbanks came shapes, men in ragged coats with weapons drawn. The iron insignia of Wapol's old army glinted on their sleeves. Sanji shifted Namiya's weight gently to one arm, the other sliding into his pocket. Rafi laughed, ready for another brawl. "They wanna fight? Fine by me." Sanji exhaled a trail of smoke that froze in the air. "You fight, I'll guard her." The first shot rang out. Drum Island Arc Part 2. The Doctor on the Mountain. The gunfire cracked like brittle wood in the frozen air. Kane's blade flashed silver, slicing through the first volley of bullets. Raffi lunged forward, fists spinning like a storm, sending soldiers tumbling into the snow. Yusin crouched behind a drift, rifle steady, picking off targets with surprising precision. Sanji, holding Namiya close, moved through the chaos like smoke. Every step was calculated, graceful but deadly. His observation haki mapped the battlefield before his eyes. Flickers of heat, heartbeats, the rhythm of violence. A man lunged from behind, swinging a broken bayonet. Sanji ducked, spun, and lashed out with his leg. The kick hit the man's ribs with a wet crack, sending him flying into the snow. Another came, and another fell. Sanji's kicks left trails in the frost, wind slicing around his limbs. He didn't even look at them, his focus was on the woman in his arms, the steady flutter of her pulse. When the last echo of gunfire faded, Raffi stood on a pile of broken muskets, grinning. That was fun. Anyone else? Kane sheathed his swords with a sigh. You really have a strange idea of fun, Captain. Yusin peeked up from behind the drift. Are they all gone? For now, Sanji said. His breath misted the air. But there'll be more. We need shelter and a doctor. He glanced up at the mountains, where the wind carved ghosts into the snow. His memory stirred. In the anime, this is where they meet Dr. Kurha and Chopper. He could almost hear the next lines before they happened. The plot unfolding, step by step. But reality was heavier than animation, the cold bit deeper, the silence stretched longer, and Namiya's fever felt far more real. They trudged through the frozen woods, snow crunching beneath their boots. Hours passed in silence until Raffi stopped, pointing toward a small village nestled in a valley. Smoke, he said. There's people there. They descended slowly. The villagers, wrapped in layers of fur, looked up as the strangers entered. Fear flickered across their faces. One old man stepped forward, trembling. If you're looking for a doctor, there's only one. The witch on the mountain. The witch. Yusin squeaked. The man nodded gravely. Dr. Kurha. She lives near the top. No one climbs there unless they're desperate. Raffi looked at Sanji, who was already tightening the scarf around Namiya's face. Guess that's us, the cook said quietly. Without another word, he began the climb. The path was brutal. Wind screamed down from the peaks, slicing through their clothes. The snow deepened to their knees. Raffi carried their supplies. Kane scouted ahead. Yusin lagged behind, muttering complaints under his breath. Sanji bore the heaviest burden, Namiya. Her head rested against his shoulder, her breath shallow, her skin like burning paper. Each step was a war between exhaustion and resolve. Halfway up, he slipped. His knee struck ice, pain shooting through him, but he didn't fall. He planted his foot and pushed forward. Vinsmoke blood doesn't break that easily, he told himself. But another voice whispered back, the one he'd buried deep. Then why did you run from them? He didn't answer it. The past could wait. By dusk, they reached a narrow cliff path, half buried in snow. The wind was thinner here, the air sharper. In the distance, a single light glowed through the storm, a cabin window. There. Raffi shouted. Before they could move, a massive shape burst from the trees below, white fur, blue nose, eyes full of warning. A reindeer, but walking upright. Yusin froze. What in the world? Kane's hand went to his sword, but Sanji lifted a hand. Don't. He's not the enemy. The creature. Chopper stood firm, blocking their path. Stay back. I won't let you hurt her. His voice trembled with courage. Sanji's breath caught. He's even smaller than I remember. Raffi tilted his head, curious. We just need help. Our friend's sick. Chopper hesitated, glancing at Namiya. His nose twitched. Sick. She's burning up, Sanji said. If we don't treat her soon. He didn't finish the sentence. For a moment, silence stretched between them. Then Chopper turned. Follow me. Hurry. The cabin was warm, filled with the smell of herbs and smoke. Jars lined the shelves, strange plants hanging from the rafters. A tall, wiry woman with sharp eyes and silver hair stood waiting, hands on her hips. So, she said, voice like gravel. Another batch of fools climbing my mountain. Sanji bowed his head slightly. Doctor, please. She's dying. Dr. Kurha's eyes softened when she saw Namiya. Without another word, she gestured to the bed. Put her there. Hours passed in tense silence. Kurha worked swiftly, her hands steady even as the wind howled outside. Sanji watched every movement, memorizing each herb, every motion. He hated being helpless. Finally, the old woman straightened. She'll live. Fever's breaking already. Strong heart, that one. Sanji's shoulders slumped with relief. Raffi let out a whoop. You did it. Kurha smirked. Of course I did, boy. Now, tell me what brings a pack of lunatics like you to my island. Raffi opened his mouth, but Sanji spoke first. Adventure, he said simply. And the pursuit of freedom. Kurha raised an eyebrow. Humph, sounds familiar. In the corner, Chopper peeked out shyly, watching them. Sanji smiled faintly. Here it begins, he thought. His story. Drum Island Arc Part 3, The Monster Who Wanted to Be a Man. Morning crept through the shutters like pale gold smoke. The storm had passed, leaving the world blank and silent beneath a skin of ice. Inside the cabin, firelight painted everything in amber herb jars, weather-worn wood, and the sleeping shape of Namiya beneath a heavy quilt. Sanji sat at the hearth, cigarette burning low between his fingers. The scent of pine smoke and medicine hung thick in the air. Every now and then, Namiya stirred, her fevered breath smoothing into calmer rhythm. Relief loosened something in his chest that he hadn't realized was clenched. From the doorway came a soft shuffle. Hooves on wood. He turned and nearly laughed. Chopper stood there, half hidden behind the door frame, clutching a small bundle of herbs. His blue nose twitched nervously. The fur around his hat still glistened with snowflakes that refused to melt. Sanji blinked once, twice. So this is him. Back home, he'd watched Chopper hundreds of times, cute, funny, the mascot of hope. But seeing him here, trembling slightly, fur damp with melted snow, and yet trying to look brave, it was something else entirely. The little reindeer wasn't a cartoon. He was alive, real breath, real fear, real courage. Chopper froze under the cook's stare. What? He stammered. Sanji exhaled smoke toward the window, smiling faintly. Nothing. You're just smaller than I imagined. Chopper frowned, ears drooping. Hey. The chuckle that escaped Sanji's throat surprised even him. It was warm. Relax, I mean that in a good way. You're braver than you look, kid. Chopper blinked at him, unsure how to respond. Then, almost shyly, he muttered, Doctor says I'm supposed to check her temperature. Sanji stepped aside, letting him pass. The reindeer padded over to Namiya's bedside, gently placing a hoof on her forehead. His touch was careful, practiced, far more human than beastly. Sanji watched in quiet admiration. He was called a monster, he thought, remembering the episode. But look at him. He's more human than most people I knew back home. Raffi and Kane had gone to gather supplies. Yusin had collapsed in a snoring heap near the fireplace. The cabin was peaceful, save for the crackle of wood and the occasional sigh of wind outside. In that stillness, Sanji studied the boy, the creature who would someday be his crew's doctor. When Chopper finally looked up, His big brown eyes shone with earnest light. "She's going to be okay," he said. "Her fever's dropping." Sanji nodded slowly. "Thanks to you." Chopper's ears twitched. "And Dr. Kurha?" "Yeah," Sanji murmured, gaze softening. "Her too." For a while they sat in silence, watching the fire. Sanji could feel something faint humming inside him again, the nanotech, responding to his calm heartbeat. The warmth it gave off mixed with the comfort of the fire, almost homely. Strange. He'd spent so many years running from cold metal and colder bloodlines, but now the same machinery whispered warmth instead of commands. He reached for another cigarette, then stopped. Chopper was staring up at him, eyes watering from the smoke. All right, Sanji sighed, stubbing it out. "You win." Chopper smiled, a little embarrassed. "It smells bad." "Yeah," Sanji said, eyes on the flame, "but sometimes bad smells remind you you're alive." The reindeer tilted his head, puzzled. Sanji only smiled more, the corner of his mouth curling. Maybe the world didn't need to make sense. Maybe it just needed warmth, and people who cared enough to give it. Outside, a distant roar echoed through the valley, the sound of metal and rage. Wapol had returned. Sanji's smile vanished. His instincts flared, Haki whispering danger. He rose quietly, pulling his coat from the chair. "Stay here," he told Chopper. "Watch over her." The reindeer hesitated. "But..." Sanji looked back, one eye shadowed, the other burning like the tip of a match. "Trust me. You'll have your turn soon." He stepped out into the snow, wind howling around him. The scent of gunpowder and smoke was already in the air. Behind him, Chopper's small voice trembled, almost lost in the storm. "Please, come back safe." Sanji didn't answer, but the grin that crossed his face said everything. Drum Island Arc Part 4. Wapol's return in the birth of a new Nakama. The storm had ended, but the mountain was far from quiet. From below came the guttural grind of metal and the rumble of engines, the sound of a tyrant returning to claim what he'd lost. Wapol's ship clanged against the frozen cliffs, its iron jaws chewing through the ice like some mechanical beast. Soldiers spilled out, rifles glinting in the pale light. Sanji stood at the edge of the plateau, snow swirling around his boots. His breath came in calm, measured clouds. The old Sanji, the one from the screen, would have leapt into the fray for the thrill of it. But this Sanji had learned to watch, to move when it mattered most. He could feel the vibrations in the snow, the pulse of every living thing within 100 meters. His haki sharpened, humming faintly under his skin like an invisible radar. He didn't need sight, he felt them coming. Rafi's voice cut through the wind, bright as fire. "Hey, Metal Mouth. You're not taking this island." Wapol sneered from atop his mechanical tank, laughter booming. "Straw hats, vermin. I'll swallow you whole." Rafi cracked his knuckles, grinning. "Then I'll make you choke." The battle erupted. Gunfire shattered the stillness. Smoke rolled through the snow. Rafi dove headlong into the chaos, limbs stretching like coiled rubber, his laughter echoing across the mountain. Kane danced through the soldiers like a blade of wind, his strikes clean, precise. Yusin hid in the trees, his rifle barking with each flash of light. Sanji moved unseen, a blur against the storm. His kicks struck faster than the eye could follow, breaking armor and freezing breath. When a cannon swiveled toward Rafi, Sanji was already there, one step ahead, his foot slamming into the barrel. The explosion that followed painted the snow gold. But it was Chopper's cry that pierced through it all. Wapol's second-in-command had cornered him by the cliff, gun raised. The little reindeer's knees shook, but his eyes burned with something fierce. "I'm not a monster," he shouted. "I'm a doctor." Sanji's chest tightened. The words carried across the snow like an echo from another life. He remembered watching this moment from the safety of his old world, how easy it had seemed then, how scripted. But seeing it now, in flesh and fear and frost. It hit him like a punch to the gut. He moved without thought. A single burst of speed, wind step, and the world blurred. In the next instant, the soldier's rifle was gone, shattered, and Sanji stood between him and Chopper, one boot steaming in the snow. "Good speech, kid," he said softly. "Now let's make sure it means something." Chopper looked up, eyes wide with awe. For a heartbeat, Sanji thought the little reindeer might cry. Raffi's roar shook the mountain. His final blow, a giant, rubber-wrapped punch, crashed into Wapol's ship, twisting metal like paper. The tyrant screamed, spinning through the air before vanishing into the blizzard below. Silence returned. Only the crackle of the broken engine and the whistle of wind remained. By sunset, the battle was over. The crew gathered outside Kurha's castle, the sky bleeding orange into white. Namiya was standing again, weak but smiling, wrapped in a thick coat. Kurha leaned against the door frame, arms crossed. "You idiots survived. Miracles do happen." Raffi laughed. "Guess we're just lucky like that." Chopper stood beside her, eyes full of conflict. Kurha nudged him forward. "Go on, reindeer. Your story's waiting down there." He hesitated, glancing at her, then at Sanji. The cook gave a small nod and a smile that said, "You belong with us." Chopper's breath hitched. Then he ran, tears freezing in the wind, hooves kicking up snow. "Wait for me," he shouted. When he reached the ship, Sanji leaned down, catching him mid-leap and setting him on deck. "Welcome aboard, Doctor." Raffi cheered. "We've got a doctor now." Laughter spilled into the cold air, bright and alive. As the Going Merry slipped away from the shore, the snow gave way to rolling waves, the cold fading into sea spray. Sanji lit a cigarette and watched the island fade into the horizon. Somewhere behind those clouds, Kurha's laughter echoed like wind chimes. He thought of his sister again, of warmth and family and all the things his bloodline had tried to strip from him. Then he looked around at Raffi's grin, Namiya's gentle smile, Kane's quiet focus, Yusin's goofy laugh, and Chopper's wide-eyed wonder. Maybe this is what family was meant to be. The wind carried the scent of salt and promise. Sanji blew out smoke, his grin lazy but content. "Next stop," he murmured, "Alabasta. The Princess and the Sandstorm." The Going Merry drifted on a sea that glittered like molten glass. The winter chill of drum had faded, replaced by a slow heat that licked the horizon in waves. Even the breeze smelled different now, sharp with salt, faintly dusty. Ahead, the sky was a pale, endless blue, and somewhere beyond it waited Alabasta. Sanji leaned against the railing, cigarette burning low between his lips. His shirt was open at the collar, the sunlight catching on the faint metallic glimmer beneath his skin, the quiet hum of his nanotech system, invisible to all but him. The others joked nearby, Raffi laughing loud enough to scare seagulls off the sky. And between their laughter stood her. Vivi. Her hair caught the wind like strands of liquid sapphire, her eyes reflecting the same kind of determination Sanji remembered from the screen back when she was a drawing, not a heartbeat standing before him. But here, in this world of salt and blood, she was painfully real. He watched her smile at Namiya, explaining the desert's dangers, the Baroque works agents, the chaos tearing her kingdom apart. Raffi listened in his usual careless way, nodding at odd times. Kane sharpened his swords, the rhythmic scrape of steel on stone underscoring every word. Sanji exhaled smoke, his thoughts spiraling. So it's real. Alabasta, crocodile, all of it. He'd seen these scenes before, framed in color and ink. But this was sunlight and heat, laughter and fear tangled in one. Every time he tried to convince himself it was just a story, the scent of gunpowder and the sting of salt reminded him otherwise. By nightfall, the sea darkened into a restless shimmer. The crew had gathered for dinner, Sanji's doing, of course. Vivi sat near the middle of the table, quiet at first, then laughing softly when Raffi offered to taste test everything before her. "Sanji, as always, played his part: dramatic flourishes, polite bows, and a dozen shameless declarations of love. "Ah, Vivi Swan, your smile alone could end every war in this world," he said, setting a plate before her with a theatrical spin. She blinked, flustered. "Ah, thank you, Sanji, but maybe we should focus on the mission." Nami rolled her eyes. "Focus, you simp." Raffi laughed so hard he nearly choked. But behind that comedic surface, Sanji's mind was elsewhere, watching, feeling. His observation haki had grown sharper since Drum. He could sense the faint tremors in Vivi's aura, the anxiety she tried to bury under grace. She wasn't just a princess. She was a woman carrying a kingdom on her shoulders. When she looked down, whispering to herself about her father and her people, Sanji turned away, pretending to stir a pot. "She's stronger than I remembered." The thought burned quietly in his chest. By dawn, the wind had changed again. Hotter. Harsher. The first signs of Alabastus Desert were rising like ghosts on the horizon. They anchored at Nanohana port. The city shimmered under a golden haze, half buried in sand. People moved in sluggish waves through the streets, their faces weary but proud. Banners fluttered in the wind, some bearing the royal crest, others marked by rebellion. Vivi wrapped a scarf around her hair, hiding her identity. The others followed suit, Raffi grinning beneath his straw hat. "Let's go find this crocodile guy," Raffi said cheerfully. Kane frowned. "You make it sound like grocery shopping." Sanji lit a fresh cigarette. "We'll find him, all right. But maybe we should focus on not dying of heat stroke first." Nami laughed. "For once, the cook talks sense." Vivi smiled at that, soft but fleeting. As they crossed the market, Sanji's system hummed faintly, an alert he'd come to recognize. Nanotech sensors adjusting to heat, enhancing his stamina. He felt his body subtly adapting, oxygen intake higher, muscles cooler. He wasn't superhuman, not fully, but close. The fusion with his Vinsmoke lineage was deepening, whether he liked it or not. He looked up at the blinding sun, sweat tracing the edge of his jaw. If Judge could see me now, he thought bitterly. He'd call this progress. But Sanji wasn't fighting for science, or power. He was fighting because Vivi's people were starving. Because Namiya deserved a world where storms didn't destroy homes. Because Raffi's laughter shouldn't end in a grave. And if that meant walking the desert as a ghost, using every ounce of hidden strength to protect them without ever revealing how much he knew, then so be it. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled faintly as Vivi glanced back at him. "Something funny, Sanji?" she asked. "Just thinking," he said, his tone light. "Even the desert looks beautiful when you're in it." Namiya groaned audibly. "He's hopeless." Raffi laughed again. Kane sighed. Vivi blushed, then smiled, the kind of small, fleeting smile that made the whole world feel a little less cruel. And in that moment, Sanji thought of how far they'd come from the snows of Drum to the sands of Alabasta, and how far they still had to go. He had a feeling this arc would change everything. For her. For him. For the man who once only watched their story and was now living it, heartbeat by heartbeat. Rebellion and Baroque works. The sun in Alabasta was merciless. By midday, the air itself seemed to burn, the sand shimmering like molten gold. The Going Merry was docked in a small inlet near the edge of Nanohana, its sails drooping under the weight of the heat. The crew gathered their supplies in silence, each already exhausted by the desert wind. Sanji was the only one who looked composed, though that was mostly his system's doing. His nanotech worked like a hidden second skin, regulating heat, recycling moisture, keeping him cool when the others wilted. It was efficient, invisible, and unsettling. He hated how natural it felt. "Hey, cook," Kane said, tossing him a canteen. "You sure you're human?" Sanji caught it lazily, smirking. "Just well hydrated, Murimo Jr. Murimo. It suits you." Before the swordsman could reply, Namiya's voice cut through the air. Both of you stop flirting and move. We need to reach Yuba before nightfall. Raffi laughed, his straw hat tilting as he hoisted a pack over his shoulder. She's right. Let's race. Idiot, Sanji muttered, but a faint grin crept onto his face as the group started forward, the desert stretching before them like an ocean made of fire. Hours passed. The wind howled. Sand whipped at their faces, stinging skin and eyes. Vivi led the way, scarf wrapped tight, determination carved into every step. Sanji's gaze followed her silently. He'd seen this journey before in animation, simplified and paced for an audience. But this was raw. Real. He could see the tremor in her hands, the way her breath caught each time she looked toward the horizon. She's scared, he thought. But she keeps walking anyway. He respected that kind of courage more than any power. A tremor in the air snapped him from his thoughts. He stilled, instincts sharpening observation haki flaring like a sixth sense. Something was moving beneath the dunes. Stop, he said quietly. Too late. The sand ahead erupted. A massive scorpion lunged from the ground, chitin glistening like polished obsidian. It screeched, tail curling high. Raffi grinned. Food. Idiot. Namiya shouted. But before it could strike, Sanji moved. His footwork blurred faster than sight, a ghostly spiral of sand in motion. His kick slammed into the scorpion's stinger midair, snapping it with a sound like breaking stone. The recoil cracked the ground beneath him, a shockwave of dust exploding outward. He landed lightly, cigarette still in place, coat barely disturbed. The others froze. Remind me, Kane said slowly, when did you learn to do that? Sanji smiled faintly. Practice. Vivi blinked, stunned, but before she could speak, Raffi burst into laughter. That was awesome. Namiya folded her arms. Show off. Sanji shrugged, hiding his racing pulse. The short burst of power had drained more energy than expected. His system thrummed in his veins, recalibrating. He could almost feel the nanotech adapting, sinking tighter with his biology, whispering data he didn't fully understand. Too much exposure, he thought. Need to keep it low. If they saw too much, questions would follow and he couldn't risk explaining how he knew what was coming next. By nightfall, they reached an abandoned oasis. The sand glowed faintly under the moonlight, and they set camp among the ruins. Vivi sat apart from the others, staring at her reflection in the still water. Sanji approached quietly, 2 cups of tea in hand. You should drink, he said softly. Desert's cruel to those who forget to rest. She looked up, tired but smiling. Thank you, Sanji. He sat beside her, the silence between them comfortable. After a while, Vivi spoke. I keep thinking, maybe this is all my fault. The rebellion, the suffering. If I'd stayed in the palace. He shook his head. You'd be living a lie. Sometimes doing what's right means walking through hell first. She blinked, surprised by the edge in his tone. He glanced at her reflection. You're strong, Vivi. Stronger than most kings I've seen. For a moment, she seemed to see something deeper in his eyes, not the flirt, not the clown, but a man who understood the weight of bloodlines, of duty. Then Raffi's voice echoed from the camp. Oi. Lovebirds. Dinner. Vivi laughed softly, cheeks coloring. Sanji exhaled smoke, masking a smirk. Later, after the laughter faded, Sanji stood watch. The desert was quiet except for the whisper of wind. His thoughts drifted to the memories he shouldn't have, scenes from a show that was never supposed to be real. He remembered this arc, remembered how it ended. The chaos. The war. Crocodile. But reality had a different texture. I can't just rely on what I know, he thought. The script's already shifting. My presence is changing things. His system pulsed faintly, a small interface flickering across his vision, visible only to him. Nanocore sync, 67%. New function unlocked, combat predictive overlay, experimental. Sanji raised an eyebrow. Predictive, hey. He tried focusing in for a heartbeat. The world slowed. Lines of trajectory shimmered faintly around the camp, the way Raffi tossed in his sleep, the arc of a falling ember, even the faint tremor of something crawling beneath the sand, far out of reach. It was observation hacky, refined. Mechanized. He grinned to himself. Looks like I've got a cheat code after all. At dawn, they packed up again, unaware that Baroque Works agents had already marked their trail. From the cliffs above, two silhouettes watched, one with shades and a smirk, the other silent and sharp-eyed. Targets confirmed, said Mr. 5. The princess is alive. Then Crocodile will want confirmation, Miss Valentine replied sweetly. They turned to leave just as Sanji's head lifted, eyes narrowing at the distant ridge. He couldn't see them. But he could feel the disturbance in the air. Looks like trouble's coming, he murmured, crushing his cigarette underfoot. And somewhere deep inside him, the nanotech flared, whispering data, preparing for battle. Desert Storm and the agents of Baroque Works. The desert wind came alive before dawn. At first it was only a whisper, a restless sigh brushing over dunes. Then it built, rolling into a voice that howled across the endless sand. The sky bruised with dust, and the Going Merry's small camp vanished in a curtain of grit. Sanji stood in the storm's mouth, coat whipping like a banner. His cigarette burned to a point of red defiance against the wind. Through the shifting haze, his observation hacky flickered, every heartbeat, every tremor in the sand mapped in faint golden threads across his vision. They're coming. The first explosion tore the silence apart. Sand and fire erupted as a figure leapt from the dunes, Mr. 5, smoke curling from his fingertips. Beside him, Miss Valentine hovered in the air, parasol spinning, voice sharp with mockery. Well, what do we have here? The Straw Hat Pirates, and our dear lost princess. Vivi's breath caught. Raffi grinned. Oh hey, new friends. Not friends. Nami yelled, diving aside as another explosion split the sand. Kane was already moving, blades flashing silver arcs through the storm. His strikes were clean, disciplined, a swordsman's art against chaos. Raffi, all instinct and laughter, punched through smoke like a cannonball. Sanji didn't move at first. He watched. Studied. The predictive overlay in his vision calculated every motion, the angle of Miss Valentine's fall, the timing of Mr. 5's detonations, the micro-shift of sand before each strike. Then he moved. A blur of motion, a swirl of dust. His foot slammed into Mr. 5's side before the man could blink, sending him flying through the storm. The air cracked from the impact. Miss Valentine dropped her parasol, eyes wide. What, how? Sanji's smile was lazy, dangerous. Never underestimate a cook's timing. The others barely caught the flicker of heat that followed, the sand under his feet melting for an instant before solidifying again. A controlled burst of nanotech and haki, woven perfectly together. He straightened his tie. Shall we dance? By the time the storm cleared, the battle was over. Mr. 5 was unconscious, Miss Valentine pinned under Kane's blade, and Raffi was laughing with his usual childlike glee. Another win for us, he shouted. Nami rolled her eyes. We barely survived that. Sanji brushed sand from his coat, pretending not to notice the faint tremor still running through his limbs. The predictive system was powerful, too powerful. Every time he pushed it, he felt the line between man and machine blur a little more. But before he could think too much about it, a new voice cut through the air. Bravo! Bravo indeed! Such grace, such passion, such youth. They all turned. A man in a swan-themed outfit stood atop a dune, makeup immaculate despite the storm, legs twirling in perfect pirouette. Bon Clay. Sanji blinked, disbelief flashing across his face. He remembered this man remembered laughing at him on screen. But here, under the desert sun, Bon Clay wasn't a joke. He was real, his flamboyance vivid, his grin sharp with sincerity. Bon Clay leapt down, spinning dramatically. Allow me to introduce myself. Mr. Tu Bon Clay of Baroque Works. But you may call me Bon Chan. Raffi clapped. Cool. Kane frowned. Dangerous. Nami Ya sighed. Ridiculous. Sanji muttered under his breath. Terrifying. Bon Clay struck a pose. Oh, come now. No need to fear. I am merely here to celebrate our chance encounter under this beautiful, sunny sky. Before anyone could stop him, he danced forward, grabbing Raffi's face with both hands. Now, let's see that lovely mug. His face shimmered and suddenly, Raffi's face stared back at them, grinning. Oi. Raffi gasped, touching his own cheeks. That's creepy. Bon Clay laughed, twirling again. Oh, don't pout. You're adorable. Then he turned to Nami Ya. Ah, my darling navigator, how radiant you are. Touch me and die, she warned. He froze mid-twirl. Noted. But his next victim was inevitable. He turned toward Sanji, eyes twinkling. And you, tall and handsome one. What a face. Sanji backed up immediately. Stay back, you feathered lunatic. Oh, come now. Just a little. I said. Too late. Bon Clay's hand brushed Sanji's cheek. A pulse of mimicry flashed and suddenly, there were two Sanjis, both glaring at each other. Everyone froze. Even Bon Clay looked impressed. My. What a jawline. Sanji lit a cigarette, exhaling through clenched teeth. You're enjoying this too much. Bon Clay winked. Oh, I always do, darling. Raffi fell over laughing. Kane tried not to. Even Nami Ya smirked behind her scarf. And for the first time in hours, Vivi really laughed a bright, genuine sound that cut through the desert tension. Sanji glanced at her, softening just a little. When Bon Clay finally pranced away, leaving a trail of glittering footprints, the group sat down on the dunes to catch their breath. He's weird, Raffi said cheerfully. Yeah, Kane replied. But, kind of fun. Sanji exhaled smoke, staring after the fading figure. His haki still picked up the man's aura, bright, emotional, sincere. He's not our enemy, he said quietly. Not really. Vivi tilted her head. You think so? He nodded. Sometimes the world's best fools carry the kindest hearts. She smiled faintly, and the wind shifted warm, soft, carrying laughter instead of fear. Sanji leaned back, closing his eyes. The desert roared around them, but for a moment, it didn't feel hostile. It felt alive. He could feel his system sinking again, whispering silent data he didn't understand: heat, distance, emotional resonance. Human connection detected, it murmured in a mechanical whisper only he could hear. He smiled to himself. Yeah, he muttered under his breath. Guess that's one upgrade I can live with. Rain Base Arc, the City of Dreams, Summary Edition. The crew's next stop after crossing the desert was Rain Base, a glittering mirage of a city built around an artificial oasis. Marble towers rose from dunes, and fountains hissed with precious water, the kind that could buy a man's life twice over. At its heart stood the palace casino of Lord Crozar, a hero to the people and a tyrant behind the curtains. From the moment they arrived, the air tasted wrong. Soldiers in crisp white coats patrolled the streets, keeping smiles fixed and rifles ready. Posters of Crozar's face covered every wall, painted as savior of the drought-plagued land. Vivi, the princess in disguise, felt the weight of every gaze. Her crew tried to keep the mood light, Raffi grinning through the heat, Nami Ya joking about getting rich at the tables, but beneath the laughter, tension simmered. Sanji, ever the watchful shadow, felt it most. His observation haki pulsed in his skull like sonar. The nanotech buried in his blood whispered data, heartbeats in nearby alleys, the metallic tang of weapon oil, humidity levels dropping as if the city itself were thirsty. Crozar's empire wasn't built on luck, it was built on control. When their informant vanished before the rendezvous, Sanji volunteered to find him. No argument, no bravado, just a casual shrug, a lighter click, and the promise of a man who always returns. While the others waited in a rented room above the marketplace, he slipped into the casino under the cover of night. The infiltration. The system adjusted itself as he moved, skin temperature equalizing with the air, boots softening their tread with micro-vibrations. The predictive overlay painted faint trails of movement in the dark, like ghosts made of math. He could see guards walking their routes seconds before they turned a corner. Every step was a dance between biology and machine. The air smelled of perfume, smoke, and deceit. From the floor above came the muted laughter of nobles gambling away water rations while children starved outside the gates. In a locked cellar, Sanji found what he'd suspected: cages of prisoners, workers branded with Crozar's crest, forced to keep the city's water systems running. Among them lay the missing informant, half-conscious, whispering the truth that shattered any illusion of Crozar's heroism. The reign of Rain Base wasn't natural. It was a monopoly, water stolen from other regions and sold back at extortionate prices. Crozar's power wasn't a miracle, it was theft on a national scale. The encounter. As Sanji carried the informant toward the exit, the temperature in the corridor dropped sharply. Sand sifted through the ceiling. A silhouette waited at the far end, tall, cloaked, the air around him humming with menace. Crozar himself. For an instant, Sanji's predictive field flashed crimson. Every scenario ended the same way: death. The difference between them wasn't skill or courage. It was scale. So he bowed slightly, smiled with that easy charm, and dropped a coin that rolled across the floor, triggering a tiny explosive charge built into his boot. Smoke filled the hall, alarms blared, and by the time Crozar's sandstormed fury cleared, the cook was gone. The escape. Sanji surfaced through the storm drains beneath the city, drenched but grinning. Above him, artificial rain began to fall, the same controlled water Crozar used to keep his people chained. He looked up at the glittering towers and made a quiet promise, cigarette burning in the drizzle. "I'll break your sky, old man. You don't own the rain forever." When he rejoined the crew, Vivi's relief showed more than words could. Raffi punched his shoulder and laughed. Nami Ya smacked him for being reckless. Kane just nodded once, understanding. And somewhere in the quiet hum of his nanotech, a new message flickered. Sync level 82%, stealth protocol upgraded. New ability unlocked. Silent step. The city still glittered behind them as they sailed away, but Sanji's eyes stayed fixed on the horizon. Crozar's empire had survived because no one dared challenge the storm. Now, for the first time, it had an enemy who could walk inside it unseen. The calm before the sandstorm. 3 days after escaping Rain Base, the crew camped near the shattered ruins of Yuba, a ghost village half buried in dunes. The wind howled through empty wells and broken stone, carrying whispers of rebellion and defeat. Once, this place had been the heart of the desert kingdom. Now, it was a scar. Vivi stood at the edge of the ruins, her royal cloak torn, her voice trembling as she read an old carving, "For the day rain returns." Sanji watched from a few paces away, cigarette half lit. He remembered this from the anime back on Earth, but standing here, seeing her eyes shine with a mixture of grief and defiance, the moment hit differently. No camera. No music. Just raw, human resolve. He'd always flirted with women. It was instinct, a mask, a habit he'd carried across worlds. But what he felt for Vivi wasn't the same. This wasn't infatuation. It was something steadier, something that made his heartbeat sync with hers. "You're gonna get that rain back," he said softly. She looked at him, brow furrowed. You sound sure. I've got good instincts, he replied with a grin. And a few tricks your tyrant hasn't seen yet. The nanotech system hummed in agreement beneath his skin, a low electric purr like anticipation. March of the Rebels. The desert turned into fire by day and ice by night. Yet the Straw Hat crew, or Rafi's pirates, as they were called here, pressed on. Along the way, they met rebel camps, exhausted men and women fighting to free their kingdom from Crozar's grip. Sanji cooked for them every night, his meals filling the air with warmth and laughter. For the first time, he understood what hope tasted like. But each camp brought darker news. Crozar's army had taken the capital. A sandstorm the size of a mountain was guarding the palace. People whispered that he'd eaten a forbidden fruit, one that let him command the desert itself. Rafi just grinned wider at every rumor. Sounds fun, he said, stretching. Kane polished his blades. Nami mapped wind patterns to predict storm movements, and Vivi clutched a pendant in silent prayer. Sanji leaned on a rock, exhaling smoke toward the stars, wondering if he was ready to stop hiding. You weren't sent here to replay the story, the system whispered. You were sent to change it. Assault on Al-Ubara. At dawn, the crew and rebels charged across the dunes. The capital city of Al-Ubara shimmered ahead, an oasis fortress carved from gold and sandstone. Water spouted from fountains shaped like dragons, yet none of it reached the people below. The rebels roared. The army responded with cannons and whips of sand. Rafi, laughing, hurled himself into battle, his rubber body bouncing through explosions. Kane clashed with a squadron of elite guards, blades flashing like lightning. Nami called wind currents to divert sandstorms away from the main force. And Sanji? He didn't move. Not at first. He walked calmly through the chaos, coat fluttering, cigarette steady. Bullets curved slightly around him, subtle micro-vibrations from his nanotech altering air density. You wanted a cook-off, Crozar, he muttered, cracking his neck. Let's turn up the heat. Crozar's palace. Inside, Crozar awaited them, a towering man in golden armor, eyes glowing amber like molten glass. His hands moved, and the floor turned to liquid sand. Vivi stumbled as the ground quaked. Sanji caught her mid-fall, spun her out of the way, and faced the tyrant. You? Crozar hissed. The cook. The thief. The one who dares touch my reign. Yeah, that's me, Sanji said with a grin. Name's Sanji. And I'm here to take back what you stole, her kingdom's hope. Crozar's laughter echoed like thunder. Then drown in the desert, boy. He slammed his hand down. A tidal wave of sand surged forward, roaring, alive. Sanji kicked off the ground, his body blurring upward in a spiral of wind. Silent step. His nanotech pulsed, synchronizing with his Vinsmoke genes, veins lighting faint blue. The sand wave crashed harmlessly beneath him. His observation haki flared. He saw every grain of movement, every tremor of danger. I've seen this fight before, Sanji whispered. But this time, I'm rewriting it. The duel. He landed hard, heel first, sending a shockwave that shattered marble tiles. Flames coiled around his legs, not from friction, but from the nanotech igniting his muscle oxygen. His diable jam awakened in a burst of red and gold. Crozar snarled and summoned spears of sand. Sanji twisted midair, kicking through them like tearing fabric. The fight became a dance, elegance versus brute force, motion against mass. Vivi watched, eyes wide, as her cook, her quiet, flirtatious crewmate, transformed into something unstoppable. Each time Crozar struck, Sanji was already gone, predicting moves seconds ahead. His kicks left burning crescents in the air. One hit shattered a pillar, another sent the tyrant crashing through a wall. You can control the desert. Sanji smirked. Cute trick. You don't belong in this world, Crozar growled. Yeah, Sanji said softly. But I'll make it better while I'm here. He charged one spinning heel kick straight through the heart of the storm. Boom. The palace shook. Flames cut through sand like sunlight through fog. When the dust cleared, Crozar lay unconscious amid a crater of glass. Aftermath. The rain came that night. Real rain, cold, heavy, and cleansing. The people flooded into the streets, laughing, crying, lifting their faces to the sky. Raffi danced in puddles, Kane sat under an arch polishing his blades with a faint smile, and Namiya collected samples of water for her maps. Vivi stood at the palace balcony, watching her kingdom reborn. Sanji leaned nearby, cigarette in hand, letting rain wash the sweat and blood from his face. "You did it," she whispered. "Nah," he said with a grin. "You did. I just made sure the storm hit the right guy." She smiled, that quiet, grateful kind that made his heart thump. When the others joined them, Raffi raised a toast of stolen rum. To the cook who kicked a desert's ass. Laughter roared through the hall. Sanji tried to play it cool, but the system buzzed softly in his head. System update, combat module synced. New skill, heat mirage temporarily distort visibility with thermal energy. He looked at his hands, then at the crew, his family. He wasn't just replaying someone else's story anymore. He was writing his own. And somewhere, far across the sea, the memory of his sister Rachel whispered through the wind. "Little brother, don't lose yourself to the fire." He smiled faintly. "Wouldn't dream of it, sis." As the rain poured and the city lit up in victory, Sanji struck his lighter again. "All right," he said, blowing smoke toward the sea. "Next course, the sky's the limit." A taste of peace. Night fell gently over the oasis port of Nanohana. Lanterns hung from the Going Mary's mast like little moons, swaying with the desert breeze that carried the scent of rain-soaked earth. For the first time in weeks, no one was fighting. No one was bleeding. In the galley, Sanji hummed softly as he moved, the rhythm of a craftsman who found peace only in motion. Knives clinked against cutting boards in a blur of precision. Flame roared beneath a polished pan. "The aroma's too good," Namiya groaned from the corner, chin propped in her hand. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Sanji glanced over his shoulder with that familiar smirk. "Of course, my dear navigator. A beautiful woman's appetite is sacred. A meal without passion is a sin. You say that every night," she muttered, but she was smiling. On the other side of the counter, Vivi sat cross-legged, helping peel desert fruit. Her delicate fingers moved carefully, though half her slices were uneven. Sanji pretended not to notice. "You're getting better, princess," he said warmly. "Another few days and you'll be ready to work at my restaurant." She giggled, brushing hair from her eyes. "You'd really hire a royal? Hey." "I'd hire the rain itself if it smiled like you," Sanji said, half meaning it, half hiding behind charm. The galley glowed with orange light, soft, alive, safe. Outside, Raffi's laughter echoed as he and Yusin sparred over who got the last barrel of juice. Kane sat at the railing, sharpening his swords by moonlight. The crew was whole, for now. Cooking for peace. Sanji's hands danced across ingredients: lamb from the desert tribes, herbs grown in Vivi's reclaimed oasis, and the last of the crew's wine from Drum Island. He seared, seasoned, plated the world slowing around him. Each dish told a story. A spice-sweet stew that symbolized the desert's survival. A citrus glaze to honor the navigator who brought them through storms. A crisp salad for balance like the crew itself, each flavor clashing, yet somehow perfect. When he finally set the plates down, Namiya's eyes gleamed like treasure. "This is gorgeous. You seriously outdid yourself this time." "Beauty inspires beauty," Sanji said, bowing deeply. "Please, my angels, eat while it's still hot." They dug in and the sound of their laughter filled the ship like music. For a moment, Sanji allowed himself to stop moving, leaning against the counter, smoke curling from his cigarette. Watching them Vivi's gentle smile, Namiya's teasing grin, he felt that strange, quiet warmth again. This is what I crossed worlds for. A new visitor. The soft creak of wood drew his attention. A shadow lingered at the doorway, tall, graceful, unfamiliar. What a lovely smell, a calm, velvety voice said. Every head turned. The woman stepped into the light black hair cascading like ink, eyes deep as the sea. A confident, almost amused smile curved her lips. I hope I'm not intruding. Namiya's chair scraped the floor. Who? Vivi gasped, half standing. You're the woman from Rain Base, the one who helped us escape the palace collapse. The stranger inclined her head. Nico Robin. Archaeologist. Former agent of Crozar's court. Now, a traveler in need of new company. A hush fell over the galley. The air shifted, curiosity, suspicion, tension. Raffi, of course, broke it instantly by bursting through the door, dripping with juice. Hey, new friend. You want meat? Robin blinked, a small laugh escaping. I wouldn't mind. Then you're part of the crew. Raffi declared, instantly deciding. Kane sighed. Namiya face palmed. Vivi looked uncertain, but Sanji? Sanji stepped forward, flicked his lighter open with a click, and smiled. A beautiful woman asking for a meal on my ship? That's destiny. He pulled out a chair, bowing dramatically. Please, Miss Robin, allow me to serve you the finest dish in paradise. Robin's smile deepened, unreadable. How charming. I accept. Dinner with the devil. As Robin tasted his food, her eyes softened in genuine surprise. You cook with precision. Every spice has purpose. You remind me of someone who measures life itself. Cooking is life, Sanji said, leaning on the counter. You ruin the flavor, you waste the world. For once, she seemed caught off guard by sincerity. Namiya arched a brow, watching the exchange. Vivi quietly smiled, perhaps seeing something familiar in Sanji's expression, that strange habit he had of falling for every woman he met, and yet meaning it every single time. Raffi laughed loud enough to shake the galley. If she joins, we'll need more food. Then I'll cook until the sea runs dry, Sanji said, eyes still on Robin. Outside, thunder murmured far off, the promise of another adventure brewing beyond the calm horizon. A toast to the future. Later that night, the crew gathered on deck under the stars. Raffi poured juice like it was sake. To new friends, he yelled. And to Sanji's miracle cooking. Everyone cheered. Vivi clinked glasses with Namiya. Robin smiled faintly from her spot near the rail. Sanji raised his cup but didn't drink. He was watching the sea and thinking. About the journey ahead. About his system that kept whispering upgrades. About his sister, still out there somewhere. The wind brushed against him, carrying the faint scent of rain and salt. Don't lose yourself, Reijo's voice echoed faintly. He smiled to himself, cigarette glowing softly in the dark. Don't worry, sis. I'm not lost. I'm just getting started. Below the surface of his skin, his nanotech flickered once a faint golden pulse, syncing perfectly with the beat of his heart. And on the ship full of laughter, friendship, and the promise of danger, the cook of two worlds smiled, ready for whatever course came next. Chapter: Farewell beneath the desert sun. The morning alabastus peace was restored. The air smelled of rain and freedom. The sky stretched endlessly blue, and the sea glimmered like glass, the kind of beauty that makes goodbyes hurt twice as much. The Going Merry floated in the harbor, sails half raised. The crew was gathered on deck, laughter still echoing faintly from last night's feast. But now, the mood was heavier, softer around the edges. Because this wasn't just another port. This was Vivi's home. The decision. Vivi stood at the dock, her royal cloak fluttering against the wind, her eyes brighter than the crown she no longer wore. She smiled, but the kind of smile that breaks a man's heart, gentle, composed, but trembling at the corners. "I can't go with you," she said softly. "My country needs me." Raffi opened his mouth to argue, but Sanji touched his shoulder first, shaking his head. Some words didn't need to be said. The cook walked down the gangplank, each step slower than the last. When he reached her, he didn't say anything at first. He just looked at her, the woman who had fought for her people, who had faced storms and kings with the grace of rain. "You will make a fine queen, Vivi," he said at last, voice steady. "But if anyone ever tries to take that smile from you..." He bent down, lighting his cigarette, a spark that caught the reflection of her tears. "Tell them a ghost from the sea owes you a dance." Vivi laughed through the ache. "Still the flirt, even now." "It's not flirting if I mean every word," he said, exhaling smoke toward the morning light. For a moment, neither moved. Then she reached forward, placing her hand over his, the faintest touch, warm as the sun. "Thank you, Sanji. For fighting, and for believing in me." He smiled, small, real. "Always." The secret signal. As the ship drifted from the harbor, the distance widened but hearts didn't. On the deck, Raffi stood tall, voice carrying across the waves. "If you ever need us again, just show the sign." Vivi nodded, raising her arm, fingers crossed in the secret X of their bond. The crew did the same one by one, their arms raised high. Sanji's sleeve fluttered in the wind as he raised his own. For a second, his vision blurred, not from smoke, not from sand, but from the weight of what they were leaving behind. The next horizon. That night, silence reigned. The desert was gone, the stars returned. The crew's laughter slowly came back with the rhythm of the sea. Sanji stood in the galley, chopping quietly, the soft tack-tack-tack of the knife, a heartbeat in the calm. Robin entered silently, as she always did, leaning against the door frame. "You cared for her deeply," she said. He didn't look up. "I care for all women deeply." She smiled faintly. "And yet, some stay longer in your memory." Sanji's knife paused mid-slice. The air smelled faintly of onions and nostalgia. "Yet," he said, "some faces, you don't forget. Even across worlds." North wind rising. 2 days later, the horizon changed. Clouds rose like mountains in the distance, pure white and glimmering gold. Namiya, eyes wide with excitement, shouted from the crow's nest. "Captain! That's not fog, that's clouds. Solid clouds." Raffi grinned, toothy and wild. "Up there, huh? Sky Island." Kane raised an eyebrow. "AC in the sky? Sounds ridiculous." "Ridiculous is what we do best," Sanji muttered, flicking his lighter. Robin's gaze lingered on the clouds, analytical, fascinated. "If legends are true, it's a civilization that defies gravity. I'd like to see that." Sanji smirked. "Then I'll make you a meal that defies it too. New tricks, new skies." As the ship sailed into the storm that would lift them toward the heavens, Sanji's system hummed beneath his skin. System update, atmospheric pressure detected. Skill adaptation suggested, aerial maneuver protocol. He closed his eyes as the ship rocked violently, feeling his nanotech sync with his heartbeat. Silent step fused with heat mirage, his body lightened, muscles vibrating with stored kinetic energy. Wind curled around his boots. For a brief, impossible moment, his feet left the deck. He wasn't flying, but close enough to make his pulse race. "Het. Skywalk's got a nice ring to it," he muttered. "A sky of new dreams." The Mary hit the white sea with a crash, water that wasn't water at all, a sea made of clouds that glowed like silver silk. The crew screamed, laughed, and celebrated their survival all at once. Raffi danced across the deck. Namiya shouted about impossible weather systems. Kane muttered something about dying twice today, and Robin simply smiled, serene even in chaos. Sanji, soaked to the bone, stood at the bow, cigarette miraculously still lit. He looked up at the infinite white expanse ahead, a place of angels, myths, and adventure. And beneath it all, that small whisper in his head. You're walking a different path now, Sanji. Not just a cook. Not just a pirate. Something else entirely. He grinned, adjusting his tie. Then let's see how far a cook can climb. Chapter: The Sky of Endless White. The Going Merry soared higher than logic allowed, sails full of impossible wind, hull creaking as if the world itself were struggling to believe what it carried. Then came silence. No thunder, no roar. Only a soft hiss as they broke through the storm and into light. Before them stretched a sea of clouds, endless and white. Floating islands shimmered in the distance, waterfalls of vapor falling from nowhere, and giant wings of birds that shouldn't exist glided in slow arcs across the sky. We made it, whispered Namiya, clutching the rail. Raffi, of course, was already halfway up the mast, arms flung wide. We're in heaven. No, Kane muttered, glaring at the edge of the deck. We're one bad wind gust from dying. Sanji only smiled, cigarette tilting in his lips as the wind brushed his hair back. The white sea reflected in his eyes like fire on glass. Beautiful, he murmured. Even hell's jealous of this view. Robin, standing beside him, turned her gaze upward. For once, you're not exaggerating. A strange gravity. The first step onto the cloud sea was like stepping onto soft dough. It compressed and bounced back, holding their weight without sinking. Raffi was already running in circles. It's bouncy. The sea is bouncy. Sanji crouched, scooping a handful of the white stuff. His nanotech HUD flickered, scanning. Composition, unknown matter. Density fluctuation stabilized by atmospheric pressure anomalies. Cloud that acts like water, he whispered. This world's rules are breaking one by one. Robin tilted her head, watching his eyes flicker faint blue for a second. You analyze things like a scientist, she said casually. He smirked, straightening. I cook. Science is just seasoning. But inside, his system's hum deepened, awareness stretching beyond normal senses. Air pressure readings. Altitude. Particulate density. His observation haki wove through it all like another layer of data, giving him perfect clarity. He could feel the movement of the crew even without looking. Raffi's heart beat fast, full of laughter. Namiya steady and curious. Kane's sharp, disciplined. Robin's unreadable. A calm sea hiding something deep. The Angel Village. They reached the first island by midday. White coral houses, soft pathways made of compressed cloud, and residents with small white wings on their backs, the sky people. The crew marveled, the locals stared back in equal disbelief. Surface dwellers, one whispered. How did you survive the knock upstream? Luck, Raffi grinned. Insanity, Kane corrected. Both, Sanji added, lighting another cigarette. The angels welcomed them nonetheless, offering fruit that glowed faintly and water that tasted of lightning. Namiya traded maps, Robin asked questions in a dozen languages, and Raffi accidentally broke a stall trying to catch a skyfish. Sanji, meanwhile, found himself cooking again because no matter the altitude, hunger never vanished. He set up a pan on a small stone hearth and began preparing sky curry, using floating vegetables that pulsed with light. The villagers gathered around as the smell filled the air, savory, spiced, alive. Even up here, food united people. A glimpse of power. When the meal was done, Raffi clapped Sanji on the back. Man, if heaven had chefs like you, I'd die early just to eat there. You'll die if you keep touching my shoulders, Captain, Sanji said dryly, though he was smiling. But that's when it happened. A small child tripped near the fire, falling toward the edge of the cloud. Before anyone could shout, Sanji moved. One step, a blur of air, his body vanishing for an instant. He appeared at the edge, caught the child mid-fall, and landed weightlessly, boots hovering inches above the cloud. Gasps filled the square. Even Raffi froze. Wind shimmered faintly under Sanji's feet, waves of heat-bending light. That? Namiya breathed. You weren't touching the ground. Sanji slowly set the child down, brushing off his coat. Just something new I've been experimenting with. The nanotech chimed faintly. Skill evolved. Skywalk air pressure step stabilized. He looked down at his own hands, feeling the faint vibration in his veins. Not devil fruit, not science alone. It was something in between, something uniquely his. Robin's eyes lingered on him, thoughtful. You've hidden many talents, Mr. Sanji. He met her gaze with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. A man's gotta keep a few secrets, right? A shadow in the sky. That night, while the crew slept on soft cloud beds, Sanji sat on the edge of the island, legs dangling into white mist. His lighter clicked, the flame wavering in the high wind. The stars above looked close enough to touch. You're adapting faster, the system murmured in his mind. Nanotech synchronization at 87%. Atmospheric data suggests higher potential energy in this environment. Meaning? He whispered. You're changing. He chuckled softly. Aren't we all? Behind him, a soft voice. You're not from this world, are you? Robin stood there, her expression unreadable, eyes like calm oceans that saw through masks. Sanji froze just for a heartbeat. Then smiled faintly without turning. That's a bold question, Miss Archaeologist. You scan air density when you breathe. You predict steps before they happen. You call things by names no one here knows. She stepped closer. You observe the world like someone seeing it for the second time. He finally looked at her, the cigarette's glow painting his smile gold. Maybe I just pay better attention. They held that silence between them, heavy, charged. Finally, Robin looked away, a small, knowing smile tugging at her lips. You don't have to answer. Every man has his mysteries. And every woman, he said softly, is one. Endless sky, endless possibilities. By dawn, the Going Merry drifted onward through the white sea. Raffi was yelling about finding a city made of gold. Namiya was already arguing with him over maps. Kane was grumbling about flying fish idiots. Sanji, leaning against the mast, watched the sunlight spill across the clouds. A cook who walks on air, he murmured. Now that's a recipe worth perfecting. The system pulsed quietly beneath his skin, almost proud. Robin, watching from the rail, wrote something quietly in her notebook. Sanji, man out of place, yet exactly where he belongs. The sky stretched endlessly before them, full of danger, mystery, and promise. And as the Merry sailed into the glowing clouds, the cook of two worlds smiled, not because he'd reached heaven, but because he'd finally found a reason to keep climbing. Chapter: The Core That Breathes. The sky above Skypiea shimmered gold like sunlight trapped in liquid glass. The Going Merry drifted peacefully on the white sea, her sails humming in the wind. Sanji sat alone at the stern, coat unbuttoned, shirt clinging lightly to his chest where the faint pulse of something more than human still beat. He drew a long breath. The air up here was thin, but to him, it felt charged, alive. Every molecule hummed against his skin, and every heartbeat carried a faint vibration, like a hidden engine. System, he whispered inwardly. Status. A faint flicker of light crossed his vision, unseen by anyone else. Core synchronization, 91%. Lineage factor integration, stable. Nanotech energy levels, 67% capacity. Observation Haki, active low-state scanning mode. Warning, biological strain, maintain moderation. Sanji chuckled softly, exhaling smoke into the open sky. You sound just like Zeph when I tried frying squid with dynamite. Safety prevents stupidity. I'm surrounded by nags, he muttered, smiling faintly. The smile faded a little as he leaned back, letting his head rest against the rail. He could feel his body in layers: muscle, nerve, even cell. The core hummed like a second heart, a golden heat deep beneath his ribs. When he focused, he could trace every system inside him: the smooth flow of blood, the faint electrical rhythm of nerves, the microfilaments of the nanotech moving like invisible veins of light. And deeper still, that strange spark. Something ancient. Something born from his Vinsmoke bloodline. Lineage factor, he murmured. Judge's gift, or curse. The system pulsed gently, almost in sympathy. Fusion detected. Organic and synthetic boundaries minimal. You are the bridge between both. Sanji took another drag, watching the smoke twist away. A bridge? Huh? I'd rather just be a man. The crew's noise. Sanji. The shout tore through his thoughts. He turned. Namiya was glaring from the deck, hands on hips. Are you planning to let lunch cook itself? I was waiting for inspiration, Namiya Swan, he said smoothly, leaping to his feet. And seeing you angry? Magnific. Inspiration achieved. Kane groaned from where he was polishing his swords. Unbelievable. He's flirting with danger. Raffi laughed, sprawled across the mast beam. Danger's his girlfriend. Sanji spun toward the kitchen, muttering, a chef's art must be fueled by passion, idiots, but his grin betrayed him. Even as he chopped vegetables and seared skyfish, his inner HUD remained active, quietly tracking muscle movements, temperature, and energy flow. Each flick of his wrist was refined by microscopic precision, his nanotech subtly corrected angles, balance, even air resistance. To anyone else, it looked like flair. To Sanji it was control. Night beneath the golden sky. Later that night, the crew camped near the edge of the upper yard. The faint hum of drums echoed from the forest whispers of the ancient city of Shandora. Raffi was laughing with Yusin by the fire. Kane was cleaning his blades. Namiya was drawing star maps. Robin sat a little apart, reading though her eyes kept flicking toward Sanji. He sat a few feet away, cigarette glowing faintly, gaze fixed on his own hand. He focused and the skin began again. Analyzing internal systems. Core energy, stable. Lineage adaptation, progressing. Observation Haki range, 43 meters radius. Armament potential, latent. The pulse in his chest glowed for a heartbeat unseen by the world. He felt it then, the vibration of power through bone and muscle. A quiet rhythm, like gears turning within flesh. Every part of him was changing: his strength, speed, even perception. But with it came weight. The faint ache of overexertion. The echo of a warning he could almost hear in his father's cold voice. Power is meant to define blood. He clenched his fist, forcing the thought away. Not mine, he muttered. Never again. Robin's voice drifted softly from behind him. You talk to yourself too much. He glanced back. She smiled faintly over the rim of her book. Better than talking to ghosts, he said. And yet, she said quietly, you look like you're carrying one. He said nothing, only looked back at the fire, its light reflected in his eyes like twin gold flames. The storm over Skypiea. The next day brought thunder. Lightning tore through the clouds, Enel's judgment echoing across the sky. Sanji's core thrummed violently. Every bolt of lightning made it vibrate, react, resonate like it recognized the energy. System, he hissed, ducking under debris. What's happening? Warning, electromagnetic resonance detected. Potential compatibility with elemental discharge patterns. You're saying I can? Affirmative, lightning conduction possible through controlled air pressure output. He grinned despite the chaos. Now that's my kind of upgrade. When Raffi charged toward Enel's temple, Sanji followed, silent, quick, his core glowing faintly under his shirt. He didn't steal the spotlight. He didn't need to. When Raffi took the blows, Sanji was there in the gaps intercepting strikes, redirecting debris, kicking lightning away from his crewmates with bursts of wind and pressure. Every move left the faint scent of ozone behind him, every step a streak of blue in the white sky. After the battle, when it was all over, and the golden bell rang through the heavens, the crew laughed, cried, and shouted in triumph. Sanji leaned quietly against the railing, chest still pulsing with light under his shirt. His system flickered softly. Nanotech synchronization, 95%. Core resonance stabilized. Potential unlocked. Elemental conduction. He looked up at the bell's glow, then down at his hand. For a brief moment, a spark of lightning danced between his fingers. Guess even a cook gets to taste the storm, he murmured. Behind him, Namiya called, Sanji. Stop brooding and help carry treasure. He smiled, flicked the spark away, and turned the wind-carrying laughter as he rejoined his friends. Chapter: A Quiet Faith. The sea after Skypiea was calm, unnervingly calm. Clouds rolled slow and silver across the horizon, and the Going Merry glided like a drifting leaf. The crew was tired, happy, alive, the kind of silence that came after victory. Sanji leaned against the rail near the galley window, cigarette burning down to ash. The smell of salt mixed with the faint sweetness of clouds still clinging to the deck. Behind him, he could hear Raffi laughing somewhere near the mast, Kane sharpening his swords with quiet focus, Namiya shouting about navigational charts. And Robin was reading again. Always reading. She sat under the shade of the upper deck, the pages of an ancient tome fluttering in the wind. Her dark hair glowed faintly under the sunlight, and her expression, calm and knowing, hid 1,000 thoughts behind a single smile. Sanji watched her for a long moment, not because of her beauty, though that alone could bring kingdoms to ruin, but because of what he knew. He remembered her story from another life, another world. The girl who had survived fire and betrayal. The woman who had once been branded devil just for knowing too much. The archaeologist who smiled so others wouldn't have to feel her pain. He exhaled a long breath, the smoke curling upward like a secret prayer. Robin Nico. I already know who you are. Robin's eyes lifted. Something on your mind, Cook-san. Her tone was light, but her gaze, that calm, intelligent gaze, always seemed to cut through pretense. Sanji smiled, playing it cool. Just admiring the way you read, Robin Chuan. Such grace, such focus, such beauty, I swear, the book itself must be jealous. She laughed softly. Flattery again. I thought you'd run out by now. A true chef never runs out of ingredients, especially when it comes to compliments. She shook her head, amusement tugging at her lips. But then silence. The kind of pause that lingered longer than expected. Sanji looked away, eyes narrowing slightly at the horizon. You know, he said, tone dropping softer, I don't care what you did before joining us. You don't need to explain anything. Not to me. Robin blinked, caught off guard. What makes you say that? He took another drag, the ember glowing faintly against the fading light. Because I've seen enough eyes to know when someone's been fighting alone for too long. The way her gaze faltered just for a heartbeat told him she'd felt the weight of those words. You trust me, then? She asked quietly. He smiled, slow and sure. Trust? Nah. It's more than that. I believe in you, Robin. Internal scan. Inside, his system flickered awake, a soft pulse under his skin. Emotional sync detected. Nanotech resonance stable. Observation field. Heartbeat fluctuation detected. Subject, Nico Robin. Elevated stress. High control. Sanji ignored the readouts. He didn't need sensors to read people. Not her. Everyone else may still wonder about you, he said, his voice low, sincere. But I know what it means to carry ghosts. Sometimes you just need someone who doesn't ask, just stays. Robin's eyes softened. For the first time since joining the crew, her usual composure cracked just a little. "You're a strange man, Sanji." "I've been called worse," he said, smiling crookedly. She closed her book, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. "Then I suppose I'll trust you too." He tipped his head, grin softening into something genuine. "That's all I wanted to hear, Robin Chuan." Later that night, the deck was quiet again. The stars reflected on the dark water like scattered glass. Robin sat by the rail, reading by lantern light. She looked up when Sanji approached with 2 steaming cups of coffee. "Black, no sugar, just how you like it." She accepted it with a small nod. "Thank you." He sat beside her, the lantern between them flickering gently. The waves rocked softly beneath. "Back home," he said absently, "I used to watch you on a screen." Robin glanced at him, curious. "A screen?" He smiled faintly, shaking his head. "Never mind. Just means I already knew you were someone worth believing in." For a second, she studied him, searching for meaning in words that made no sense yet felt true. "You're a mystery yourself, Sanji-kun," she said at last. He exhaled smoke into the starlight. "Guess we're both full of secrets." And as the sea carried them toward the city of water, toward the storm that would test that very trust, Sanji's core pulsed quietly beneath his ribs, steady and warm, like a promise. He would never doubt her. Not even when the world turned against her. Chapter: Shadows over the City of Water. The first thing Sanji noticed about Water 7 was the sound 1,000 rivers whispering through marble canals, the soft hiss of waves against walls, laughter carried by the scent of salt and steel. The city was alive. Beautiful. But beneath that beauty, Sanji felt something wrong. Something too still. The kind of silence you only notice when danger's waiting behind it. The cracks in the crew. The Going Merry rested by the docks, her hull groaning softly against the ropes. The crew had scattered across the city, Raffi and Namiya on errands, Kane helping with shipwrights, Yusin chasing rumors. Sanji stood by the rail, arms folded, cigarette burning slow between his fingers. His system pulsed faintly beneath his skin, every vibration of the city echoed in his mind like ripples in water. Environmental scan active. Unfamiliar electromagnetic signatures detected, multiple observers within 200 meters. He narrowed his eyes. CP9S watching already, hey? He exhaled smoke toward the water. Guess I'll keep that to myself for now. A cook's duty. That night, the crew returned exhausted, half smiling, half arguing. Raffi was grinning as always, though there was a shadow behind it, the first cracks of doubt after the shipwright's verdict about the Merry. Sanji cooked quietly, feeding them one by one. Food was his language, the way he kept the family together. When Kane snapped at Raffi, Sanji just refilled his plate. When Namiya sighed at the repair costs, he poured her a drink. When Yusin sulked about their bad luck, Sanji put extra meat in his bowl. The system inside him hummed faintly, syncing to their heartbeats, measuring fatigue, stress, even dehydration. Crew condition, stable. Morale, 63%. He smiled faintly. Can't have my idiots falling apart. The disappearance. Morning came with fog. And Robin was gone. No note. No trace. Only silence. Namiya's voice trembled as she called her name across the deck. Raffi's grin disappeared, replaced by something rare, confusion. The crew looked to Sanji without even realizing it. He lit his cigarette slowly, the click echoing in the quiet. She didn't leave us, he said firmly. Someone took her. Or forced her to go. Kane frowned. You sound sure. I know her, Sanji said, voice low. She wouldn't abandon us. She's the kind who walks away only when it protects others. Namiya stared at him. How can you be so certain? He didn't answer. Just turned toward the city. Because I promised I'd trust her. System awakening. When night fell again, Sanji walked alone through the alleys of Water 7, smoke trailing behind him like a ghost. The system pulsed beneath his ribs, hotter now, reacting to the tension flooding his body. Stress levels rising. Nanotech surge detected, activating adaptive response. His vision sharpened. The faint hum of life filled his ears, the heartbeats of people behind walls, the metallic rhythm of gears deep under the streets. He stopped suddenly. Footsteps silent but precise closing in behind him. Sanji didn't turn. You can come out now. A figure dropped from the roof, masked, cloaked, movement sharp as a knife. One of CP9's shadows. You shouldn't interfere, Cook, the agent hissed. The woman you seek has chosen her path. Sanji's cigarette glowed faintly in the dark. His coat fluttered as wind curled around his leg. Then I'll walk it with her. He moved faster than the man expected, faster than even Sanji himself expected. The air cracked as his foot connected with the agent's guard, wind pressure bursting outward like a shockwave. The man slammed into the wall, breath knocked out. Sanji exhaled softly. His system flickered. Power spike detected. Wind pressure manipulation evolving, tempest kick unlocked. "Het," he muttered. "Guess the upgrades are working. Protecting the family." By dawn, he was back at the ship, bruised, silent, thoughtful. Raffi and the others were already planning their next move. When the argument started again over the ship, over Robin, over what came next, Sanji cut through the noise. Enough. The word was quiet, but it carried. Even Raffi blinked at the sudden edge in his tone. We don't fight each other. We fight for each other. That's what she'd want. Nami-ya looked at him, softer now. You've really changed, Sanji. He smiled faintly, lighting another cigarette. Nah. Just remembering what matters. The quiet resolve. That night, when the others slept, Sanji sat alone on the bow. He looked down at his hands, steady, strong, alive with something inhuman but still his. System, he whispered. How strong am I now? Current capacity, 78%. Potential locked behind emotional restraint. Observation field expanded. Core resonance adapting to human will. He chuckled softly. So my heart's holding me back, huh? Figures. The sea breeze brushed his hair. Somewhere out there, Robin was walking into darkness. He closed his eyes. No matter what happens, Robin. I'll find you. I'll believe in you even if no one else does. His core pulsed once, like a heartbeat answering his vow. And for the first time since he'd been reborn into this world, Sanji realized his power wasn't just growing. It was listening to him. Chapter: The Iron Citadel. The sea burned red at sunset. Waves shattered against the black walls of Fort Tempest, a government stronghold rising like a monolith from the ocean. Its towers stabbed through storm clouds, its gates were lined with cannons that never slept. Somewhere inside that fortress, beneath chains, lies, and silence, Robin waited. And Sanji was coming for her. The storm before the gates. The cruise ship, the Everlight, cut through the waves like a silver blade. The air crackled with static and fury. Raffi stood at the prow, his coat whipping violently, grin stretched wide. We'll break through the front, he shouted. No sneaking, we fight our way in. Kane drew his twin blades, calm but fierce. Then I'll clear the path. Nami-ya, standing at the helm, adjusted the wheel with perfect control. Waves rising, east current in our favor. You've got 10 minutes before we hit the wall. Sanji stood silently beside her, coat unbuttoned, cigarette glowing in the wind. Inside his chest, the core pulsed. A mechanical heart wrapped in golden flame. System synchronization, 98%. Combat enhancement protocol, ready. He exhaled smoke, eyes narrowing on the fortress. We're not losing her again. Assault on Fort Tempest. When the Everlight slammed into the outer dock, all hell broke loose. Soldiers in black armor poured from the gates, rifles, halberds, and shields clanging in a brutal chorus. Sirens wailed. And then, silence before the storm exploded. Rafi's punch shattered the first rank, a roar echoing over the sea. Kane moved through the next, blades cutting arcs of silver light. Nami-Ya summoned a cyclone from the storm itself, waves crashing like living beasts. And Yusen, trembling but grinning, fired from the ship's mast, his shots cutting clean through steel. Sanji moved last. He stepped forward, one hand in his pocket, cigarette burning bright, and vanished. A blink, a whisper, a gust of wind. Then the air exploded. A kick wreathed in blue fire smashed through the central gate, bending metal like cloth. Wind pressure spiraled out, scattering guards like leaves. When the dust settled, Sanji stood there, legs still smoking, coat fluttering. "Dinner's served," he said coolly. "The core awakens." As they advanced, the fortress seemed alive, shifting corridors, mechanical traps, drones shaped like birds and beasts. Each corner was an ambush. Sanji took point, his system scanning every angle. Thermal scan active, 42 hostiles, 12 mechanical, 3 high-tier threats. "I'll handle the warm ones," he muttered. "The rest, stay out of the kitchen." His kicks blurred into streaks of light, each strike leaving shockwaves that folded air. The nanotech beneath his skin glowed faintly, forming thin hexagonal patterns up his neck and arms. Adaptive core overclock, 10 seconds maximum. He smirked. "Let's make it 9. When one of the high-tier guards, a cyborg brute wielding twin energy blades, lunged, Sanji spun midair, activating the wind walk protocol. The floor shattered as he launched upward, disappearing in a vortex of air pressure. He came down like lightning. The ground cratered. "That's for making her cry." The inner chamber. At the heart of Fort Tempest stood a circular chamber of glass and metal, filled with water pipes and humming conduits. In the center, restrained by a glowing ring of energy, was Robin. Her calm eyes lifted as the doors exploded inward. "Sanji-kun," she breathed. He smiled, stepping through the smoke. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Robin Chuan." Before the soldiers could react, Sanji vanished again, reappearing behind the control console. His foot sliced upward, shattering the power core with a kick of pure heat. The ring broke. Robin fell to her knees, free, and he caught her before she hit the floor. "You're safe now," he said quietly. Why do you always believe in me?" she whispered. He looked at her, the woman he once watched on a screen, now trembling in his arms. "Because I already know how strong you are. And I'll never let this world forget it." The Iron Warden. The air shifted, heavy, electric. From the upper platform descended the fortress's commander, a tall man in a white coat of armor, face hidden behind a mask. His presence alone warped the air, the pressure of his power pressing against every surface. "I am Commander Gravik," he said. "And you, boy, are the anomaly." Sanji set Robin gently down and stepped forward, rolling his shoulders. "Anomaly? Had never been called that before. You wield forbidden tech. The core inside you does not belong in this world." The words froze him for half a second. He knows. Gravik's arm unfolded into a cannon. "Then let me erase your existence." The blast came, blinding white energy, roaring like thunder. Sanji's instincts screamed. The system's voice cut through static. "Danger level, critical. Evasive action required." He jumped skywalk, bursting beneath his boots, twisting midair. The blast tore through the walls behind him, turning steel to vapor. He landed, sliding backward, smoke curling around him. "Guess I'll have to kick it up a notch." Beyond limits. The core pulsed violently, gold and crimson light leaking through his veins. "Warning, overclock threshold reached. Manual override, possible risk. Cellular burnout." He exhaled. Override approved. The light spread his entire body, glowing faintly under his shirt, eyes flickering amber. His next step shattered the ground, the air humming with heat distortion. When Gravik fired again, Sanji moved through the blast. The explosion curved around him, deflected by sheer air pressure. His kick struck clean into the commander's chest, folding metal, breaking gravity itself for an instant. Lightning, wind, and heat collided. The fortress shook. When the smoke cleared, Gravik lay broken in the ruins of his own chamber, armor cracked, weapon shattered. Sanji stood over him, chest heaving, core still glowing faintly. "This power doesn't belong to your world, hey," he said softly. "Then maybe it's here to change it." After the battle, the crew reunited on the deck under a sky streaked with dawn. Robin smiled faintly, her chains gone, her eyes calm again. Raffi laughed through bruises, declaring another impossible victory. Kane leaned against the rail, muttering about broken bones. Nami scolded them all through tears. And Sanji just stood at the stern, lighting another cigarette. His hands still trembled. The core was quiet now, too quiet. Synchronization, 99%. Evolution suspended. Potential unlocked. Soul resonance pending, emotional trigger. He smiled faintly. "Always leaving me with a cliffhanger, hey." Robin approached, standing beside him. "You saved me again." "Nah," he said softly. "You were never really lost." She looked at him, curiosity and gratitude in her eyes. "What are you, really?" He smiled, eyes on the sunrise. "Just a cook. A lucky one." Chapter, Embers of a Second Soul. The fortress burned behind them. The sea had gone quiet, eerie, almost reverent as the Everlight sailed away from Fort Tempest's smoldering ruins. Smoke rose like black banners against the dawn. Sanji stood at the bow, the cold air biting his skin. The waves hissed against the hull, reflecting the fire still clinging to the horizon. He lit a cigarette. It took 3 tries, his hands wouldn't stop trembling. "System," he murmured. "You there?" Nothing. The silence in his mind was worse than any scream. The hangover of power. He should have been dead. That last overclock had pushed his body far past what even a Vinsmoke could endure. His muscles still buzzed with residual energy like static under his skin, but his core had gone quiet, as if sleeping. "Overdid it again. Hey, cook." Raffi's voice carried from behind, light as ever. His arm was wrapped in bandages, his straw hat tilted lazily. Sanji didn't turn. "Didn't I tell you not to crash head first into a cannon?" "Hey, I had to make an entrance." "You made a crater." Raffi laughed, bright and unbothered. "Worked out, didn't it?" Sanji smiled despite himself. That idiot's optimism, it was contagious. Still, deep down, something churned uneasily inside him. Not the system, not the nanotech, something older. Human. He leaned against the rail, eyes distant. "I shouldn't even be here," he thought. "I was just watching this world from a screen. How the hell did I end up living it?" Crisis below deck. That night, as the others celebrated below, Sanji slipped away. He descended into the dim storage hold, past crates of rum and sacks of rice, until he reached the tiny maintenance bay he'd rigged as his lab. He peeled off his shirt. In the faint glow of a lantern, he could see its golden veins tracing his chest, pulsing faintly like circuitry under flesh. The lines converged toward the left side of his ribcage, the housing of his core. System reboot, 12% operational. Diagnostics, damage critical. A sigh of relief escaped him. At least it's still alive. Then came the whisper. Soft. Female. Synthetic yet familiar. User Sanji. You're not supposed to exist. His blood froze. What? 2 souls. 1 vessel. Probability of collapse, rising. The voice faded before he could answer. Sanji gritted his teeth, grabbing his chest as pain rippled through him. The glow beneath his skin flared golden, then crimson before dimming again. He stumbled, breathing hard. "Don't you dare shut down on me," he muttered. "I still need you." He sank to the floor, pressing a hand to his heart. And for the first time since he woke up in this world, he felt afraid not of dying, but of fading. Robin's knock. Hours passed. The storm had died outside. He didn't hear the footsteps until the door creaked open. Robin stood there, holding 2 cups of tea. Her expression was calm, too calm. "You're injured again," she said softly. "You should rest." Sanji smiled weakly. "Can't. I have to monitor something. Something inside you." He froze. "How much did you see?" "Enough. The glow through your shirt isn't subtle." She set the cups down, her gaze sharp but not unkind. "I know you're hiding something. But you saved me and this crew. So I won't pry." He stared at her for a moment, her calm, the poise that never cracked. "Even now, she reminds me she's stronger than she looks." "You ever think," he said finally, "that maybe you're not supposed to be alive in this world?" She tilted her head. "Every day." He chuckled quietly. "Yeah, me too." The air softened between them. She didn't ask again, didn't press, just sat beside him, sipping her tea as if silence was answer enough. When she left, he found himself staring at the cup she'd left behind, steam curling into the cold air. And for the first time, the silence inside his mind didn't feel like punishment. Echoes from the past. He dreamed that night. Not of Baratai. Not of the straw hats. But of Earth. A kitchen light flickering over stainless steel counters. A younger version of himself watching One Piece on a phone, half laughing at Sanji's nosebleeds, half marveling at his kicks. "Man, if I were him," he'd said to no one, "I'd fight smarter. Harder. I'd make him untouchable." The dream shimmered. Then came a flash, an explosion, and a voice whispering through static. "Wish granted." He woke in sweat, heart pounding. The core throbbed faintly beneath his skin. System sync, 60%. Personality backup detected. He blinked. Backup? Of who? No answer. Only that same pulse, like a heartbeat that wasn't his own. The promise of tomorrow. By sunrise, the crew gathered on deck again. Nami charted the next island, Drum Point, a snowy peak on the horizon. Raffi bounced with excitement. "A snow island. Bet it's cold enough to freeze my nose off." Yusin groaned. "Please don't." Robin smiled faintly at the banter, though her gaze occasionally flicked toward Sanji, who stood quietly by the rail, cigarette hanging from his lips, lost in thought. The sea breeze was sharp and clean. He inhaled deeply, the smoke curling around his face. "Two souls, hey," he murmured. "Guess that means I've got twice the chance to protect them." For a moment, he let the past slip, the anime, the screens, the old life that had thrown him here. Because now, this was real. The crew laughing. The sea roaring. The world alive and uncut. He flicked his cigarette into the wind and smiled. "I don't care what universe I'm in. I'll be their cook, their shield, their damn storm if I have to." Behind him, the Everlight sailed into the morning mist toward snow, danger, and a doctor who would soon join their family. And deep within Sanji's chest, the core pulsed, once faint but steady, as if agreeing. Evolution pathway unlocked. Soul resonance. Awaiting trigger. Chapter: Steel and Sea Foam. Opening mood. The Everlight coasts out of the winter fog into warmer water, sunlight glaring on turquoise waves, gulls screaming overhead. The crew cheers, their breath no longer steams in the air. The horizon blazes with the colors of a living city, Water Harbor 7, a place built directly over the sea where canals replace streets and the smell of oil mixes with salt. Tone. A return to bustle and humor after the quiet of Drum Point markets shouting, seagulls thieving, Sanji flirting, Raffi laughing, the whole crew re-energized. Arrival at Water Harbor 7. The ship glides into a canal ringed with shipyards. Gigantic cranes move like metal giants while sparks shower from welders overhead. Kane whistles low. Looks like heaven for a blacksmith. Sanji leans on the rail, cigarette between his lips. And hell for my wallet. Everything here costs double. Namiya is already clutching a ledger. Triple if you keep flirting with every receptionist. He grins. A man's gotta try. Their laughter draws attention. Dock workers stare at the odd crew whose captain wears a grin, whose cook lights his cigarette with his heel. And somewhere above, in a half-finished tower of steel, a man with blue hair and goggles wipes grease from his hands and notices them. Enter Frankie. A thunderous boom shakes the dock. A motorbike made entirely of scrap metal crashes down the ramp, engine howling, scattering crates and workers. The rider lands dramatically bare-chested, wearing a Hawaiian shirt and iron shoulders that gleam like polished chrome. Hoodoo. Super entrance. The crew freezes. Raffi bursts into applause. That was awesome. Yusin hides behind a barrel. That was terrifying. Sanji arches a brow. Let me guess. You're the mechanic who scares the tax collectors. Frankie grins, teeth flashing. Name's Frankie, cyborg shipwright of the century. You here for repairs, or to admire my super style? Depends, Sanji says, blowing smoke. Can you handle a ship that's half soul and half miracle? Frankie laughs. Try me. The Everlight's secret. In the dry dock, Frankie walks slow circles around the Everlight. His expert gaze catches the subtle shimmer of energy along its hull, the same faint pulse that comes from Sanji's core. This ain't normal wood, he mutters. Feels alive. Sanji hesitates. Long story. Built with some unconventional materials. Frankie's grin widens. Then we'll need unconventional upgrades. As sparks fly, the shipwright's crew begins working. Pipes hiss, gears spin, and Sanji assists his nanotech, syncing instinctively with the tools, adjusting torque and temperature with microscopic precision. Frankie stops mid-weld, eyes wide. You just talked to the metal. Sanji shrugs. Guess we speak the same language. For the first time, someone other than Robin truly senses the secret burning inside him, and instead of fear, Frankie feels fascination. Bro, you and me, we're gonna build something the world's never seen. Night in the Canal City. That evening, the crew explores the glittering streets of Water Harbor 7. Lanterns float on the canals like drifting stars. Music echoes off the water. Sanji buys rounds of drinks and a mountain of seafood, insisting everyone eat until they burst. He flirts shamelessly with the waitresses, gets rejected thrice, and laughs it off every time. Robin sips her wine, amused. You never tire of failure, do you? He smiles. Failure? These are practice rounds for destiny, Robin Chuan. But beneath the laughter, his body still hums faintly with the core's low vibration. It's stable now but restless. Watching the fireworks reflected in the canal, he thinks, this world keeps pushing forward. Maybe that's why I was sent here, to keep building too. The sabotage. The joy doesn't last. Near midnight, a tremor shakes the harbor, an explosion in Dock 3. Flames rise, alarms blare, and Frankie's crew shouts about stolen blueprints and masked agents of a shadow syndicate known as the Gear Order. Sanji's eyes narrow. Government dogs again. Frankie's fists clench, metal creaking. They want my plans for a sea train that can cross the world. Raffi grins. Then let's stop them. Namiya groans. Can we have one peaceful night? Sanji drops his cigarette, crushing it underfoot. Peace is boring. Fight on the canals. Cinematic chaos erupts, boats chase through the narrow waterways, bullets sparking off stone. Raffi stretches across rooftops to cut off their escape. Kane leaps from bridge to bridge in twin arcs of steel, and Yusin's precision shots ricochet down the alleys. Sanji lands on a moving barge, flames igniting under his boots as he kicks a masked agent into the water. His movements are cleaner now, nanotech stabilizers humming softly, every strike a controlled burst of wind and fire. Cooking in combat, it's all about timing. He twists midair, heel connecting with a metal crate. The impact sends stolen blueprints flying into the night sky. Frankie dives from above, catching them mid-spin, landing with a boom. That shakes the dock. That was super teamwork. Sanji grins. You're hired. Dawn after chaos. By morning, the fires are out. The canals run quiet again, shimmering gold under sunrise. Frankie looks at the restored Everlight, admiration plain on his grease-smudged face. She's strong, but she'll need more armor if you are going where I think you are going. Sanji lights a cigarette, the glow reflecting in his eyes. You coming with us, cyborg? Frankie smirks. You bet your fancy eyebrows I am. The crew erupts and cheers, another family member gained. As the ship sails out of the harbor, Sanji stands at the stern, wind tugging at his coat. His core pulses in rhythm with the new engine Frankie installed, metal and flesh, science, and soul beating as one. He exhales smoke toward the horizon. Guess we're building something bigger than just a crew.